Here, Dom, because I just realized that nobody is getting audio. There we go. I just realized that nobody was getting our audio. So good morning, everybody who just missed the first 10 seconds on the stream here. We've got our first group going out on track right now. This is Small Bore, and they are going to be heading out for a 15-minute qualifying session. And we're going to have 15-minute qualifying sessions for our 6 sprint race groups. And then we have our 7th group is our endurance group, the Tarheel Cup Endurance Series. They will have a 15-minute qualifying session as well. We will then break for lunch and then racing all afternoon long. So we want to thank you again. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Dominic Mandiel. Thank you for joining us here today from a beautiful, dry Virginia International Raceway. I don't want to jinx things this early, Dom, but I've had a very bad track record with the weather the last 7 events that it's been wet. So there we go, and just got word from the professor, Jeff Lucas, that they've got our audio now, so I think we're in good shape. And so we've got this group heading out on track right now for their 15-minute qualifying. We've got, just to run things down, we've got a nice B-Spec field here this weekend, Dom. We've got 6 racers with, I think, highlighted right now by Blair Deffenbaugh, who took a win here at Virginia International Raceway a couple of weeks ago on the Super Tour, his very first Super Tour win, and that was coming off of a podium at the Road Atlanta Super Tour as well. We've got a couple of E-Production drivers out on course right now, Al Pierce and Steve Rose in their Mazda RX-7s, Mark Bradley in his BMW. 2 racers from the Washington, D.C. region in the GT Pinto class, which has been running as a regional-only class in the MARRS series for as long as I can remember, made up of, I believe, what used to be GT3 spec Ford Pintos, Bruce Shelton and Drew Erie here with us this weekend, and that Spec MX-5 Challenge group. We have 17 drivers that have gone out for qualifying this morning. This is round 5 of their championship. They raced with us at Summit Point a couple in I guess early April, and just 2 weeks ago they were at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and then there were also 2 rounds that were out on the West Coast as well. And big announcement this week about the Spec MX-5 Challenge that they're going to be back here at Virginia International Raceway for the 2023 edition of the SCCA's National Championship runoff. So definitely you want to watch these drivers. We've got a big F production field this weekend here, Dom. We've got 7 drivers out, including Les Cheney in his Acura Integra, Ben Gloka also in an Integra, the number 31 machine. Al Heatwell, good to see Al out here. Al is a longtime volunteer with the North Carolina region of the SCCA. He's driving his Datsun 1600 Roadster. He'll be out here as well. And we've got a big T4 contingent as well. Ron Munnerlin in his Mazda MX-5. We've got Owen Sheffer, Jeff Liller running in T4. We've got Brent Simonson running, and waiting to see if Simonson turns a lap. I know he was having some transponder issues coming into the day, but it's going to be a great day of racing, great morning of racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was speaking earlier about what you said with the Spec MX-5 making that announcement, having their national championship event being showcased here later this year for the 2023 national championship runoffs. It's also an opportunity, and by the way, they are going to be with the provisional schedule the last group to go, so I think it's going to guarantee that much more people will stay until the end of the event because, with the growing nature of the series, there's a lot of drivers who are going to be coming and going, I think, and even the series is marketed as a driver development series, but that being said, there's a lot of seasoned drivers who have made their way into Spec MX-5 because it is a platform that allows you to showcase your driving ability and what you're able to do on track amongst a lot of drivers who come from a variety of different racing backgrounds. And so people are, I think, really enjoying the platform, and I can see more growth potential throughout the year.
Yeah, absolutely, Dom. Hey, real quick, when we're going to now we'll start talking about the actual qualifying and what's happening on track. But before we do, I want to make a call to the grid for our next group. Man, that's loud. All right, attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. Those are bracket racers and IT, ITA, ITB, ITC, ITS, IT7, IT7R, Spec RX7, SSM, which is going to be a very big group. Also, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. Race group number 2, we'll call it IT, bracket, SRX, Spec RX7, SSM, STL, and STU drivers. Please start heading to the grid. All right, so Dom, let's actually take a look at what's going on course. And of course, if for those of you who are watching from home, we've got the event streaming to both the Washington, D.C. region's YouTube channel as well as the North Carolina region's YouTube channel, at youtube.com/WDCR and youtube.com /@NCR SCCA. So you can go to either one of those and pick up the broadcast. Also, if you're here at the track and if you have trouble hearing the PA system, you can find us on 89.9 on your FM dial. But let's take a look, Dom, and see where we stand here with now about 6 minutes into this 15-minute qualifying session.
Yep. So at the moment, we have in Spec MX-5, the fastest time so far belongs to Nathan Saxon in the 16 car. His time of 2 minutes, 12.415 heads the table. Next up, we have Nico Bratz in the 77 car. His best lap, a 2:14.248. From there, in third currently, Nathan Nicholson, driving car number 95. He ran a 2:64. So as these drivers are getting there, continue to get things warmed up, and we are starting to see a number of the Spec MX-5 drivers as well as drivers in a number of our other classes beginning to work together in order to try to move themselves up the order here.
All right, and just to give you all a heads up, like we said, this is going to be the 5th round of the championship in Spec MX-5 Challenge. Right now, Wyatt Couch is your current points leader in the championship. Nathan Nicholson, who is our 3rd fastest driver on track currently, is running 2nd in the championship, has 1 win to his name, then AJ Zarcone and Will Robusto, your top 4 currently in what is a national championship series. Just so happens a lot of the drivers from the middle of the country, the East Coast, not all that likely that they were going to be traveling out to Buttonwillow Raceway Park, or I think also a couple weeks ago they were at Thunder Hill. Not likely that they're going to be heading out to the West Coast there. But if we take a look at some of our other classes on track right now, in B-Spec right now, Clayton Condrey out of Gibbonsville, North Carolina. He is driving a Mini Cooper. It's the 138 car. He is currently your fastest driver on track. He's got a 1/1200th of a second advantage right now over Richard Osborne. Now, we talked about Blair Deffenbaugh in his Honda Fit, who took that win here just a couple weeks ago on the Super Tour. He has brought his car down the pit lane. We'll have to see if he goes and continues, and looks like he has, but he is quite a bit off the pace right now, almost a half a minute off the pace with 2 flying laps in the books. In E-Production right now, Steve Rose is your fastest driver on track, and Dom getting word that we are going to a black flag condition, that we've got a car off course in a bad position that our stewards want to get picked up. So this is actually, I think, a very good opportunity for us to run down some of the other classes here. As we mentioned, Steve Rose currently your fastest in E-Production. He's got a 5-second advantage on that class field. Bruce Shelton is the only driver who's gone out in GT Pinto. Drew Erie has not set a time. We talked about Spec MX-5 Challenge, and going now to the top of the leaderboard in Spec MX-5 Challenge, Alex Bertignoli. Alex is sitting currently 5th in the championship and is now your fastest driver on track. He's got about a 2/2500th of a second advantage on the rest of the Spec MX-5 field. That big F production field, Les Cheney and his the light blue number 33 Acura Integra, he's got a 2.5-second advantage right now over Stephen Layfield and Greg Siegert in T4. Owen Sheffer, currently your fastest driver. He's got a 2-second advantage over Jeff Giordano. Giordano, for a number of years, racing a Ford Mustang, a V6 Ford Mustang in ITR here. In ITS. ITS in the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship ITS class. He's now moved over to a Mazda MX-5. He's from Cary, North Carolina. Currently second fastest. Then Ron Munnerlin, also in an MX-5, third fastest, about 3/4 of a second off of Giordano's times. But again, we are currently under black flag conditions, and we've got our drivers coming down the pit lane right now. So Dom, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2, our bracket racers, ITA, ITB, ITC, ITS, IT7, IT7R, Spec RX7, SSM, STL, and STU. I think I got them all covered. Race group number 2, bracket racers, IT racers, Spec RX7, SSM, STL, and STU drivers. Please start heading to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. All right, so where do we talk here? So far, again, I think the big surprise in B-Spec again is seeing Deffenbaugh, who just did turn in another lap. He's no longer 30 seconds off of the provisional B-Spec pole, Dom. He did turn in a 2:37.349 on his last flying lap. That is good for third in B-Spec right now, about 2.2 seconds off of Condry's times. So kind of close there. And I think as we take a look, we were talking about Owen Sheffer, the fastest driver in T4. Here, when we take a look at the order, and as you can see our live timing and scoring on the stream for those of you that are watching on YouTube, we've got, I don't know, the first 12, 13, actually, I guess 13 cars showing on the timing screen there. And most of those are going to be the Spec MX-5 Challenge cars. But the driver down sitting at the bottom is Owen Sheffer, who is running 13th overall. And Steve Rose is running, he's our E-Production pole sitter. He's running 15th overall. But I've received word from the stewards that what is going to happen when this group goes racing this afternoon is that the Spec MX-5 racers, they will have their own, they're going to have a split start. They're going to be all together. And just got word that because they don't think that they can get the issue on track here cleaned up in time, they have just now given the checkered flag for this session. So we'll give you the rundown here. But the Spec MX-5 drivers are going to be grouped together, and they're going to be based on the fact that the fastest driver on track was Bertignoli. They're going to have the first pace car. They're going to be at the front of the field. If they hadn't done that, Owen Sheffer would have had somewhere around 6 cars between he and the next T4 car. In E-Production, Steve Rose would have had 8 cars, 4 rows between he and the next E-Production car. But what's going to happen is, with all those Spec MX-5 drivers now being in the first group, that's going to get rid of a lot of the advantage that those other pole sitters would have built up in, one of the neat things about multi-class racing in the SCCA is, I mean, it's certainly an advantage if you're the pole sitter and the rest of your class is rows behind you. It's if you're the one rows behind, it's certainly a lot more of a challenge.
And one of the things about this is that with the Spec MX-5s having their own star, I think it's going to allow, up until they will likely intermingle with traffic from other classes, they're going to be able to have their race, get it settled out a little bit, and then be able to go from there. And then the drivers in the rest of the classes will do the same. And the reason why that's done is because with the speed differentials we can see within a lot of these classes, it's important that at least at the start that they're separated enough where everybody can, for the first several laps, have their own race and then proceed from there. And so everybody can be closer to the drivers that they're competing with in class rather than mixing with a lot of drivers out of from other classes.
Right, exactly. And and we'll have to see here. So the MX-5, the Spec MX-5 Challenge drivers at the front of the field were running times in the low to mid 211s. Actually, Bertignoli and Jones were the only 2 drivers in the 211s. Michael Borden at a 211, probably a 212.1. So a bit of a gap there. But I'm looking to see where some of the rest of the field is, we had some of these drivers for example, some of our F production drivers that were running in the 247 range, and some of the B-Spec drivers in the 236 and 237 range. There's a good chance that those Spec MX-5 drivers, long before their race is over, will end up coming up on the back of the field. And so those races this afternoon, they're going to be 10 laps long here at beautiful 3.27 mile, 17 turn Virginia International Raceway. Heaven on earth, as Paul Newman used to say. Today, 10 laps or 25 minutes, whichever comes first. Tomorrow, the races are going to be a bit longer. They're going to be 12 laps or 30 minutes. And that's for our SARRC and MARRS challenge racers. Again, the Tarheel Cup, which is going to be our last race this afternoon. We actually have 2 different races in a race. We've got a sprint race that will be 45 minutes where the drivers are not allowed to take pit stops and they have to stay out on track. And then there is a 65-minute endurance race where each one of the teams, they can change drivers if they want, but there's a 5-minute mandatory pit stop in that 65-minute race. So essentially they'll be on track for an hour. All right, so let's take a look here. And as we get ready to wrap things up from race group number 1, again in Spec MX-5 Challenge, it is Alex Bertignoli, your pole sitter, Chase Jones, then Michael Borden, your top 3 with Nathan Saxon, Will Robusto, Reed Sweeney, Jared Jones, Nico Bratz, Nathan Nicholson, who was an early leader. And again, Nathan Nicholson right now sitting second in the championship. And Earl Tucker rounding out your top 10. We actually had 20 cars make it out for qualifying. We had 17 initially and then 20 overall. And I think one of the drivers that had some issues in that group, and good to see this, Tyler Casera driving the number 44 machine, longtime Spec Miata driver. He's put in a lot of time recently in TA2 and Trans Am. Unfortunately, he only got 1 flying lap in, and then the car broke on him. So we'll have to see how things play out. And again, Owen Sheffer is going to be your pole sitter for the second group for the alphabet soup of additional cars coming up. All right, so let's do this, Dom. Let's make a final call to the grid, and then we'll take a quick little break and come back with our next qualifying session here today. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. That's bracket racers and IT, ITA, B, C, and S, IT7, IT7R, Spec RX7, SSM, STL, and STU. And I've just gotten word that the 5-minute warning has been given on the grid, so we'll take that quick break. And when we come back, more action here from Virginia International Raceway, where you are watching the 2023 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge. We will be right back.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trads Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack. and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen.
All right, and we are back here at beautiful Virginia International Raceway for the 2023 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Dominic Mandiel, and we've got our second group, Dom, heading down the pit lane now. They're going to be starting their outlap, and this is, of course, a group near and dear to my heart. It's all of our improved touring racers. But having raced in ITA for a number of years, and the Northeast Division and the Southeast Division, really the strongest pockets in the country of IT racers traditionally over the years. And we have a very, very big ITA field here. I think the ITS field may be a little bit smaller than it typically is. We've actually seen, like we were talking about Jeff Giordano earlier, racing in a T4 MX-5. He was an ITS racer in the in the SARRC series for a number of years. So there's been some changeover of late, but we also have STL and STU, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under here in this group as well. And so some decent sized fields here with we'll take a look here with Peter Doan and Dan Freeman in ITA from the Northeast, from the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. We've got Lee Grasser, Steve Grizel, Paul Spencer, all from the SARRC Series running. And let's see, I think we've got a few more drivers just now coming across the stripe. Joel Gambino, who's a multi-time MARRS champion in ITA, out racing with us, and Grayson Upchurch as well. Upchurch driving a Dodge Neon, and actually very interesting to see because he's been focusing on F production for the past number of years. Stephen Clark out of Salem, Virginia, racing here this weekend as well in his ITA or F production Mazda Miata.
And Greg, speaking of Grayson Upchurch, the car that he is running was driven by Peyton Johnson in our Washington D.C. Region Driver School, which we were both present for. Right. And so and I believe that chassis was also one that is in the family, was raced in the 90s at the runoffs yes. as a production car as well.
As a production car, okay, not as a showroom stock car. Very, very interesting. And I was talking to Peyton because Peyton is a flagger for the North Carolina region, for our host region. By the way, I want to thank the great folks from the North Carolina region of the SCCA for making us feel so welcome here this weekend. And Peyton is scheduled to run that Dodge Neon at a Roebling Road regional race in just a couple of weeks. So he has been asking many, many questions of the crew chief to ensure that machine makes it through this weekend. So let's see here in ITA. Actually, we are now up to 9 racers in Spec MX-5, which is a regional only class for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. Joe Manowski, who is the DC region's chief of tech, just acquired this car. He's out of Ferrum, Virginia, and is racing this season. Alex Cumming, also out on track. He's in the number 24 machine in STU. And here are 2 machines in this, that I think might be, two machines that we want to look at this weekend because they're going to play, I think, a big part at the national championship runoffs this year. Mark Liller, who finished third in STU at the 2017 runoffs and was leading this past year here when the runoffs were at Virginia International Raceway in 2022, but incredibly damp track and somebody oiling down the track, all that kind of conspired against Mark, and he finished further back in the field. Darren Treacle in his BMW 325, that's an E36 or probably an E46 BMW, also looked for him to be very, very strong this season.
And Greg, the story with Darren Treacle has been quite interesting, studying adaptability. Darren, of course, coming from front-wheel drive cars, Acura Integra, Honda Civic, running in ITS, and then later on into STL. So to go on to drive a rear-wheel drive car in that BMW has adapted well. And Greg, at the Hoosier Super Tour at VIR earlier this year, we did see those two have quite the race on Sunday for the feature. It seemed as though Mark Lure was able to get the jump and pull out to a bit of an advantage, but Darren Treacle, who I've always noticed has done very well with managing tires and managing equipment, he was able to consistently reel in Mark and came up just short at the line, but at the end those two were separated by very
I think it was like less than half a second that separated them. And the one thing about that Neon is it's been known, and sorry Chris Childs, because I know actually he's on track, he won't hear this. Chris Childs from Angry Sheep Motorsports looks after both Treacle's and Liller's cars. The Dodge Neon has been a bit of a fragile machine over the years, and I think they're running out of transmissions to put in that car. But here in STL, Chuck Hines, who is your provisional pole sitter for the entire group, he just put in a 214 flat. We've got a 9-car field currently in STL. Brian Hooper, who used to run in ITA in a Honda CRX, has been racing in Integra for quite some time now. Hooper had some issues at the Super Tour here back in early April. So we'll see how well that Integra holds up this weekend. Hines, also a former IT racer, used to race ITS in the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship, and now he is running in STL. Steve Eckrich, great to see Steve out in Mazda RX-7. He's out of Fletcher, North Carolina. He is representing the Central Carolina region of the SCCA. And Steve, former regional executive for CCR, has been putting in a lot of time over the past number of years in coordinating hill climbs. But he is racing, I believe, the orange Mazda RX-7 that used to be owned by Bowie Gray, and I think it is a former Speed Source car. Of course, Steve worked for a number of years for Speed Source. In IT7, we've got Martin Reiter, Robert Mitchell, and ITS right now, your fastest driver on track, Justin Deffenbaugh. We saw Blair earlier in his B-Spec Honda Fit. Justin racing his Acura Integra. He's out of Raleigh, North Carolina. Mike Cottrell, second fastest. And in SSM, we are seeing a good-sized SSM field here, Dom. Neil O'Rourke, currently your fastest driver on track. SSM for NA Miatas, 1.6-liter Miatas. I would call them a slightly more basic setup from what you see normally in Spec Miata, but also sealed engines with them, and they have to dyno to a very limited range of power. But it's O'Rourke, Maloney, David Weibel, Scott Krastik, and Jamison Huffman, your top 5 in a 13-car field. And let's do this, Dom. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3. This is our sole open wheel group of the weekend. Open wheel racers. So Club Ford, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises, and Enterprises 2, Formula S, Formula First, Formula V, Formula X, Formula 600, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Race group number 3, our open wheel drivers, if you could please head to the grid.
And Greg, well, while you were making that announcement, we did have a bit of a change at the front. Not the very front. Currently, your provisional pole sitter overall is Darren Treacle in that number 70 BMW. Best time of a 2-minute 7.876. But Mark Lure jumps up to second place in his Dodge Neon. He runs a time of 209 643. So still about 2 seconds and a little less than 2 seconds separating them, but Lure definitely using some draft advantage, as we do have one of our, I believe that's Nick Chivoli in our bracket, Scion, making his way onto the track.
All right, so yeah, a couple of our bracket racers. Also, yeah, we didn't mention here in this group, we do have our Sprint Bracket Road Racing Championship racers from the Mid Atlantic Road Racing Series. Think of this kind of like, and we'll talk a little bit more about it when the race comes up, but very much like bracket racing and drag racing, where the drivers are have to try to keep their cars within a very specific time range, usually within 2 to 3 seconds. In order to keep from breaking out of their bracket. And I understand if you don't know bracket drag racing, it's going to be a little hard to explain. But essentially, we've got different bracket zones, I guess. And when you go out and qualify, you end up putting yourself in a bracket. You want to try and stay in that bracket if possible, because you may find yourself, rather than leading a number of cars in that same 2-second time zone, that same bracket as you, if you run a little bit too fast, you may now find yourself actually racing against folks that are 15 seconds up the road from you, simply because you broke out of your bracket and you end up in the next fastest one. Or we've seen at some point where drivers can be in the draft and they end up, just by nature, they're racing close with somebody, and because they're caught in the draft, they pick up half a second on the long front straight at Summit. We got the real long back straight here at VIR, and instead of racing for a win against the guy who's, 2 car lengths ahead of you, you're now actually racing against, frankly, the guys that are 25 seconds ahead of you.
Okay, one of the things that I think about when driving and racing a bracket is driving almost to a metronome, where you have to keep a consistent rhythm and make sure that your lap times aren't, as you mentioned, because if you go quicker, you're going to advance out of the bracket and then be racing with an entire new cast of drivers. Whereas if you're consistent, you're going to be most likely to stay within that, stay racing the people who you're closer to on track. So being able to have those consistent times and be able to put down lap after lap, be within a few tenths or a few hundredths of that same time range is going to be important, because you're going to want to, of course, be at the top of that bracket, not advance out and be at the very bottom of the next bracket up.
Exactly. All right, so let's take a look here by class, Tom, as we do only have about 3 minutes left in qualifying. So actually, let me go make another call to the grid real quick. Second call to the grid for race group number 3, open wheel drivers, Club Ford, Formula Atlantic and Continental, Formula Enterprises and Enterprises 2, Formula S, Formula First, Formula V, Formula X, Formula 600, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. All right, here in ITA, going to the top of the leaderboard right now, Stephen Clark, driver of that number 13, ITA Mazda Miata out of Salem, Virginia. He puts down a 221.488. Peter Doan out of Medford, New Jersey, in his Toyota MR2, a 222.4. Your second fastest driver, so almost a full second off of Stephen's times. Dan Freeman, driving a Mazda Miata out of Gainesville, Virginia. He's only 76 thousandths of a second back from Doan. And then Joel Gambino, currently 4th fastest in the class, and he's only 28 hundredths of a second back from Freeman. In Spec RX-7, Joe Manowski with an over 8 second advantage now over Alex Cumming. In STU, big change here in just the last few moments. Mark Liller, as the checkered flag is now going to be displayed for our next drivers by. Last flying laps will count, but Mark Liller now moves to the top of the leaderboard with a 207.170. He is now your provisional pole sitter for the entire group. Darren Treacle, 7 tenths back, so a big swing there in just one lap, where Treacle had almost a second and a half on Liller, and now Liller with almost 7 tenths. that Dodge Neon. It may not be the best handling car, but it is an absolute rocket ship in a straight line. It's it is a car that I think is really built for the long straightaways here at VIR. In STL, Chuck Hines is your provisional pole sitter with a 1.5 second advantage over Nathan Pring. Pring driving a Ford Mustang. He's out of Pittsburgh, North Carolina. Russ Snow in a Mazda MX-5, third fastest. Ted Cahall in a Mazda Miata. He's out of Christiansburg, Virginia, the number 182 machine, fourth fastest. Brian Hooper now is fifth fastest. And let's see here in ITR, Matt Fritz, our sole driver in the class. In IT7, Robert Mitchell, your fastest driver with Martin Reiter, second fastest. In ITS, Chris Plucker in a Datsun 280Z. He can call it a Nissan 280Z all he wants. It's a Datsun 280Z. The number 33 car puts in a 2 minute 20 second .219. Actually, he just crosses the stripe on his last flying lap. A 2:19.704 is the time. 1 3/4 seconds up on the rest of the ITS field. Mike Cottrell, second fastest. Justin Deffenbaugh is third fastest. And in the brackets, we'll have to break out the bracket setup for VIR because it's different than Summit Point. But Eric Prepsius, three of the four cars running bracket are Spec Racer Fords. Eric Prepsius turns in a 2:18.9. Nick Chivoli a 2:19. Let's see here. Actually, I showed as a 2:28. Then Steve Martin also to 2:28, and Rich Herman. And I think in SSM, we definitely need to get to them because I think this is probably going to be the closest race of the certainly of this group. And with 15 cars in the field, Ryan Maloney, fast time for him, a 2:21 flat. Neil O'Rourke, 0.5 off, a 2:21.6. Kevin Kopp from Kopp Motorsports out of Great Falls, Virginia, 2:21.846. Kevin had some great runs at Summit Point just a few weeks ago. I'm sure he was hoping for rain because he's a master in the rain, although he had some issues actually in the wet. On Sunday at Summit Point Raceway, actually spun from the lead there, so I'm sure he's going to be looking for a little redemption. Scott O'Rourke, fourth fastest. Ben Jones with Andy O'Brien, Dave Weibel, Jamison Huffman, Isaac Jordan, and Scott Krastik, your top 10. And that is going to wrap things up for our it's going to wrap things up now for our second group. We're going to have our sole open wheel group going out on track here in just a few moments, Dom, and I would anticipate, because they just gave the 5-minute warning here, so we're looking at probably right around 9:20 a.m. Will be when these drivers are going to go out. Let's go. We'll take another little break. That'll give me some time to drink some water or drink some coffee because I don't seem caffeinated enough right now. But we will be right back here at Summit Point Raceway for the 2023 Hoosier Racing. Did I say Hoosier Race? Oh my God, I am all kinds of messed up here. We're going to be right back with
The North Carolina region of the SCCA.
We'll be right back with the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge. Oh my gosh.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And we're back here at Virginia International Raceway for the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge, not the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. That'll be next week for me from Portland International Raceway. But real quick, Dom, why don't we show everybody what we've got coming up in the MARRS series? Of course, we are broadcasting here both to the Washington, D.C. region's YouTube channel as well as the North Carolina region's YouTube channel. But we've got a number of events for those of you, if you like what you see, that we will be broadcasting to the Washington, D.C. region YouTube channel. Coming up, we are covering the entire Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series with the exception of the pit race round. So we're going to be at New Jersey Motorsports Park at the end of the month and then back at some point in June. We're also going to be covering the newly revived Devil in the Dark 12-hour endurance race at New Jersey Motorsports Park. That is in August. And a number of events all the way through through October, through the end of the racing season for the Northeast Division. So definitely want you to join us. But coming up now, Dom, and heading out on track is our sole open wheel group of the weekend, and this is our larger open wheel cars, our smaller open wheel cars, also our prototype racers. And, as we're watching drivers go by us, it looks like we're going to have a very nice Formula Enterprises 2 field, as I think a number of drivers are here looking to do some, and I think we're going to see this for a lot of racers here, looking to get some test and tune time in for the national championship runoffs that for the second year in a row is going to be hosted here by the North Carolina region of the SCCA here at Virginia International Raceway.
Greg, looking to that FE2, two of the cars that came by our window here that I saw roll were Jameson and Justin Huffman, father and son,
right?
Who did share 2 weeks ago a great race at Summit Point for the April MARRS opener. And Jameson Huffman ended up, I believe, starting on the outside of the front row for both races, but ended up jumping dad at the start and
days,
being
yeah.
able to open up a margin each time, and then ended up with a new Summit Point track record
That's
at
right.
the end, 1:10.770, I believe it was.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he dropped. His father was the previous owner of the track record. Justin, the father, had just set a new track record at Summit and FE2 at the Summit Point Majors earlier in the month. Yeah, it was early April, and Justin dropped it by like 2.5 seconds almost. Now, both drivers, I think we probably could have seen a little bit more time from both of them, because the following weekend, last weekend, they had to have those cars ready to go for the pit race majors. And so they were, certainly not pushing the cars to the ragged edge, knowing that actually the majors, as both racers do intend on competing at the runoffs, that they have those cars ready to go. But we are going to have right now an 8-car Formula Enterprises 2 field, and I think the class of the field right now rolling off was the last driver to roll off, and that is Russ Turner. Driver of the number 32 machine from Montpelier, Virginia, started off, I believe, on the front row at the runoffs this past year, and is certainly, I think, one of the favorites to win in FE2, also in Spec Racer Ford for that matter. Later on the season, we've got David Flint, and we talked about the two Huffmans. Kelton Jago is out here as well. His wife was just on track in SSM, and he is now out in his Formula Enterprises 2 machine. He is looking, if you just saw our cameras, I think we had the 121 machine just pull into the south paddock. Actually, that might be the 21 machine, Todd Parks, in his prototype 1 machine. But Kelton, I just said, I think he's been talking that the motor in his car is somewhat soft. Well, after one flying lap, he's your provisional pole sitter. So we'll see. We'll see how soft that motor really is. And let's see here. We've got a single Formula V. It's Gary Slayer out of Ellicott City, Maryland, and I think we're used to seeing his. I guess this is his son. I guess. Is it Todd, if I remember correctly?
Jason Slayer.
Jason Slayer, that's right. Jason. It's been so long since I've seen Jason here. And actually, we just had a second V cross the stripe. Anthony Henderson out as well. And I think I'm going to wait just a little while here to see how many more cars cross the line before we give you the full rundown of each field here. But also notable that we have here this weekend, and when we talk about people using this weekend as a test and tune for the runoffs, we've got Robert Allaire in his Formula Enterprise, probably not Formula Enterprises, in his Formula Continental, and the number 52 machine. That is the car that his son Nolan won the national championship in this past year. The big story is Robert put Nolan in this particular car. This car had been faster all week during qualifying, and Robert took Nolan's car and still had an incredibly good race. But Robert here, down from Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan, getting some test and tune time in.
Yeah, and Nolan this year has also been active in the Formula 1600,
Right.
1600 racing, so doing double duty with open wheel. As we start to get some hot laps on the board, Austin Hill driving that Weejay, the Honda 2-liter Honda-powered car. He goes to the top, 1:58, 5:43, and I believe is in the pit lane right now, so I'm not sure if he thinks he'll be able to go any quicker. And second, the aforementioned Rob Allaire, driving the number 52 car in Formula Continental. He runs a 2:02.908. And then one of the other Formula Atlantic, one of the other Weejays, the 12 car of Daniel Moskowitz, who ran a 2:03.759.
All right, and sounds like we've got the one. Well, that's actually for a transponder. I'm not going to worry about that. That's why we're not picking them up on the on timing and scoring. The 19 car has a non-functioning transponder, so they want to tell them. And I'll get the. Let's see if I could get the number for that driver. Actually, we've got multiple cars in this group with non-functioning transponders. Let's see here. The 19 car as well. That's Connor Roberts. And let's see, what was the other car that I just talked about, Dom? No. Meanwhile, we've got a couple cars that are not in our timing and scoring right now. But in the meantime, let's do this, Dom. Let's make a call to the grid for our next Miata-filled group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4. That's Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. All y'all Miata drivers, SM, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. If you could please start heading to the grid, your group is next. All right, so jumping up now, and actually not jumping because he had already set the fast lap. Austin Hill in that Ligier, and we should mention it's although he is running Formula Atlantic, that is a Formula 3 machine, one of the homologated Formula 3 machines that runs in I guess is not FRP. I'm trying to remember what they're actually calling the F3 series now.
Formula Regional Americas.
That's right, Formula FRA, Formula Regional Americas. So he is your fastest driver at a 153.734. Then Carl Lennox Barbrew, second fastest in that class, and an old Swift DB4, about 3 seconds back. And then Jim Booth, also in Ligier Formula 3 machine, third fastest car. We had a machine that went off over by Station 1. And I think you can actually see in our camera there on the left-hand side, I think we may have some emergency vehicles responding to that. We'll take a look here. And I think that was Connor Roberts in the 19 machine in his Formula S, his USF 22 machine. But we'll track that. And again, Connor was one of our drivers with transponder issues, and seeing now where our timing and scoring folks are putting his times in manually. So we'll continue to keep track of that.
And then we're going to jump over to looking at FE2. And Russ Turner on that last lap was able to go to the top of the board with a 153 flat, leading in overall and in FE2. Running in second currently is the 145 of Brian Yates, who also is raced in a Prototype 2, I believe in a West chassis. He runs a 155.217. And then we had Eric Cruz driving the 86 car. His best lap is a 156.228. So the FE2 driver is getting some times here as Kelton Jago goes fourth quickest in FE2.
That's right. All right, getting word now, Frank Clark in his Van Diemen ESR, that's our sole P2 machine out on track, having some issues with that car. We've got the corner workers covering him with a white flag as he tries to limp it back to the pits. And let's see here. Yeah, and so corner workers checking that out, and it sounds like he may have just now made it back to the pits. The number 62 Formula 600 machine just came down the pit lane. That's Harrison Southworth, our sole Formula 600 driver. He's driving a Chiari Invader he's at a Gloucester, Virginia, and it looks like let's see, did he head back out on track? I don't believe so. Looks like he may have head back behind the wall. I probably ought to look at one of our cameras here, which would show me that. But there we go. So in Formula V right now, Anthony Henderson is your fastest driver in the class. It is right now he and Gary Slayer, 1.3 seconds separating those two drivers. In Prototype 1, Todd Parks in his Critter has got his car back up and running after that early issue where he had put it onto the south pit lane. He's got a 205 flat. He's 11 seconds up on John Lindquist at the moment. We've talked about Formula Atlantic and Formula Enterprises 2. Looks like Russ Turner has just set another fast lap, and he is now 2.7 seconds up on the field. And you see now, if you look at our Turn 1 and NASCAR turn camera, that is that prototype car of Frank Clark, the Prototype 2 Van Diemen, now heading back behind the wall. Looks like his session is now done. As we've got about 3 minutes left, Dom, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. If you could please start heading to the grid. Race group number 4, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. Please head to the grid. And want to, of course, welcome everybody that is joining in to watch here, both on the North Carolina Region SCCA and the Washington, D.C. Region SCCA YouTube channels. And if you like what you see here today, I'm going to ask you, if you haven't done so already, please go ahead and hit that subscribe button so you can find out every time we go live. But almost as important, smash the thumbs up button. That will help our videos get viewed, our races, SCCA races, get viewed by many more people, even non-SCCA members. The more people we know about the great things that we do, the better. So go ahead and do that, and of course, click on the notification bell. We'll tell you every time that we go live. And want to thank you all for joining us here this weekend. All right, so we now have just about 2 minutes remaining here on. Actually, I think we've got less than 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Let me try and track this down here. It looks like my live timing had just frozen up for a moment, but yeah, there we go. And Russ Turner, your fastest driver on track. We've got about a little bit less than a minute and a half now on the clock.
And we did have a change in the order for Format Atlantic. Austin Hill is still your provisional pole sitter at a 152.192, but Carl Lennox Barbrou in that Swift DB4 goes to second with a best time of 153 flat. So still about a second in there, but Carl Lennox Barbrou able to jump Jim Booth, who now sits third provisionally in class. As we have one of our Club Fords making their way out onto the track. That's going to be the number 2 car. As we get our timing up, that's going to be Ken Maynard in that very nice Lotus Racing inspired livered machine, making his way out onto the track. And going through some of our other running orders, in FE2, Russ Turner still heads the table at the 153.8. When we then Brian Yates holds on to second place, but now Jameson Huffman, who we mentioned, took a pair of victories 2 weeks ago at 7 Point. He jumps into third in the FE2 standings right now with a 154.824. So he was able to jump Eric Cruz, who now sits in fourth place.
Yeah, and so Jameson was here. This is only Jameson's second year racing in SCCA. He has a lot of iRacing experience. This is his first season in FE2. We had him out earlier today in his SSM car, I believe, when he was here for the Super Tour earlier this year. Of course, lots of wet weather racing, and he was having some mechanical issues with that car as well. So I'm sure now, after having the dry weather at Summit, wet weather, pretty miserable weather at Pit Race last weekend, and then he's got dry weather here as well. I'm sure as he gets more seat time here at the real VIR instead of the virtual VIR, he's going to find some more time. As the checkered flag is now being displayed on the session, and this will be the last flying laps for our drivers on course. And so as we continue to have some small issues with our timing and scoring here, let's see if we can get times for you here. Again, Russ Turner, your fastest driver on track at a 151.866. Our second fastest driver, Austin Hill, in his Formula Atlantic machine, with a 152.192, about 32 hundredths of a second off of Russ Turner. Then Carl Lennox Barbrou in that Swift DB4, and it's neat to see that machine out on track, because I mean it is a much older Formula Atlantic chassis than what we're used to seeing on track with some of the newer Ligers and some much newer Swift machinery as well. So Carl ran a real good lap there with that 153 flat. Jim Booth and his Ligier at a 154.1. It's not until we get to Brian Yates, who is our 6th fastest driver overall, till we get to the next FE2 driver. He was 2nd fastest in class to Russ Turner, and he's going to have his work cut out for him. One, to catch up to Russ Turner, but he's going to be starting on the outside of row number 3. He's got Eric Cruz and Jamison Huffman. They're going to be lining up directly behind him in row number 4. So he's going to have a fight on his hand there. So we'll definitely have to watch here. Robert Allaire, the fastest of our Continentals, he's going to be ninth, gridded up 9th. And let's see where those with the Formula V drivers, Henderson and Gary Slayer, 18th and 19th fastest overall. So they will be starting on the outside of row 9 and the inside of row 10. So they'll be starting pretty close together for that race. All right, so Dom, let's take another quick little break. And when we come back, we will have a whole bunch of Miatas here as we're going to make a final call to the grid for them. And I shudder every time that goes in my ears. Final call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. If you could please start heading to the grid. This is your final call to the grid. Race group number 4, SM, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. Say that 10 times real fast. We'll be back in just a few moments here from Virginia International Raceway, where you are watching the 2023 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trads Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
All right, and we are back here at Virginia International Raceway for the 2023 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Dominic Mandiel, and wanted to let everybody here at the track know that when we go to lunch this fine day, we are going to have drive-arounds on track that you can bring your own vehicle on track here and experience beautiful 3.27 mile Virginia International Raceway. It does require a donation, though, to the North Carolina Region Scholarship Fund, and of course the North Carolina Scholarship Fund, helping to put students through college, and also to give the gift of motorsports to high school students around the region in which the North Carolina region of the SCCA serves. So heading out on track right now, Dom, is our Spec Miata group. This is Spec SM, SMSET, SMT, which is Spec Miata with, I think, Toyo tires, and SMSET, Spec Miata Southeast with Toyo tires as well. Please don't ask me to give you all the minutia that separates, all of these different classes and makes them what they are. But they are on track right now for their 15-minute qualifying session. And again, to a reminder to everybody this afternoon that we'll be going racing after lunch, and each one of our groups, including this Spec Miata group, will have a 10-lap or 25-minute race, whichever comes first. All right, so heading out on track right now, and let's take a look. I believe the majority of these racers are all in SM. And as we take a look here, we've got, I think, definitely some notable racers. Skip Brock Jr., or otherwise on our timing and scoring, he'll show up as Junior Brock, is, I believe, out of Tennessee. He came away with a podium here at the Super Tour just a few weeks ago, and again, a very difficult race weekend for our racers, as most of them only got a lap to maybe 2 laps in qualifying, and the order was mixed up quite a bit, and that was because of the mixed conditions. We had it going from dry weather to wet weather as the racers were coming off of the grid and going on course. That when the rains opened up, as the green flag is not out. Rob Hines, who took the win both days at the Summit Point Majors a couple of weeks ago, driving the number 4 machine. He finished second on the, probably third on the podium at Road America a couple years ago, and a very good national championship run off for him. I guess that was in 2021, where he finished third both in T3 and also in Spec Miata. He is a former national champion in T3, and he is out here as well. Nick Bruni, surprise, surprise, our reigning national champion in Spec Miata, is in the field here today. Also, Mike LaMena, we'll have to see how he handles things. But a lot of drivers here that have a lot of time behind the wheel, not only in Spec Miatas, but also here in at Virginia International Raceway. Lauren Brailier out racing as well. Lauren running the number 76 machine. She's out of Clemens, North Carolina. She ran last year in both Spec Miata and also Formula V. She's doing Spec Miata exclusively this season. She did not race at the Super Tour here at Virginia International Raceway. She was having some engine issues, but it looks like they've got that Kessler motor all squared away now.
Another driver wanted to allude to the number 5 of Antonio Abram, currently studying in Georgia at university, and is excuse me, and had his first majors win last year. That came at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and right now is getting is definitely getting some scholarship help to help him along his motorsports endeavors. So great to see Antonio out here. He finished 9th at the run-ups here last year. Was able to weather the. Well, I think there were many storms during that weekend, but weather the conditions that the Spec Miata race through here last year.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Antonio, he is a student at Middle Georgia State University, where I believe, and I thought he's studying aeronautical engineering, but I may be incorrect about that. He's been racing for a number of seasons with Panic Motorsports, and he was just named as one of the 10 candidates to the 2023 IMSA Diverse Driver Development Scholarship. So we'll see how things are. A lot of SCCA racers that have been named as part of that. We've got Sabra Cook, Heather Hadley racing in Global MX-5 Cup this year. Kyle Lowe, who's racing in SRO TCA Americas. Bailey Monette, who is our 2022 national champion in Formula Enterprises too. He is a candidate as well, and Brad Perez, who has been racing in the South Atlantic as part of the SARRC series, only raced in Spec Miata up until 2020, so he's been out of it for a couple of years. But he's right out of NASCAR way. He's from Kannapolis, North Carolina. So a lot of drivers here that are looking for that scholarship. So going to the top of the leaderboard very quickly and putting a big thumbprint on this field. Nick Bruni out of Arlington, Virginia. He turns in a 2:17.365, but that is only 7 thousandths of a second clear of his teammate Robbie Hines. And so those two pretty much in lockstep here early on in qualifying. Junior Brock, Skip Brock Jr., currently third fastest with a 2:17.636, so about 27 hundredths of a second or so off of provisional pole. Jason Owenby and Skylar Cottrell, fourth and fifth fastest. Owen B. out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Cottrell out of Atlanta, Georgia.
Rick, another driver wanted to make mention of the 78 car of Ted Cahill. In addition to helping us with our bracket racing system and helping that get up to speed, also is very busy on most race weekends with racing the Spec Miata as well as a Super Touring Light, which typically runs in our small bore group. And I know at the April MARRS 2 weeks ago, his Saturday race was particularly difficult. I think he was having some issues with that car. However, Sunday went much more smoothly. He was able to finish, I believe, 5th in that event. So he definitely was able to collect the pieces back. And also very cool with, as we see our front two in Spec Miata running nose to tail. And as we say that, Greg, Rob Hines in the number 4 car does go quicker with a 2:16.272. They actually run identical lap times.
Identical lap. And well, you could pretty much guess that because they were locked bumper to bumper, and I imagine they were locked bumper to bumper pretty much around the entire course. Yeah, they both run that 2:16.272. Skip Brock about 67 hundredths off. Go back to actually real quick. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll get back to that. Thought. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. If you can please start heading to the grid. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid.
As we were talking about, Ted Cahill with double dipping most weekends in Spec Miata and Super Touring Light. And I believe he has 2 different chassis. Has one designated for Spec Miata and then one designated for STL. Right. And also, I think one of the coolest things is a lot of times gets to share the track with his 2 brothers, Bob and Larry. And I believe Bob is out here this weekend driving the 08 car. So all 3 of those cars, typically crimson in color, get to share the tracks, which is always very cool to share to race with your family.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And we were just talking about the Huffmans a little while ago, but we see that all the time in SCCA road racing. All right. So. Let's see. So we talked about Bruni, Hines, Brock, Skylar Cottrell, 4th fastest at the moment, and then 5th fastest is Antonio Abram, who we were just speaking about a few moments ago with the diversity program. And I'm trying to pull up our latest version of timing and scoring here. He is 5th fastest. He is currently only 0.08 of a second off of Cottrell's times, only 1.7 seconds off the pole. Now we just had the 3-0 car. That is Matt Fielding Russell, and looks like he had a bit of a ride coming down the back straight, going up towards the little bend to the top of the roller coaster over by turn 13. He has managed to continue, however.
And Greg, another driver who's moved up this last lap, the 63 car of John Hotz, who took a pair of wins at the April MARRS 2 weeks ago.
That's right.
And also had a lot of success running the SSM class as well. So John, I believe, was able to jump up about 2 or 3 spots on that last lap to now sit 5th.
Yeah, he leapfrogs both Noah Harmon and also Antonio Abram. But here's another runner, and this is definitely a driver that we need to watch for. Out of Statesville, North Carolina, Eric Gerchak, driver of the number 21 machine. He now puts his car up in 5th. He leapfrogs John Hotz. Gerchak has a lot of circle track experience. Picked up the road racing bug, I'd say, around 5 years or so ago. And I've watched a number of his races at Carolina Motorsports Park. He's got great car control, and he's showing, obviously, he is quite quick. So currently 5th fastest. He is 95 hundredths of a second off of Cottrell. But Cottrell, both he and Skip Brock just turned in their fastest laps. There are only 0.02 of a second separating Skip Brock Jr. in 3rd to Skylar Cottrell in 4th. But all the while now, those identical lap times that we had for Bruni and Hines, not identical any longer. For the moment, Rob Hines, your provisional pole sitter, with a 2:16.059. That is 0.08 of a second up on Nick Bruni, who is currently qualified 2nd.
Okay, whenever I hear about drivers running identical times down to the 1,000, I always think about 1997 when I believe Jacques Villeneuve, Michael Schumacher, and Heinz-Harald Frentzen all turned identical times at the season finale in Jerez. So always kind of funny how that works out when we have all this real estate on track and you still aren't able to separate them.
Well, and we saw that in Formula One actually I think last week at Baku, and the FIA, what they do is they give the advantage, or they give the position to the driver who set the time first. I'm not exactly sure how we do it here in SCCA. Luckily, we don't have to worry about it at the moment. That we've got that 0.08 of a second split. But we'll watch here as we now have about 2 minutes and 40 seconds, give or take, remaining on the clock. Hey, I want to welcome Queen Barbie, Jordan Furman. I'm waiting to see how you, me, and our other announcing partner, Brian Donati. Brian Donati, by the way, at the North Carolina Center for Automotive Research this weekend. Not doing engineering homework. He's actually racing a go-kart this weekend. That is a racetrack on right along I-95 in eastern North Carolina, actually right at the North Carolina-Virginia border. He will be rejoining us here for our next race up in New Jersey. But yeah, we're waiting to see how Jordan highlights our announcing abilities in his next YouTube video. Can't wait. All right. Here, as we mentioned, we've got just a little bit under 2 minutes remaining. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 5, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
Yep. So looking at our top 5 at the moment, Rob Hines is your provisional pole sitter, a 2:16.059 best lap. Second is Nick Bruni in the 1 car at 2:16.067, separated by 0.08 of a second. And then third, we spoke about him just a few moments ago, Skip Brock Jr., who ran a 2:16.3. But as I say that, Skip Brock in the 61 car does go to the top, a 2:16.037 to put 22 thousandths on the rest of the field.
Wow. So, I mean, amazing. And Skip, I mean, he's using the draft, but he is not with Hines and Bruni. He's working by himself here, and definitely showing that he has got the medal of these multiple these 2 different national champions. So we'll continue to watch this as we now have about 30 seconds remaining on the clock. It's Skylar Cottrell, Eric Gerchak, your top 5 with Noah Harmon, Antonio Abram, John Hotz, then Mickey Moran and Jason Owenby, your top 10. And as we take a look here, Dom, in the top 10, 2.2 seconds separating all of those drivers. And if we look at the top 20, about 4 seconds separating the top 20, as the checkered flag is now being displayed. There you go, and you can see the checkered flag coming out on the camera right there in your top left of your screen. Last flying laps will count. And the 67 car, something that you can't easily tell from our cameras there, the 67 machine, Rich Ura out of Fairfax, Virginia, the first driver to take the checkered flag. He puts in a 2:25.5 on his final flying lap. He is currently sitting 34th in the field, so he's going to have a lot of work to do when we go racing this afternoon. As we wait for some of our not final drivers, but all of our drivers to make it around. Here is, again, for the moment, Skip Brock Jr. is your provisional pole sitter. He's got a 22,000th of a second advantage over Robbie Hines and Nick Bruni, and waiting to see if they are coming around. And I think they're coming down the roller coaster now, as a matter of fact. And here they come as Hines and Bruni separated out by about 8 car lengths as they roll across, and neither driver is going to set a new fast lap, as they lost that draft, and neither driver had a draft. So it looks like right now, going into racing this afternoon, that it is going to be Skip Brock Jr., your pole sitter, with Robbie Hines, Nick Bruni. Second and third, Skylar Cottrell will fill out row number 2, with Gerchak and Noah Harmon making up row number 3. All right, so Dom, let's go. We'll take another break. We've just gotten word that the 5-minute warning has been given on the grid for our next group, and that is, well, let's ring the bell again. One of these days, I'm going to change that tone. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, this is your final call to the grid. The 5-minute warning has been given, so if you're not there already, you need to find your way up there. Dom, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. Approximate start time looks like it is going to be somewhere right around 10. I don't want to be too exact. Let's say 10:13. That sounds great, right? We'll be back here in just a few moments. You are watching the 2023 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge here at Virginia International Raceway, and we'll be right back.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trads Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway for the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge, presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Dominic Mandiel, and on track now, Dominic. We said Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. I don't believe we have any of the Gen 2 cars out. Let me just verify. No, they are all the Gen 3 cars, all the 1.6 liter machines that are heading out on track for their 15-minute qualifying session. And again, they will race a little bit later today for SARRC MARRS Glory, or SARRC or MARRS Glory, one of the two, maybe both, here this afternoon, where all of our racers will have 10-lap or 25-minute races. And wanted to remind everybody here at the track that during lunch, we will be having our lunchtime drive around. So you bring your car up to the grid after our last run group, and please bring your wallet. We're taking donations for the North Carolina Region Scholarship Fund there, and that is it's our charity for the weekend. It's North Carolina Scholarship Fund going to a very good cause. We'll talk a little bit more about that, I think, coming out of our next break. But Dom, we've got a field here of I think a little bit more than 20 cars. I think we've had 21 machines head out on track and start to put in an out lap, where we're starting to see some cars. Actually, about half the field now has come across the stripe to start their first flying laps.
And this is a class for me that's very dear to my heart, because my father competed in this class for 19 years. He did his driver's school in 1991. And Dad, if you're listening, if I got that year incorrect, I apologize.
If it makes them sound younger, I'm sure he won't mind.
Yep. And he started when this class was, of course, Sports Renault, and had both the Renault power plants and the Renault transmissions. And then when they went over and for a couple of years, they actually, for the national championships, you could run similar to what they had for the Gen 2 and then the Gen 3 cars,
right,
where you could run either the Sports Renault or the new Spec Racer Ford 1.9 liter Ford Escort-derived motors. And then, of course, now we've evolved into the Generation 3 cars, the 1.6 liter power plant taken from the Ford Fiesta. So
right,
with the new upgrade to the power plants, the chassis have remained relatively the same throughout their history, but the class has been able to evolve, and the cars get quicker, and it's also brought in, I think, a broader range of drivers to want to experience what what Spec Racer and Spec Racing is like.
Exactly. Now, Spec Racer Fords had been for years one of the SCCA's largest classes, both in national racing and also regional racing as well. I think in the last couple of years, as we've gone to the 1.6 liter motors, as we've gone now in the last 2 years or so, and more cars are starting to get those SADEV sequential transmissions as well. I think it's opened it up to many more drivers that have come in. And frankly, I think having Spec Racer Fords as free content on iRacing has probably helped out quite a bit as well. I should mention that we do have one driver in the field who is running the Gen 2 car with the 1.9 liter old Ford Escort iron block motor. That is Richard Herman. We saw Richard at Summit Point just a few weeks ago. He's out of Wayne, Pennsylvania. But the other 21 drivers that have set lap times so far, all racing the Gen 3 machines. And so we've got some folks here definitely that we want to take a look at. We've got Sam Schechter, who is currently our fastest driver on track. He's out of Boyds, Maryland, and he had run right up at the front of the field with Morgan Burkhardt at pit race last weekend in the wet. However, Morgan Burkhardt, who now jumps to provisional pole here in class by almost 8/10 of a second. Took the win both days at pit race. He also took his very first Spec Racer Ford Super Tour win at Virginia International Raceway. Not Sam Schechter, Morgan Burkhardt here for the Super Tour in the wet weather conditions. And so he's shown himself to be a very good racer in the wet, certainly. But just a couple of weeks ago at the Summit Point Majors, he came away with a win as well in the dry, and unfortunately on the second day he had clutch issues as he was scheduled to start from pole. He rolled off the pit lane to start the pace lap, and the car broke down on him. But Burkhardt, in a very short period of time, he also, much like we talked about his friend Jamison Huffman earlier, who only has a year of road racing experience behind him, Burkhardt ran in ITA in a Honda CRX last year in his father's CRX. And this season, that CRX is getting converted to F-Prod, but he has been running primarily in this Spec Racer Ford, had not been in a Spec Racer Ford until the weekend before that Summit Point Majors, and so he's come on quite a bit. But going to the provisional pole now is Russ Turner with a 2:08.062, and I know Burkhardt, when he was here for the Super Tour a couple of weeks ago, was getting some coaching from Russ Turner as well, so a lot of help there. Gianclaudio Angelini out of New Haven, Connecticut, second fastest at a 2:06.9. Then Schechter, then Burkhardt, then Brian Cates. That is your top five. But if we also take a look in the field here, let's take a look here. Melanie Meckel, who is a rookie this season, and she had some of her first races at Summit Point just 3 weeks ago, or 2 weeks ago. She is currently running 21st, and we'll see how that plays out. But Jisoo Kim, who started on the front row at Summit Point 2 weeks ago, and is actually one of the DC region's instructors for Spec Racer Ford, driving the number 11 machine. He is currently 8th fastest.
And Jisoo Kim also is the representative for the Spec Racer Ford class in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series in the Mid-Atlantic area. So definitely helping to help spread the word and help the popularity of the class. And as I was noticing as the cars were coming out to start their qualifying session, Morgan and Brian Cates in the 21 car were running basically staggered onto the track, and they were going to definitely try to use one another as drafting partners. Right now they're separated by a little over 4 seconds, it appears, but they'll definitely be trying to pick up the pace and work together to see what they can do here.
All right, and so as we are now just about 10 minutes in, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Big Bore, race group number 6, AS, American Stand, ASR, GT1, 2, and 3, GTA and GTX, ITE and ITO, SPO, Touring 1, Touring 2, and Spec Corvette. Great to see the Spec Corvettes joining us here this weekend. Race group number 6, Big Bore, American Sedan, ASR, GT1, GT2, and GT3, GTA, GTX, ITE, ITO, SPO, Touring 1, Touring 2, and Spec Corvette. Please head to the grid.
Greg, another car, notable here. Currently running, it appears to be in the 13th spot, the 77 car of Arvid Albanese. This was the championship winning car for Trey Ayers for the in 2017 when he took the Spec Racer 4-3 national championship, the Ayers Racing, and I believe he was also getting help from Atlanta Speedworks,
Yes.
which is
Todd Lamb.
Yep, Todd Lamb's shop out there in Georgia. And so this car has definitely a lot of pedigree. Of course, as I mentioned, national champion, and also was second at the 2015 rounds in the inaugural year that Spec Racer 4-3
Right.
was a national class. So a lot of potential in that car, and currently runs 13th.
13th overall. There you go. So we'll see how Albanese runs. He's out of again out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. So nice to see. Is the SARRC series, the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship, is the Southeast Division's Road Racing Championship, and basically Virginia International Raceway is the northernmost track. Goes all the way down to South Florida, all the way down to Homestead, with all the tracks in between. And in a lot of times in the SARRC series, you don't have drivers from the southern portion of the division racing against the drivers from the north until they get to the Invitational Challenge at Roebling Road Raceway at the end of the season. So great to see somebody from the southern tip coming up here. And of course, the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, not administered by the Northeast Division. It's actually administered by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA with their partners, the South Jersey region.
Okay, we were also talking about the April MARRS from 2 weeks ago, and on the Sunday feature race. And for that event, I was down flagging it turn number 1, and got to see a great battle between Sam Schechter, our 55 car here this weekend, and then Jisoo Kim, who currently runs in 10th. And I believe it was every few laps from about lap 4 on, we saw consistently that Jisoo Kim would try. Usually he would go to driver's left in the turn 1 braking zone and get alongside Sam Schechter. And as they continued to go and exit turn number 1, we continued to see them go basically side by side. They ended up having a great race. Sam Schechter would sweep the weekend in Spec Racer 4-3 at the April MARRS, but them two had a great battle. As we do have now, Morgan Burkhardt in the 39 car goes up to second place, runs a 2-minute 5, 8:25, about 5/10 off of Russ Turner's provisional pole time.
All right, so I'm getting word that the checkered flag is going to be displayed the next for our next driver, who comes down the front straight here, and we've got him coming down here now, and it is the number 23 machine of Russ Turner, and Russ Turner crosses the stripe, and let's see if he improves. And I'm waiting to see on my timing to see if he improves. I believe he did. Let's see if we can get that time, as my timing and scoring just froze up again. So funny how that works.
Yeah, and Russ Turner does go quicker. It looks like, if my timing is up to speed as well.
A 2:05.1.
Yep, 2:05.160 provisional pole for Russ Turner.
There you go, and that gives him almost a 6500th of a second advantage over Morgan Burkhardt, with Gianclaudio Angelini third fastest. About he's 3100ths off of Burkhardt, 9800ths, almost a full second off of Russ Turner's times. Sam Schechter, fourth fastest. Dave Spitzer, fifth fastest. Then Jason Pintar, sixth fastest. Brian Cates, David Flint, Brian Yates, and Steve Nelson. All right, so Dom, they have just given the 5-minute warning on the grid, and that means we are going to have our next group ready to rock here at I'm going to be ready to rock at just about 10:30. So let's take another break. Actually, before we do that, let's make another call to the grid. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6. That's Big Bore American Sedan, ASR, GT1, 2, and 3, GTA, GTX, ITE, ITO, SPO, Touring 1, Touring 2, and Spec Corvette. Please head to the grid. Race group number 6. Your qualifying session is next. And so, Dom, let's take a little break. And what we're going to do, we're going to tell all of the folks about the here at the track and also on the stream about our great partner here, Racing for ALS, one of our sponsors here this weekend. And then we're going to take a break.
diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event. The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers Racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trads Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway in the 2023 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Dominic Mandiel. And before we get going, Dom, with this group, as we've got our big bore racers, including Spec Corvette, heading out on track right now, I wanted to tell everybody about the North Carolina Region Scholarship Program.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen.
All right, so there we go. And a reminder to everybody that is here at the track that we will be having driver rounds. You can bring your car after our next race group, after race group 7, and we get ready for lunch. You can bring your cars up to the grid, and we will send you out on track for some laps. Some parade laps here at Virginia International Raceway, but it does require a donation to the North Carolina Region Scholarship Fund. They are our charity for the weekend. And so, Dom, we've got a number of drivers out on track right now, setting their out laps. I think 17 of them overall, and including, again, a very large spec Corvette field. This is a class, a race series that is nationwide, that bases their platform on the C5 Corvettes, and with spec ECUs, and they have a spec brake package, and they set the cars up to have them dyno tune to a max horsepower level. And it really makes for some very close racing. We had them at Summit Point a couple of weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, for the Summit Point regional race, for the first MARRS race of the season. And they are back here as well, and again have 7 of them in the field. Next largest pack that we have is going to be GTA, which are made up of the old, I guess they're ARCA cars, older ARCA cars. Jack Stanford, John Longacre, and Henry Long, the 3 drivers in that class. And that is a class that has been very strong for many years in the SARRC series. We had them race up in the MARRS series for a couple of seasons, about 10 years ago, but just never. We didn't have. I think we only had 2 drivers in the Northeast Division that actually built cars to the class, again, as it's a regional-only class. It's not a GCR-defined class.
And Greg, speaking of Spec Corvette, we did have, as you mentioned 2 weeks ago at Summit Point, they were part of our run groups. And Dave Sanders, who is here this weekend, driving, I believe, this number 73 car, excuse me. He was able to take a pair of wins, and as well as Charlie Abel, driving the number 39 car, finished second both of those days. So those 2 drivers are here at our SARRC MARRS Challenge this weekend, and we'll be looking to have another exciting race among the C5 Corvettes.
Yeah, indeed, and Abel is a Corvette specialist. And when I say a Corvette specialist, he may be a driving specialist as well, but he actually works at a dealership as a technician devoted to working on Chevrolet Corvettes. So the man knows the hardware that he is racing. We also have Jeffrey Pascal in the field as well, who I'm sure is going to come back and email me in about 3 hours, telling me that I pronounced his name incorrectly. Again, I swear I will get that before I will certainly get that information before the correct spelling before the weekend is over. And here, let me grab it. Jeff is driving the number 63 machine, and he pronounces it Pascola. And he's told me that there are some big issues because his son, who has emailed me also how to pronounce his name, gave me a different pronunciation. So apparently there's a little rift in the family there, but such is the field here. He is out of Delaware County and represents the Philadelphia region, and I believe that this is his first full year of competition here in the Sports Car Club of America. We also have Mario Scaramouche. He's out of Pittsburgh, driving the number 53 machine. and he purchased his car just earlier this year, back in January, and it was actually a former Phoenix Performance T1 car that has been converted over to Spec Corvette. And I was mentioning that interesting that these cars are the Z06 machines. They have to run a minimum of 3,200 pounds, but you can tune them up to maximum of 380 horsepower. So they can, even at that a little bit over 3,000 pounds, they put down a ton of power. All right, on the pit lane right now is one of our two SPO machines, and this is James Smith in the American flag liveried number 8 Chevy Monte Carlo. He's out of Burgon, North Carolina. He's put in one flying lap, and he is crawling down the pit lane right now.
And these SPO cars and GTA cars are also, for a number of years, have been part of the V8 Road Racing Series,
That's
which
right.
is another championship. I believe Butch Cummer out of Georgia was the coordinator for that.
Yes.
For a number of years. And so these cars, and as Greg mentioned earlier, a lot of former ARCA cars in here. I believe some also came over from ASA Racing that were circle track cars at one point and have been set up to accommodate road courses as we have a few drivers getting ready to take to the track. But going to the top of the board, I believe our sole GTX car here this weekend, the 62 of Jonathan Wiseman, runs a 2-minute 4.681 to go to the top of the board. Going back to Spec Corvette, Dave Sanders, who we mentioned driving the number 73 car, has a 2-minute 5.709 to top the class. Charlie Abel, second in Spec Corvette at a 209.671, and then Joseph Griffin driving car number 25 at a 211.2.
All right, and we were talking about Wiseman. Wiseman driving a GT4 Club Sport machine in GTX. Of course, GTX made up primarily of homologated GT4 race cars, TCR race cars, as well as, and we've seen some the prototype X field has been prototype X class has been folded into GTX as well. So we get our share of radicals. Usually Radical SR8s, some Ligier LMP3 cars, as we saw at Summit Point just a few weeks ago as well. But Weissman currently your sole driver in that class. And our speaking of radicals, our new provisional pole sitter, and he is running an A Sports Racer this weekend, Jim Booth, driving a Radical SR10. He's out of Charleston, South Carolina. He just puts down a 158.899. All right, Dom, real quick, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7, our Tarheel Cup Endurance Racers. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 8, our Tarheel Cup Racers. Please start heading to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
Okay, we were talking about the Spec Corvette and the close rule set that they tried to keep everyone within. These cars are also eligible to run SCCA's Touring 2 class.
Correct.
So if you are interested in, this is primarily a regional championship, but if you do have a Spec Corvette car, you can run the national championship and at the national events in your car. I know that both Dave Sanders and Charlie Abel were present here for the 2022 rounds here. Had one of probably some of the trickiest conditions of the weekend. And while it wasn't actively raining, it was just that little bit wet where you don't necessarily know where you're going to find grip, and it changed lap to lap.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, always the worst conditions. It's it's not wet weather tire, rain tire conditions. It's dry tire conditions, but also the track just you can't find grip anywhere. And Virginia International Raceway, even with the fairly recent repave now about 6 years ago, here back in 2017, one of the digs about this track is that there's really no good wet line here. There's it is just slick. And especially if you go to left hook over by turn 4, I mean, there's no good place to take that corner. But as a lot of our drivers found at the runoffs back in October, as they found here for the Super Tour in late March or early April, once that track just becomes with that that just light sheen on the pavement, you might as well just drive the dry line here, because you're not going to find any more grip by moving over half a car length. It seems as though the entire track surface is polished down.
And we also have a lone GT3 car there, the 280Z, and that is going to be and that's being driven by, if I have my tell me up here, we'll get that driver, and that might be formerly Phil Hollenbeck's car, who ran out of the one of the Ohio regions. So
Yes.
cool to see the Dawson represented here in the big boy ranks. As we have Jim Booth, as we mentioned, on the 163 car, tops the table at a 158.899. Again, the only A Sports racer here this weekend. As crossing the stripe, we had the 15 car, I believe, and that's going to be one of our GTA cars. Getting in trying to put down some fast laps.
All right, and I think we've got a few drivers that we don't have showing up on our timing and scoring, and I'm going to try and get the numbers on them here. Let's see. The 72 American Sedan Camaro of Ted Warning. In addition to that, I believe at the number 44 machine and the 90. Let me see if I can get the 90 is Anthony Valente. He is in Touring 2 in a Chevy Camaro, and then the other machine. Let me move up through my list of drivers here. I believe is also the 44 machine. This one not listed as a Nissan. This one actually listed as a Datsun. The Datsun 280Z GT3 machine of John Barlow. So unfortunately, we don't have times on those drivers currently. Hopefully, we'll when we get to race time, we'll have a little bit more information on them. And of course, again, all of our racers, we're going to have our first race after lunch today, and these are going to be 10-lap or 25-minute races, whichever comes first. As we've got, looks like a little bit under 2 minutes, Dom, so let me make another call to the grid. Attention in the paddock, second and final call to the grid for race group number 7. Our Tarheel Cup Endurance Series drivers, please start heading to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. Tarheel Cup drivers, race group number 7, please head to the grid. And speaking of the American Sedan Camaro of Ted Warning, he is on the pit lane. And looks like they were hand timing him. They did get a time of 2:20.877 for him, but he is our sole American Sedan driver. In GTA, fastest driver, Jack Stanford, with a 22-second advantage on John Longacre, who in turn has a 22-second advantage over Henry Long. So the GTA machines, I think it's safe to say, Dom, they're a little spread out at this point, as the checkered flag is now being displayed on the starter stand. You can see that in the top left corner of your screen. In SPO, Robert Gomer in the number 98 Chevy Monte Carlo, fastest driver with a 2:17.443. Again, we had James Smith earlier on the pit lane here. He was definitely having some issues with his Chevy Monte Carlo, the American flag liveried number 8 machine. Now 20 seconds separating those two drivers, as Gomer just set his fastest lap of the session, turned in a 2:16.22 on his last flying lap. And in Spec Corvette, David Sanders turns in a 2:05.7 for his fastest lap, and he set that on lap 3 and pretty much called it a day after lap number 3 brought that bright yellow Corvette down the pit lane. Charlie Abel, 1.1 seconds off in the number 39 machine. Then Frank Reinhardt, Brian Boyd, Joseph Griffin, your top 5. And interestingly enough, so we said that Spec Corvette is a national series. We also have a Mid-Atlantic version of a Spec Corvette, and then there's the full national series. And the Mid-Atlantic portion of it is going to be at a number of the different tracks that we are calling races at with the MARRS series. We're going to see them, I think, next at New Jersey Motorsports Park in a couple weeks. But Reinhardt, Boyd, and Griffin, and they are all from Florida. We've got Reinhardt from Tampa, Florida, Boyd from Deerfield Beach, and then Griffin from Trinity, Florida. So the Florida boys there running 4th, 5th, and 6th currently in this 10-car field. All right, so let's do this, Tom. Let's take another break. First off, we're going to tell you about another one of our great partners here this weekend, and that is Trad's Photos, and we'll be right back.
The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
And we're back here at Virginia International Raceway for our final qualifying session of the morning. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Dominic Mandiel. And Dominic, we've gone through all of our sprint race groups. Now we've got we'll call it our endurance group. This is Tarheel Cup, and we're going to have a race within a race when they come out for the actual race this afternoon. That we're going to have a sprint race, but a 45-minute sprint race where the drivers cannot take pit stops. They cannot make driver changes. That'll be a portion of the field, and I think we've got a fairly good-sized field for that portion. And then we'll have a 65-minute race happening at exactly the same time. And those drivers, those teams can make a pit stop. They can make a driver change. Matter of fact, they have to make a pit stop. They have to be on the pit lane for 5 minutes. So we'll definitely try to keep track of them for you this afternoon as we try to figure out who's supposed to still be out on track and who's not. They will race as our last race of the day today. It is their only race of the weekend. They will not be racing tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll see not 7 different groups, but we'll have 8. Not 7 groups. We'll have 6 groups tomorrow, and actually let me show you that schedule here tomorrow, where we will once again get underway at around 8:25 in the morning. We'll have 15-minute qualifying sessions. We'll have our first race tomorrow before lunch, and then all of our feature races. But today we have this last qualifying session, and then we will be breaking for lunch, and we'll have all 7 races today after lunch. Groups 1 through 6 will be 10 laps or 25 minutes, as we've told you, and then Tarheel Cup, this group on track right now, will be at the end of the day. All right, so let's go back, bring up the cameras, bring up the timing, as we've got drivers out on track right now, setting their out laps, and they will be starting their first flying laps here in just a few moments. We still have drivers coming down the pit lane, quite a number of drivers coming down the pit lane. And the last I looked, Dom, we had somewhere around 23, 24 cars that will be taking to the track surface.
And for this Enduro, it's open to all closed wheel cars, so you're going to see a number of drivers double dipping and competing on. Some of the drivers who were in our earlier groups from this morning will also be here for our Enduro. And one of the challenges always when you have long races, of course, being able to maintain the car, maintain the tires. And for the 65-minute, for the drivers who are doing the 65-minute race later today, even though they're going to have that about 5-minute window to do their pit stop, it is still going to be a challenge because for the majority of these drivers, they're accustomed to somewhere around half hour to 40 minutes of racing. And with here, even with sometimes 20 minutes might not seem like that much additional time, but
There's a lot of time for the mind to wander.
yeah, the physicality aspect as
Yes.
well as the keeping your mind in the game in the race as you're going along. And for a lot of these drivers who don't, I know that Trans Am has adopted sort of a longer race format,
Right.
and some of the other series that some of these drivers might have dabbled in. But for the most part, a lot of these drivers aren't accustomed to necessarily being on a track for that duration of time. And so it's going to be something to follow as we get to our race later today.
Yeah, indeed, and and I look back to 2 years ago at the 2020, I guess it would be 2021 SARRC MARRS Challenge, and we had the endurance race at the end of Saturday, and the leader was driving a Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. And because it's an endurance race, they actually don't throw the white flag because it's all dependent on time, not necessarily on number of laps. And because of where the clock was, it was clear that the leader was on his very last lap after, and this was a 90-minute race, not a 65-minute race. And as he was making his way around, he put the car off and buried it into the tire wall on the outside of, before you go into Oak Tree, you come out of, go through turn 10, and there's Oak Tree right there. And they then had to wait for the next driver in line, who happened to be a full lap down from the leader, who was not going to finish the race. And so it made for a very interesting end to a 90-minute race. But so we'll see how that plays out. But let's take a look now. And unfortunately, we don't have on our timing system here whether these drivers are going to be racing in the shortened version of the 45-minute sprint race, or if they're going to be running the 65-minute endurance race. So we're gonna give you some timing here. We're going to talk to our timing and scoring folks and see if they have a way possibly of specifying maybe that they're in a the endurance class or something like that, or the long race. But right now, William Shields, he is racing a Spec Racer Ford, and he's out of Tierra Verde, Florida. Your fastest driver on track at a 221.3. Then Steve Nelson, Joe Blanks, Dave Flint, our top 4 drivers, all in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s. Nelson driving the number 27 machine. He's out of Roseland, New Jersey. Chesapeake, Virginia is where Joe Blanks calls home. He races with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, as does Steve Nelson. And then David Flint, who I don't have a residence for, but David now, and probably more important than ever, because he just went to provisional pole. Lauren Brailier, in her Spec Miata, had for a moment been 5th fastest, and she now has Brian Hooper, Dennis Mathias, and Martin Reiter, who have all time-wise jumped past her. And I think as we're starting to see more drivers get some heat in the tires, I think we're going to start seeing a lot of changing of the order here. So we'll bring that stuff up in just a little bit. Now we talked about in STU earlier today, we talked about Jeff Liller, and we also talked about father-son contingents, brother contingents, what have you. Jeff's father, Mark, is out on track right now in his T4 Mazda Miata. And so he is going to be running in this series as well. And I think we saw him earlier today in Group 1 out on track as well with T4.
Okay, real quick, I think we might need to flip that. I think we have Mark Lowe's
son, and that's right, and Jeff. Yeah, exactly.
Lots of last names out there. So.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, thank you. As you're looking at me like I'm nuts. Yeah.
It's all good.
All right, there. So there you go. Brian Hooper, who we saw earlier in his STL Integra, currently 8th fastest. He'll be running this weekend. And as I say that, Connor Roberts in a T3 Mazda MX-5 out of LaGrange, Georgia, moves up to 8th fastest. At this point now, early on, we had the top 4 drivers all in Spec Racer Fords. Well, now it is the top 7, as it's Herman Ratchford out of Bessemer City, North Carolina, your fastest driver on track at a 206 206.8. Then Brian Cates, then David Flint. Cates is out of Gainesville, Virginia. We just saw him during the Spec Racer Ford session. David Flint, then Stephen Nelson, fourth. William Shields, Joe Blanks, and Bill Watts. That's your top 7. And again, all Spec Racer Fords. Then we've got Connor Roberts driving the T3 MX-5. Hooper now falls to 9th fastest. Then Mark Bradley in his 3 Series BMW. Our E-production leader, 10th fastest. Then Lauren Bralier leads the Spec Miata drivers. She is currently 11th fastest. She's out of Clemens, North Carolina, in the 176 machine.
And Greg, I was able to locate a hometown for David Flint, Brentwood, Tennessee.
Brentwood, Tennessee. Well, there you go. So representing the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship. And Flint now 3rd fastest in that Spec Racer Ford field is Herman Ratchford, as we mentioned, your fastest driver to 206.8, has almost 2.5 seconds right now on Brian Cates, and another 0.3 back to David Flint, another 0.6 back from there to Steven Nelson. But, I guess ultimate speed in this qualifying session isn't necessarily the most important thing if it's going to be a 45-minute race or possibly a 65-minute race for you. They always say, you can't win the race at turn 1. But these drivers, they'll have a little bit of time to work on strategy. The important thing is that, we've got all these Spec Racer Fords. They're going to be grouped together towards the front of the field. I wouldn't want to be in a Spec Racer Ford, for example, starting like 31st in the field, like Chris Broussard is currently, because, well, he's not going to have the opportunity to battle in class with the guys that are, 20, 25 positions ahead of him in the field. So we'll see there. If we break things down, and I'll just try and break them down here by class. Antonio Abram, who we talked about earlier, he is your new fast driver in Spec Miata. With a 2:18.766. Joe Tobin about 5,800s back from there. Then Bobby Gossett and Steve Sturm off as we just had a driver go off at Oak Tree, and I think it was the number 26 car, Dominic. Let's see if I can track down who that might be. Chris Broussard in the Spec Racer Ford. And he is trying to get that car back underway. And kind of hard to see it in our camera view there, but he is now back underway. He had gone off right by the flag stand at turn 11, just all the way off to the left-hand side of our camera there. I think, given the size of our camera views, a little bit difficult to see there.
And Greg, you had alluded to the 46 car of Connor Roberts running, I believe, a Mazda MX-5 Cup car. And,
right.
Of course, that series is going to be here at Virginia International Raceway in just a few weeks here. And Connor Roberts also is, of course, out of the Atlanta region, runs in Spec Racer 4-3, and took one of the, I believe it was the Saturday win at the Hoosier Super Tour at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta earlier this year.
Yes, the dry race. the dry race, because on Sunday, about half the field ended up in a single tire wall, drivers left going down through the S's. Yeah, so Connor Roberts had a great run there at Michelin Raceway back in mid-March. It was miserable weather on Sunday. Saturday was actually quite nice there. All part of the blame Greg contingent. For everybody watching and everybody listening, no clouds in the sky whatsoever. This is my 8th event since January 1 that I'm calling. It is the first one that's dry. Okay, so or at least dry all weekend. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. Okay, that whole counting chickens thing might not work out so well for me. But the folks on the Super Tour, who are out at Thunderhill Raceway Park now out in California, they got hit by some surprise rain showers yesterday. Absolutely deluged the Spec Miata race, and they're all blaming me, even though I'm not calling the race. But I have a feeling my streak will start anew next weekend, as I'm going to be in Portland, Oregon. So we'll see how it plays out. All right, so we are now about 12 minutes or so into this a little bit more than 12 minutes into this 15-minute qualifying session. Again, this will be our last qualifying session of the morning. We will break for lunch, and we will then come back with our first race of the day, which is going to be small bore and B-Spec and Touring 3 and Touring 4 and the Spec MX-5 Challenge. And my understanding is, Dom, we're going to get some guests from the Spec MX-5 Challenge. They're going to come up and talk to us after their race, obviously, but should be good to see them and get some feedback. We got to talk to a few of them at Summit Point when they were here. They were at Summit Point for the Summit Point Majors, and now that we're a couple rounds further along, we'll see how they are progressing.
So okay, just to reset our provisional results for this group, Herman Ratchford Jr. in the 47 car, fast lap of 2 minutes 6 of 571 at the top of the board. We then have the 67 of Bill Shields, who ran a 2:08.509 in a Spec Racer Ford, and then also in the Spec Racer Ford running in third, David Flint in the 57 car, and that's a 2 minute 8 of 511. So not much in there between our second and third place on the track currently.
And I want to thank Russ Lundberg for joining in the chat. He says it's supposed to be sunny and high 80s and 90s in Portland next weekend. Yes, Russ. We'll see you out there. And hello. He says hello from Washington State. And I know Russ has been splitting time this weekend between watching the streams from Thunder Hill and now here from us. So thanks for joining, Russ. We really appreciate it here. All right. So we're waiting here is now a little bit less than a minute remaining in qualifying for the Tarheel Cup Endurance Series. And in Spec Racer Ford, it's Ratchford, Shields, Flint, then Brian Cates, then Steve Nelson, your top 5. In Touring 3, it is Connor Roberts. He's got a 3.1 second advantage right now over the BMW 330 Ci of Michael Brandt. Again, Roberts in the Global MX-5 Cup car. Blair Deffenbaugh out on track is our sole driver in B-Spec with a 2:33.9 in ITA. Steve Grizel and Martin Reiter, 1 second separating those two drivers at the moment. And in Spec Miata, Antonio Abram and Joseph Tobin, 58 hundredths of a second separating them. Body Gossett, third fastest, then Lauren Bralier and Steve Sturm, your top 5. In F Production, Greg Siegert in his Mazda Miata, he has about an 8.5 second advantage right now over Al Heatwell. The second time we've seen the beautiful Datsun 600 Roadster out on track here this weekend. Vic Bruni, that is Nick Bruni's father, racing in SSM in Tarheel Cup with a fast time of 2:30.7. Brian Hooper, our sole STL driver in SMT, so Spec Miata Toyo tires. That's one of the SARRC classes. Robert Garrison with a 2:21 flat. He's got a couple second advantage right now over Mark Sr. And then in Touring 4, Mark Liller with a 26 second advantage right now over Emmett Staley. And then we've got John Landrum, our sole driver in ITR, Richard Herman, who we saw a little bit earlier, our sole second-gen Spec Racer Ford runner, Dennis Mathias in SMSE, our sole racer, and then Mark Bradley in a BMW 325 IS, our sole E-production racer. All right, so I'm waiting, Dom, and we're going to vamp a little bit and kill a little time. I'm waiting to hear when we expect to be back from lunch. Because I'm sure our Group 1 racers will need to know that. And also, for those of you on the stream, you're probably going to be concerned with that as well. So as soon as I get that information, we will definitely let you know. But again, I wanted to remind everybody here at the track that we are going to have parade laps, touring laps. If you want to bring your street car and put it on course here during lunch, you can definitely do that. All proceeds go to benefit the North Carolina Region SCCA's scholarship program, going to a very good cause to help offset some of the expenses that our youngest and brightest will have when they first go to college for the first time. So definitely come on up and help out the fund. If you want to find out more about the North Carolina Scholarship Program, you can go to ncrscca.com/scholarship. And if you'd like to donate, you can go to ncrscca.com/donate. Again, if you like what you see here today, we want to ask you, please go ahead and smash. I hear that smash is the operative term now. Smash that like button if you haven't done so already. Subscribe to either the North Carolina Region SCCA's or the Washington, D.C. Region SCCA's YouTube channel, and click on the notification bell so you can find out when we go live. So again, still trying to get the time here on when we are going to restart. I will tell you that it is probably going to be, well, in about an hour, but let's see if we can get that time.
And so just to reset our grid from this last lap, with our cars now taking to the pit lane, Giancarlo Angelini was able to jump Herman Ratchford Jr. to take over the provisional pole. His time was at 2 minute 5 and 9:24, around 0.6 of a second faster than who was our pole sitter, Herman Ratchford Jr. in the 47 car, which is going to put Brian Cates in the 21 car. He ran a 2 minute 6 and 9:74 for a best lap time in third, followed by Bill Shields in the 67 car at a 2 minute 8.5, and then David Flint, who rounds out the top five, a 2 minute 8.5, 5.11 for Flint. And so, Greg, as we have our cars making their way into the pit lane, as I mentioned earlier, these cars are going to, and we'll try to see if we can get some sort of designation between the 45-minute and the 65-minute drivers. But these drivers will, the ones who are running the 65-minute race, will be doing a pit stop, and so they'll have about a 5-minute and change window in order to either, in some cases, drivers teams are allowed to switch drivers, and in other cases they might just be refueling and maybe putting on some different tires. So these longer race drivers will have the opportunity to do that. And so for a lot of the drivers, this is really going to be a test as to how good their crew is to get them back out, because even though they are allotted that 5-minute window, they do have to get the job done and be quick with servicing the car and for what it needs for that 65 minutes.
All right, Dom. So it looks like we have just received the time that we are going to be starting here at the track, and this is going to be very important for race group number 1. You are going to be released for your pace lap at 12:20 p.m. Today, so just a little bit over an hour from now. Again, race group number 1, scheduled start time 12:20 p.m. And so, Dom, what we're going to do? Well, we're gonna stand down for lunch. We'll be back on air probably around between 12:15 and 12:20 when these drivers roll off for their pace lap. So for Dominic Mandiel, I'm Greg Ginsburg. We'll be back in just about an hour with more action here from Virginia International Raceway and the 2023 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge. We'll see you in about an hour.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trads Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Attention in the paddock with the drivers of the number 26 and the number 163 entries from our Tarheel Cup Series. Please note that your car's transponders were not functioning. Again, drivers of the 26 and the 163 machines, your transponders were not functioning.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trads Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trads Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action. feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, SCA.com/scholarship, and to donate online, NCR SCCA donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
All right, and we are back from lunch here at Virginia International Raceway for the 2023 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge with special guests Spec MX-5 Challenge and Spec Corvette. And I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Dominic Mandiel. We're now under the 5-minute warning. We're going to have our very first race of the day. This is scheduled to be 10 laps or 25 minutes in length. And I'm going to bring up on the screen here for you real quick our schedule so you can see the layout of the different groups. First up is going to be small bore, and actually a small change there. It's small bore, not super touring. Touring 3, touring 4, B-Spec, and the Spec MX-5 Challenge. And we're going to have them roll off for their pace lap here momentarily. Group number 2 is going to be IT, Spec RX-7, SSM, as well as our Super Touring classes, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, and as I go on. We're going to have those 10-lap or 25-minute heat races for the MARRS and SARRC racers, and then we're going to finish up the day with the Tarheel Cup Endurance Series. And there are going to be 2 races within the race, and a 45-minute race as well as a 65-minute endurance race. That is how we're going to end up the day. And then we're going to do it all over again tomorrow morning. All over again tomorrow, starting at 8:30 in the morning with qualifying, and then we'll have our feature races, 12 laps or 30 minutes, whichever comes first. So let's go back here and bring up our cameras and bring up the timing, and not keep bringing up the subscribe button, although I would absolutely love, if you like the coverage that we're providing to you here from Virginia International Raceway, go ahead and smash that like button. Hit the subscribe button as well, and click on that notification bell. That way you will find out any and every time we go live with either Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series action or North Carolina region of the SCCA racing as well. All right, so we are now under 1 minute before the cars roll off, and again, I'm Greg Ginsburg with Dominic Mandiel, and we've got Bethany Porter from the Spec MX-5 Challenge Series joining us here as well. Welcome, Bethany.
Hey, Greg. Hey, Dominic.
All right, and so let's do this as we've got a little bit longer pace lap than we normally have at Summit Point Raceway, but we've got a lot of drivers. This is a 50-car field. What I'm going to do for my own sanity and my voice to make sure it lasts until tomorrow, I'm going to run down the top 15 in Spec MX-5 Challenge. They're going to be our first section out. We're actually going to have 2 separate pace cars. The Spec MX-5 Challenge drivers will be behind the first pace car, and then we'll have the remainder of our drivers, our small bore drivers, touring car drivers, and B-Spec drivers behind the second pace car. So let's go. We're going to run down the top 15 in Spec MX-5 Challenge. Starting 15th from Glenwood, Maryland, representing the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, it's Aiden Coleman. He's in the number 60 machine. Starting 14th in the 113 Spec MX-5 Challenge car from Charlotte, North Carolina, it's Weston Workman. Starting 13th, driving the 75 car from Peachtree Corners, Georgia, it's Don Squirick. Starting 12th, driving the 115 Spec MX-5, it is Noah Harmon. He's from Orlando, Florida. Springfield, Missouri's Corbin Collins will start 11th in the 20 car, while the number 24 car, driven by Earl Tucker, will start in 10th. Nathan Nicholson from Unionville, Indiana, will start 9th. He's in the number 95 machine, while Nico Bratz will start 8th. He's in the 77 car, and he's from, you're from Wisconsin. You'll have to pronounce this for me. Is it Nashotah, Wisconsin? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Jarrett Jones from Atlanta, Georgia. He's going to start 7th in the 86 car. Reed Sweeney from Beloit, Wisconsin. That one I know. He'll be starting 6th. He's driving the number 91 machine. Will Robusto, who had a great weekend at Summit Point Raceway a couple of weeks ago when we saw the Spec MX-5 Challenge for the first time on the East Coast this year. He's from Fort Mill, South Carolina. He starts 5th. Nathan Saxon from Wakefield, Rhode Island will start 4th. He's in the number 16 car. And then we've got Michael Borden from Lisbon, Wisconsin. He's driving the 142 machine. He was our 2020 T4 national champion.
Yep.
And he will start 3rd today. And your front row in Spec MX-5 Challenge from Beloit, Wisconsin, driving the number 54 machine. It's Chase Jones, and your pole sitter driving the number 4 car. He's from Lakewood, Illinois, with a qualifying time of 2:11.290. It's Alex Bertignoli. So let's move over now to our second group of drivers. This is our traditional small bore field. We'll start, then we'll give you the top 15 in that group. Starting 15th. Driving the number 7 T4 Subaru BRZ, representing the North Carolina region, it's Michael Sexton. Then we've got Greg Siegert. He is going to start 14th. He's driving the number 48 F Production Mazda Miata. He's in Bristol, Tennessee. Massapequa Park, New York's John Turris is driving a T4 Ford Mustang. He'll start 13th. Then we've got Sam Moore from Kannapolis, North Carolina. He's driving his SPU Volvo S40. This is a beautiful two-frame machine. And that is the number 26 machine. Starting 11th, driving the number 37, GT Light Mazda Miata from Trenton Woods, North Carolina. It's David Blaine with Michael Brandt driving his T3 BMW 330 CI. He will start 10th. Starting 9th, driving the number 71F Production Mazda Miata from Abington, Virginia. It's Stephen Layfield, while Mark Bradley, driving a BMW 325 IS, will start 8th. He's in E production. Michael Lamena will start 7th. He's driving the number 89 Touring 4 Mazda Miata from Oakland, New Jersey. And Les Cheney will start, he'll start 6th. He's driving the number 33 F Production Acura Integra. That bright blue machine is from Eden, North Carolina. He represents the Central Carolina region. Brent Simonson will start 5th today. He's driving the number 3 Mazda RX-8 in T4, while Ron Munnerlin, also in T4, will start 4th. He's driving the number 68 Mazda Miata. He's from Bennettsville, South Carolina. Then we've got Jeff Giordano. He's going to start 3rd. He's driving the number 31 Mazda MX-5. He's from Cary, North Carolina. That is also a T4 machine. And your front row in group number 2, driving the number 30 E Production Mazda RX-7 from Mebane, North Carolina. It's Steve Rose. And your pole sitter, representing the Washington, D.C. region from Warrenton, Virginia, with a pole setting time of 2:16.161, driving a Touring 4 Mazda RX-8, it's Owen Sheffer. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, Bethany, why don't we start with you? What are we looking for here? Of course, these drivers just coming off a round at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. What's going to be new and different for them here?
Definitely traffic is going to play the biggest part in this race. These guys are going to have to learn how to coexist on track with some really interesting classes. So it should be a really good time and a lot of fun, and it'll probably be a test of their mettle, but it's going to be good. All
right, and so everybody, we've got our first pack. We've got the Spec MX-5 Challenge drivers coming down through the roller coaster. Now, lights are out on the pace car. And we will be going racing, hopefully, this time by. I don't want to jinx it. I saw one too many wave-offs 2 weeks ago at Summit Point Raceway. We'll see here our second group, our small bore group, a little strung out at the back of the field as they've just come through Oak Tree and starting to make their way down Madison Avenue. The second pace car is now bringing that small bore field to the top of the roller coaster, and the lights are out on pace car 2 as our Spec MX-5 Challenge drivers are coming down the front straight, and there you go. Green flag is in the air, and we are underway here. From Virginia International Raceway. Is this would be a great time for my timing and scoring to break down, but there we go. Alex Bertignoli, your pole sitter, taking the field down through turns 1 and 2 with Chase Jones, Nathan Saxon, and Michael Borden as they now come through turn 3, and it looks like they are still 2 by 2 as they go through turn 3 and head towards left hook. As our second field now coming down the front straight. And again, Owen Sheffer in that black Mazda RX-8. He's shading a little bit over to the left, trying to give as much room to the inside as he can. And they are now underway. And our outside pole sitter, Steve Rose, in his E-Production Mazda RX-7, second-gen RX-7, had moved all the way over to try then to push Sheffer down to the inside. He got a good jump as Rose makes his way down into turn number 1, and he is your leader here in our second group as they come through turn 3, heading into into NASCAR, which is a bit surprising because those T4 cars, they're all on the DOT approved tires. Rose, I'm sure, likely on slicks, which take a lot longer to get up to temperature. But he got a very good jump on the field as we've got some of our MX-5 Challenge drivers now coming out of Oak Tree, taking the scenic route through the dirt there. At least there's a lot of runoff there, so not a big surprise. The problem is when you go off at Oak Tree, if you stay in the dirt a little bit too long, it becomes a very wild ride. Lots of big bumps over there that can send the car airborne. But it looks like our entire Spec MX-5 Challenge field did make it through that portion of the course successfully, and they're now making their way all the way down to the roller coaster here. We should see them complete lap 1 in just a moment.
Okay, we do have our Spec MX-5 cars making their way across the stripe for the first time, led right now by the number 54 car, and that's going to be Chase Jones, who leads both Nathan Saxon and Alex Bertignoli. Alex had taken one of the wins at Summit Point back in for our U.S. Majors Tour event, and following him is Will Robusto in the 22 car, and then Nathan Nicholson, who drives car number 95.
Now, if I remember, Nicholson had some engine issues with his car during the Sunday race at Summit Point. Did very well, however, at Mid-Ohio. Just, I think, took the Saturday win at Mid-Ohio, if I remember correctly, and currently sits second in the points championship. That's nationwide currently here. So obviously sitting 5th after one lap. He's got 9 more to try and work his way up through the field. If we take a look now, we've got our second pack. And we're waiting for them to come down through roller coaster and actually coming onto the front straight right now. It is, as we suspected, we got a very good jump from Steve Rose, and he has taken the point in our second group with Owen Sheffer second, but still leading in T4. Behind Sheffer, about 5 car lengths back, we got Ron Munnerlin and Jeff Giordano running second and third in Touring 4, with Brent Simonson running 4th currently. He is back behind 2 of the Spec MX-5 drivers. Looks like Michael Borden has fallen back through the field a bit, as well as Adrian Comstock, and we'll have to see. Unfortunately, we only have 4 cameras out on a 3+ mile course, so we obviously can't see every bit of the action here. But apparently, something affecting those 2 drivers is we have now. If you look in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, some big dust clouds coming out of South Bend, going down the hill towards turn 11, and then also Oak Tree as well.
Okay, I think one of the battles that we're going to want to watch here is that Touring 4 battle. Owen Sheffer with the point at the moment. He and Brent Simonson, of course, have a history of racing together. We're racing ITA 1.8 liter Miatas, each of them.
I used to race both of them.
Yep, for a number of years. And so now moving over to Touring 4, both behind the wheel of Mazda RX-8s.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, I had a conversation last night with Brent Simonson, and and we'll get to that in a second here, as Chase Jones falls back and has fallen back quite a bit. As our new leader is the number 24 machine, the Spec MX-5 Challenge car of Earl Tucker, with Don Squirick moving up into to second position, with Weston Workman. You know what? I'm looking at by time here instead of position. Let's try that again. Nathan Saxon, your leader, with Will Robusto, Chase Jones, Alex Bertignoli, and Nathan Nicholson. Your top 5 with Brad Sweeney and Tucker. Your top 8, Tucker just ran the fastest lap of anybody. But I was talking to Simonson last night, and he still has a bit of a sore taste in his mouth from the Super Tour here a couple of weeks ago, where he was running with 1 lap to go, was running 3rd in T4. I think Sheffer was ahead of him, and I'm trying to remember which other driver was up on him as well. And he got caught up between two drivers in Touring 3 battling for position on the last lap. As they came up, the two Touring 3 drivers were side by side through the uphill S's and side by side through South Bend. Simonson he said he thought maybe a 15 to 20 car length advantage over the next Touring 4 cars. By the time they got to Oak Tree, he had found himself not in third place anymore or even fourth, but all the way back in 8th position in Touring 4 because he basically just had no momentum going into Oak Tree for that and coming out of Oak Tree for that final lap. So he's definitely looking for some redemption here this weekend. But great battling so far. If we take a look at some of our other classes right now, Michael Brandt, who is driving his BMW 330 CI, he's got a 6.5 second advantage right now on Connor Roberts. Blair Deffenbaugh, who won here during the Super Tour just a few weeks ago in his Honda Fit, currently your leader over the rest of the B-Spec field. And in a very large 7-car F production field, Les Cheney in his Acura Integra, he is your leader, and I'm showing a pretty huge advantage, almost 12 seconds at the moment, over the rest of the F production field.
Here, guys, our Spec MX-5s crossed the line that time. We had Nathan Saxon, who had opened up probably about a car length advantage over second and third. That's Chase Jones and Will Robusto. Robusto pushing Jones across the line this time, trying to decrease that advantage that Saxon had built up. Running in fourth continues to be Nathan Nicholson with Nico Bratz, rounding out our top 5 early on.
All right, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, let me go and make a quick call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2, our bracket racers, our IT racers, Spec RX-7, SSM, Super Touring Light, and Super Touring Under. Race group number 2, please start heading to the grid.
Okay, looking at our timing here, one of the drivers who has definitely fallen a bit since the drop of the green flag has been Alex Bertignoli driving the 4 car. He started on your front row, and he currently sits in the 10th spot. So we were, looking at our cameras, we were thinking about who was involved with those dust clouds coming onto the back straight here. May have been one of those cars who got just a little bit wrong coming out of Oak Tree.
And it looks like Weston Workman, who is currently your 12th place runner in Spec MX-5 Challenge. He just turned the fastest lap of the race at a 2:11.489. And he is only, when we take a look at the way this field is stacked up, and they're all nose to tail, more or less our top. I think it's essentially Workman is right at the tail end of a 12-car train. Right in here now in Spec MX-5. It's not until you get to Corbin Collins, who's currently running 13th, is a number of car lengths back from that first group. But at this point, you could be 12th, but with what, 7 laps to go, he could very easily find himself much further up in the field. Want to thank Brett DePedro from RP Performance for joining in and watching here today. And here comes that field in Spec MX-5 as we see the number 95 machine of Saxon move over driver's left. And as he was moving over driver's left, we had an H production car directly in front of him. And it is definitely a challenge when you're 4 cars deep in that train, and all you can see is through the windshields of the cars ahead. You don't have that peripheral vision out to the side to see what is a lane over, and it could have been very bad there, right at the kink. I think Saxon had maybe an inch or two on the left-hand side of the pavement to keep from going into the grass. It could have gotten very ugly very quickly.
Greg, one of the unique things about VIR is that this front straightaway is relatively wide. However, it does get much narrower at the apex, and once you go into one and then to turn 2. And so as the field of Spec MX-5 cars is coming through and making their way through some of the lap traffic, it's going to become paramount that everybody is conscious of what's around them to make sure that the Spec MX-5s can have their race and that the second pack can have theirs as well.
Before the drivers' meeting that we had, that was the main point that was given to them, was you're going to have to learn to coexist on track with these guys. Don't give anyone a heart attack. We don't want to see that happening. But I think the drivers are all very talented. There's a little bit of dust up in turn 8. It looks like that happened. But yeah, it's I think they're going to do well if they just have patience and are aware of traffic. Those are just the two biggest things, I think, for this whole race.
All right, and just got word of some little bit of contact. The 54 machine, and I'm trying to track down the 54 car. That was Chase Jones and the 16 of Nathan Saxon, and that was between turns 2 and 3. I think as they were probably heading down towards left hook over there, just a little tap of the metal. But doesn't seem as though there was a change in position. Both cars continued on. And here they come now once again. And you can see the GT Pintos, Drew Erie hanging his car all the way driver's left to let 13 or so Spec MX-5 challenges drivers directly underneath them. And we can see now a little bit further back in the field, we've got Michael Borden and Tyler Kucera, and I think this is the first round that Tyler's run with your group this season.
He's been doing some Spec Miata and also Trans Am, so
Exactly.
he said he's used to a lot of the drivers and some of the surprising moves that sometimes get made. So he said he was going to be prepared, and it's good to see them. I would think those two could work their way back to the front pack very easily.
Very, very easily. Tyler's got a number of podium finishers in Trans Am 2. He was actually one of the favorites to win the runoffs here back in 2019. Actually broke his ankle during the week and was not able to make the race. I think a real heartbreaker for him, but I think he and Borden should be able to close up on the rest of the field right now. They are sitting about 15 car lengths back from the main part of the field, which is still now 11 cars deep, with Reed Sweeney kind of sitting right in the middle between Borden and Kucera and our now 11 car field, or 11 car train up at the front of the pack, as we are now working lap number 6 of this 10-lap race.
Okay, we do still have, looking back to our 24 battle, we do still have Owen Sheffer out front. However, Brent Simonson was able to get by both Ron Munnerlin and Jeff Giordano, so he's now running second in class. Has probably about 5 car lengths between himself and Sheffer at this point, but now that those two have a little bit of a clear track, we'll see if Simonson has the pace in order to reel Sheffer in, or if Sheffer is just going to have the outright speed to stay ahead.
All right, and so where Sheffer is still under a bit of a challenge there in Touring 4, E-Production, Steve Rose, who jumped to that early lead in our second pack, he now has a 17-second advantage over Mark Bradley and Al Pierce in E-Production, and in GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton with almost a 9-second advantage over Drew Erie, and in F-Production, Les Cheney with almost a 20-second advantage. And we have a car that just over at Station 4, it is the 2-3 machine that has pulled off and trying to match a number with a driver here. And that is the F-Production Datsun Roadster, the Datsun 1600 Roadster of Al Heatwall. Sounds like his race is now done. He's over near left hook at turn 4.
Okay, this last time by, and Bethany had alluded to it, the importance of playing nice with the drivers that you're racing with. Nathan Saxon, last time by, had about 2.7 seconds on the rest of the field. I think that once the Spec MX-5s began to work through some of our small bore cars, it created that separation. Nathan Nicholson and Nolan Harmon, who's made his way up to third place in the 115 car. But I think it's just sometimes you don't catch the traffic at an ideal place.
Right.
And you're having to sometimes, the better part of valor is to be patient and make sure that you're making the moves in a safe way.
Yeah, and certainly, as Saxon was leading that large train, you have the advantage of being that first car in line, of trying to pick the best place to get around that car. It gets very difficult then once the car, the passee, looks in the mirror and realizes there's still a whole train back behind him. You'll find that big train, in many cases, has to wait until one of the straightaways, whether it's the straightaway coming out of turn 5, heading up towards the S's, whether it's the back straight, or whether it's, coming down the roller coaster and coming out of hog pen onto the front straight. It's, again, easy for one car to pass, hard for 11. So it's definitely a challenge here, as we're now working lap number 7 of 10. So let's go make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2, our bracket racers and IT racers, as well as Spec RX-7, SSM, Super Touring Light, and Super Touring Under. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 2, bracket racers, IT racers, Spec RX-7, SSM, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under. Please head to the grid.
Yep. And Greg, a few laps ago, we had talked about how Alex Bergnoli had dropped about 9 spots from his initial grid position and has made his way back up to 6th place. He was working with the 22 of Will Robusto as they made their way across the stripe. Talking about the lead that Nathan Saxon was able to open up that last time. That gap has stabilized at about 2.5 seconds. Nathan Nicholson and Noah Harmon still very much battling for the final 2 spots on the podium.
All right, and just got word, and we'll have to see as they come down and complete their next lap here, that the 22 machine of Will Robusto may have gotten into the back of Nathan Nicholson's number 95. Nicholson put a couple wheels off, drivers left. I believe there may have been a change in position, but we'll see here the next time they come by. And, we've been watching that T4 battle here, Dom, and Brent Simonson now only about a car length and a half back from Owen Sheffer, not very far back as they were heading down towards turn 1. As a matter of fact, we'll see them, I believe now as you take a look at our camera view, the first 2 cars coming through turn 3 as well right now, or through the NASCAR turn. So very tight battle there in T4 for the lead.
As you mentioned, Brent Simonson started a little bit further back. He was 4th on the grid when 24 started. And so he's been having to reel Owen Sheffer in lap after lap. And it's always really nice in racing. Ideally, he would have wanted to have started further up on the grid. But having that rapid chase and someone up ahead, so you have a reference point of what you need to do when you can mirror yourself after your competitor's driving style, I think has helped Brent Simonson reel in Owen Sheffer. Here is we're going to have 2 laps to go next time by.
All right, and all by himself right now, Nathan Nicholson crossing the stripe, completing, I believe that is completing lap number 8, and he's got now almost what it looks like almost a 10-second advantage over Nathan Nicholson in the number 95 machine. As I'm still having trouble with getting my timing and scoring to update here in a reasonable period of time, but great battle here going on in Spec MX-5 Challenge, as we've got a local yellow out at turn 5. It looks like Michael Borden, by the way, it looks as though he is retiring the car. We've got a local yellow down at turn 1 currently, and trying to get the number on that car. Unfortunately, I don't have it. Oh, and hey, my timing and scoring just caught up, and looks like we have next time by should be one lap to go for the number 6 car. Looks like the number 5 machine has now come down the pit lane.
Adrian Comstock.
Yeah, Comstock, another one of our Spec MX-5 Challenge drivers, and now side by side crossing the stripe. They'll have 2 laps remaining. Owen Sheffer and Brent Simonson. Simonson to the left in the silver RX-8. Sheffer to the right in the black RX-8. Simonson had the lead coming out of Hog Pen, but Sheffer got a good run, got a draft off of him, and we see them now side by side coming through turn number 3 through the NASCAR bend. So great fight here, but the next time our leader Nathan Saxon crosses the stripe, he'll be getting that white flag signifying 1 more lap to go. And Saxon now coming down the roller coaster all by himself. So that advantage that he got working through traffic about mid race it's managed to hold. I mean, it was a shrewd move by him, and he now has it's basically his race to lose as he comes down the front straight, and now he crosses the start-finish line, 1 lap to go, but back behind, it is a dogfight with Nathan Nicholson a little bit clear of it, but he's got Noah Harmon, I keep saying Mason Workman, who I think is Weston's father. Mason, longtime driver in the Southeast Division, national driver. Don Squirick, Alex Bertignoli, Jarrett Jones, Earl Tucker, all in a row right now here on this very last lap, all fighting it out for second position. And
Yeah, good. No, good. We had the 106 of Mark Bradley pulling in, and then we just had one of our Spec MX-5 entries also come onto the pit lane.
That's Reed Sweeney and the number 91 machine, who just pulled the car off with one lap remaining.
Yeah, one thing about Nathan Saxon, he's had a lot more experience in the car and in the simulator, like I've said before, with the Spec MX-5 Challenge Series when it was online. So knowing that he has the ability to read the traffic much better, I think, than some of the other drivers who may not have the experience with out-of-class cars like he does.
Yeah, and he has had a lot of Spec Miata experience. I think he also had, if I remember correctly, he had some World Challenge experience a couple of years ago, I think.
He might have, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I thought that Flat Out had put him in a car a couple of years ago, but again, he's made it work for him today.
Definitely.
Okay, this last time through, we had Owen Sheffer, who side by side with Brent Simonson the last time through. It looked as though Owen Sheffer had cleared him by about 5 car lengths, so that 24 battle has separated out just a little bit. However, Connor Roberts, too, of course, is running in 23, so not in their class race, was able to get by Brent Simonson as well.
All right, Nathan Saxon has come out of Hog Pen onto the front straight all by himself. He's got some slower traffic up ahead, but that should not hurt him one bit. Nathan Saxon is your winner today here at Virginia International Raceway. We've got one of our Spec MX-5 challenge drivers off in the grass, finishing second in class with Noah Harmon, with Weston Workman, Don Squirick, and Alex Bertignoli. The 95 machine of Nathan Nicholson, who had been running in second position. He is now going to fall all the way back, and I believe he's now going to fall back into 11th position as he just now crosses the stripe. So it looked like a couple of drivers may have gotten together on the front straight there, Bethany.
Yes, apologies for the gasp. But I know one thing about VIR, it seems that everyone has been talking to me about, is the grass here is very unforgiving.
It is. Yeah,
So-
if you drop a wheel, you're going to go a long way. And he was probably a good 50, 60 feet off the pavement, and it took a while for him to get back on. Now, a good thing, about a year ago, they put up a row of Armco off drivers left. I'd say probably 150 to 200 feet from the woods to keep cars from going into the woods.
That's a good thing.
But it is. But it also means that there's a much bigger chance of you ending up in the Armco. Luckily, Nicholson did not get that far. The T4 race, Dom. It looks like Simonson battled his way back on the very last lap, had gotten within about a half a car length of Owen Sheffer, but at the line, Owen Sheffer takes the win in T4. In E-Production, of course, Steve Rose, your winner over Al Pierce and Mark Bradley. In GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton takes the win. Les Cheney in F Production takes the win over Stephen Layfield, Greg Siegert. That is your podium there. In B-Spec, Blair Deffenbaugh takes the win. So his streak is now at 2 here at Virginia International Raceway. Richard Osborne in a Nissan Versa crosses the stripe, and Osborne will finish second. Clayton Condry will finish in third. In Touring 3, Michael Brandt takes the win over Connor Roberts. And in GT Light, our sole driver in the class, David Blaine, of course, will take the win there. And that leaves us again with Owen Sheffer taking the win in Touring 4. Brent Simonson finishing second. Jeff Giordano will come home in third with Michael Lamena just off the podium. And in Spec MX-5, Nathan Saxon, your winner. Noah Harmon finishing 3.5 seconds back. In second, Weston Workman. And we were talking about this Workman who had been sitting all the way back down in like 11th position. He finishes up on the podium, comes home in third, only 65 hundredths of a second back from Harmon. Don Squirick will come home in fourth. Alex Bertignoli in the number 4 machine, who had fallen back quite a bit after starting on the front row. He comes in fifth. Jarrett Jones 6th. Earl Tucker will finish 7th. Nico Bratz 8th. Chase Jones 9th. And rounding out the top 10 in Spec MX-5 Challenge is Tyler Casera. So, Bethany, what are your thoughts here after one round?
I'm actually pretty proud of these guys. They did a great job managing traffic. It looks like there's still something to be said for being patient out on track, but we're working on it. We are a development series.
Right.
Interesting that the top 3 completely switched up from the top 3 that began the race. That just goes to show you that the talent pool is very deep.
Very deep.
And mistakes will not help you.
Yeah, they'll definitely come back to bite you, especially over a short-ish race, like a 10-lap race, where it can be very difficult to make up for those mistakes. The feature race tomorrow isn't that much longer. I mean, it's only another 2 laps. So we'll see here if anybody's strategy changes. But let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. And that is loud in my headphones. All right, race group number 2. Bracket racers, IT racers, Spec RX-7, SSM, and Super Touring racers, please start heading to the grid. This is actually your final call to the grid. Race group number 2, please head to the grid. Now your race is next. All right, so Bethany, Dom, let's take a quick break. We're going to get ready for our next race here from Virginia International Raceway, where you are listening to the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA, and we'll be right back.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trads Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS.
driven by Isaac Jordan. Starting in our 9th spot in SSM will be car number 89, and that's Jameson Huffman. 8th will be car number 18, and the driver is Dave Weibel. Andy O'Brien in the 114 car will be starting in 7th, and then John Hotz driving car number 63 will be in 6th. Starting 5th will be car number 10, and that is Ben Jones. In the 4th spot, we have car number 32, and that is Scott O'Rourke. Starting in the 3rd spot is car 66, and that is Kevin Kopp. In our front row in SSM, we'll have car number 6, driven by Neil O'Rourke, and our SSM pole steer is car number 15 of Ryan Maloney. And now if we shift our focus to our overall, we'll have starting in the 15th spot, car number, it'll be car number 14 from Orlando Farm to BMW, Matthew Fritz. Starting in the 14th spot, it will be car number 29 from Asheboro, North Carolina, driving a Ford Focus, Michael Sperber. In the 13th spot, we'll have car number 33 out of Lynchburg, Virginia, driving a Nissan 280Z. That is Chris Parker. In 12th, we have car 155 out of Forest, Virginia, in a BMW. That is Jason Koch. Starting 11th is car number 65 out of Charlotte, North Carolina, in a Mazda RX-7. That's Neil Gweldner. Get that right the second time. Starting 10th is car number 42 out of Greensboro, North Carolina, driving an Acura Integra. The driver is Brian Hooper. In the 9th spot, we find car 182 from Christiansburg, Virginia, in a Mazda Miata, Ted Cahall. Starting in our 8th spot, driving car number 51, one of our bracket racers out of Frederick, Maryland, driving a Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, Eric Prepsius. Starting 7th, we'll have car 20 out of Eden, North Carolina, at the wheel of a Mazda MX-5, Russ Snow. Starting in the 6th spot, car 118 out of Fletcher, North Carolina, driving a Mazda RX-7, we have Steve Ettrich. Starting in our 5th spot, we'll have car number 141 from Wake Forest, North Carolina, at the wheel of a BMW M3, Rodney King. In the 4th spot, we'll have car 81 from Pittsburgh, North Carolina, driving a Ford Mustang, Nathan Pring. Starting in our third on our grid, we'll have car number 57 from Cameron, North Carolina, at the wheel of a Mazda MX-5, Chuck Hines. And on our front row, both of these cars will be STU cars. Car number 70 from Marshall, Virginia, that's a BMW 325. Driving that is Darren Treacle. And starting on the pole in car number 19 out of Bowie, Maryland, with a pole time of 2:07:170 and a Dodge Neon SRT4, it is Mark Willer.
All right, and there we go. And we've got the field now coming down the roller coaster. We got lights out on the pace car here as we get ready to go racing. And you can see there the field very well formed up as they make their way through. And, Dom, this is going to be a challenge here. We talked about in the first group having that Spec MX-5 Challenge group separated out and having the two pace cars. That is not the case with this group. And so we've got all of our SSM cars sitting right in the middle of the field as the green flag is in the air, and jumping to an early lead is that forced induction Neon, the Neon SRT4 of Mark Liller. He jumps out almost to a 5-car length advantage over Darren Treacle in STU. Chuck Hines in the bright, not bright green, I call it Kermit the Frog green, number 57 Mazda. He is your STL leader, and he jumped out to a pretty good margin just in the first couple car lengths over the Mustang of Nathan Pring and then Steve Eckrich. Eckrich, of course, in that second gen RX-7. That is a car that isn't exactly known for a ton of torque there, but we'll keep a watch on that. Chris Plucker, I believe, is your leader in ITS to start in his Datsun 280Z, and in SSM, Ryan Maloney in the number 15 machine. He had a couple of IT cars between him and Neil O'Rourke. So, we're used to seeing, and for those of you from the Southeast Division that may be seeing SSM race for the very first time at Summit Point Raceway in the MARRS series, we're used to seeing almost 50 of these NA Miatas that are, we've got sealed engines on them. They've got stock spec exhaust. They've got spec shock and still run on the Toyo RA1 tires. But we will, much like we saw in Spec MX-5 Challenge a few moments ago, see trains of cars 20 deep or so, very closely matched, and they typically are running in their own run group. Now they're going to have to deal with out-of-class traffic.
Greg, speaking of SSM, at our April MARRS event 2 weeks ago, Ryan Maloney did take the Saturday win, and we were talking a little bit before lunch about how that race was a very tricky situation for those drivers because the track started out very damp, and then it gradually dried as it went through, and by the time the race had completed, the track had developed a dry line, and so the drivers who had gone on rain tires were trying to find the puddles on the front straightaway and around the track, so Ryan Maloney earning that Saturday win, trying to back it up with some more success here at VIR.
All right, and with now a 1 lap in the books, Mark Liller is your leader as he turns a time of a 2:06.93, and he's got now almost 3 seconds up on Darren Treacle. Chuck Hines, our STL leader, running in 3rd position overall, and Hines, not quite the advantage that our STU leader has. He has Nathan Pring's Ford Mustang about 4 car lengths back as they now are coming through turn 2 and heading over to the NASCAR turn over by turn 3. Our top bracket car at the moment, we're going to have to, we didn't talk about the bracket racing, Dom. We're going to have to take a look at this and see and see exactly where we stand in bracket. And hopefully we've got our timing running for the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Championship. And I'm going to try and pull this up now to see if we can get this, because this is something that would not normally end up on our live timing here. And it looks as though we've got actually the correct brackets into our system here. All we're going to have to do is try and find the actual bracket racer. Because unfortunately, if you want to see something, you go to MARRSpoints.com, and across the top there'll be a section for bracket. The bracket times when we run at Summit Point Raceway, the brackets are usually separated in 2-second intervals. They are 5-second intervals here for bracket racing at Virginia International Raceway. And as we were talking during qualifying, bracket racing, in a sprint sense, very much like drag racing, that you are trying to stay consistent to keep your car in a particular time zone or time frame and not break out of that class. And so we've got 8 different brackets. We've got 1 bracket for drivers that run under 2 minutes, which I don't think we're going to have here today. But then we have from 2 minute to 2:04, 2:05 to 2:10, 2:10 to 2:15 onward. And we'll try and break down for you. I think we only have 4 or 5 different bracket racers, and we'll try and break down. We've got 4 racers, 2 of them in Spec Racer Fords, and we'll try and break down what brackets they are in here for you today. But as we've got now our second flying lap completing, Dom, it is once again Mr. Liller in his Dodge Neon SRT 4, your leader.
Okay, guys, the cross the stripe, one of the class battles that I was looking at was an STL. Chuck Hines in that MX-5 is the current leader. Nathan Pring, who's driving the one of the Mustangs, one of the older bi-style Mustangs in the 81 car, was closing up that gap. It was about, I'd say, 2 to 3 car lengths as they crossed the stripe, but Nathan Pring using some of the pony power of that car to start to reel in Chuck Hines. On the start, I think, because, and something, Greg, we've talked about is, at some weekends and with some classes, you'll get split starts. So the cars that are running very similar times, and in this case, with us having a spec class, we actually didn't end up having a split start for this particular session. And so that's allowed the 15 of Ryan Maloney to open up, opening up a considerable amount of distance over second place, Neil O'Rourke. And then if we go back to third place, it's going to be Neil O'Rourke's younger brother, Scott O'Rourke.
Right.
Who runs out the podium?
But already that SSM field starting to get spread out with Maloney with over a 4.5 second advantage now over Neil O'Rourke, and even Neil and Scott almost 2.5 seconds separating them. Kevin Kopp, another 2.5 seconds back from there. Last time we saw here, Kevin Kopp under attack, though, from John Hotz in the white number 63 machine. Only about a half a car length off, but that is, at the moment, one of the closest battles in SSM. A little bit further back in the battle for 8th, we've got Dave Weibel, Jameson Huffman, who we're going to see a little bit later today in a Formula Enterprises 2 machine, Scott Krasnick and Isaac Jordan. Those 4 drivers all fighting it out for 8th position.
And as we look a little bit further down, it looks as though the another battle I was watching as we have Eric Pepsius in one of our bracket racers, and I believe the fastest bracket racer on the track at the moment, running 6th overall. Another close battle I was watching was in the ITS. It looks as though Chris Plucker was running pretty close and running pretty closely with Mike Cottrell, who fell back just a little bit. But some of our cars, as we now see Neil O'Rourke, who is still running 2nd place in SSM across the stripe. He has one of the out-of-class cars. That's going to be Mike Cottrell in that very neon pink Miata in ITS, pushing him across the stripe.
All right, we're starting to see, and you can see this on the camera, starting to get a lot of drivers that are going off over by Oak Tree. I think we just had the 87 machine drive off track, and I believe we had the 39 car a little bit before that as well. And we're starting to see a couple of cars retire early as well. One of our STL drivers is just taken behind the wall. Now, we were talking about the how traffic has been wreaking a little havoc on the SSM field. Well, in STL Super Touring Light, of course, Chuck Hines and Nathan Pring, they started off on row number 2, and they still have a tremendous fight going on as they went by just a moment ago to start their 4th lap. The Mustang and the Miata about, I don't know, maybe 3/4 of a car length separating the two of them. A real tight battle, but it is another 15 seconds back to Ted Cahall's Mazda Miata as he got caught up in a lot of traffic. And, it's very difficult to compete for a class win when you have, say, 8 or 9 cars between you and the next driver in class. Cahall trying to hold off Steve Eckrich and Brian Hooper. Eckrich in that orange number 118 Mazda RX-7, a former E-Production car. And then Brian Hooper in his 2nd-gen Acura Integra.
Great. The last time through, Mark Liller, who has now opened up a 5-second and change advantage over 2nd place Darren Treacle. However, Darren Treacle did turn the fastest lap this last time at a 2-minute 3.8. That was about 0.3 quicker than as we do have the number 42 car, and that is going to be one of our Acura Integras, who is showing some pretty heavy trail smoke coming across the stripe this time by.
Yeah, and I believe that is the machine of Brian Hooper, who had some oiling issues during the Super Tour here a couple weeks ago. Real quick, Dom, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3. That's our open wheel group. Club Ford, Formula Atlantic, Continental, and Enterprises. Formula Enterprises 2, Formula S, Formula First, Formula V, Formula X, Formula 600, P1, and P2. And I am getting word that one of our drivers, and I think it was likely that Integra, has been laying down some oil on track, and there is a report of some oil right on the racing line on the front straight. As a matter of fact, our starters are currently displaying a debris flag at the starter stand heading down towards turn 1.
And Greg, as you're making that announcement, one of the other class battles that I was watching that just came by our window was the ITA battle. That's going to be with Peter Doan, the number 59 Toyota MR2, against the number 31 of Joe Gambino in the Mazda Miata. Those two were separated probably by about 2 car lengths as they came by and went across the stripe. But those two, again, have a lot of experience racing one another in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, Summit Point, as well as New Jersey Motorsports.
New Jersey as well, yeah, with Gambino's home track being Summit, Doan's track being up both New Jersey Motorsports Park Lightning and also Thunderbolt. Gambino has been the MARRS champion, I think, for the last 4 years running in ITA, as we now have our flaggers over turn 17 displaying a debris flag as well. And it sounds like we've got at least one car off heading over towards coming out of turn number 6. The 129 car now goes and heads back. Well, we saw him come down the pit lane, and you can see him now just rejoining traffic and heading back out onto the front straight. As we're getting a lot of calls from drivers running off. We just had Andy O'Brien in the 114 SSM machine go all 4 wheels off over at Oak Tree, and he has continued.
And that 129 was Angela Jagger, who came down that pit lane. Didn't see if she made it back onto the track or pulled it into the paddock, as we do have our ITA cars making their way across the stripe. And this time through, Peter Doan, who had been leading, as we mentioned, by about 2 car lengths, has now been passed by Joe Gambino, who's starting to open up that advantage.
Yeah, and so I did get word that right as the starter stand brought out that debris flag, indeed, it was Brian Hooper who went down the front straight, and he has pulled that car off. A matter of fact, I think if you look at our camera that shows our top left camera, he is driver's right up against the fence line over there. And so they're going to obviously have to pick him up at the end of the race. But again, we've got a pretty good run of oil down the track is the 99 machine. And I think that's Cottrell bringing his car back to the pits. All right, real quick, Dom, I've got a little bit of house cleaning to do. I want to make a quick call. Going to make two calls. One, we're going to make a call to the grid, and then we've got a driver we need to get a hold of. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3. Our open wheel and prototype group, Club Ford, Formula Atlantic and Continental, Formula Enterprises and Enterprises 2, Formula S, Formula ST, Formula V, Formula X, Formula 600, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Race group number 3, open wheel and prototype drivers, please start heading to the grid. And then Will Robusto, driver of Spec MX-5 Challenge number 22, if you could please report to the SOMs on the second floor of the North Tower. Again, Will Robusto, driver of Spec MX-5 Challenge number 22, please see the SOM's second floor of the tower.
Okay, we just had the 81. We were talking about that STL battle with Hines and Nathan Pring. Pring just bringing that Mustang onto the pit lane, so I believe he is going to retire here. Another quick update with STL. We did have the number 182 of Ted Cahill get around the 118 of Chris Ettridge driving that Mazda RX-7, so that is going to put Cahill up into third place in STL, the final step on the podium.
All right, so here as we now have about 10 minutes remaining here in, again, this is a 10-lap or 25-minute race, whichever comes first. We've got 4 laps remaining, so we're just about halfway on laps, and we've got about a good amount of time left on time as well.
Greg, another great battle. We've been switching back and forth between both SSM and our improved touring cars. Though they are fighting for about 5th through, I'd say, 8th place. Ben Jones, Jameson Huffman, and Dave Weibel all running nose to tail coming across the stripe. And as we saw a couple weeks ago, Ben Jones and Jameson Huffman especially, Frank Taburzi, I believe, was part of that
yes, he
great
was.
battle as well. There was about probably at any given time 5 to probably 8 cars who were involved in the battle for the top 10. So they're continuing to have a great battle here at VIR, and we'll see if who's able to prevail on this particular occasion.
Yeah, exactly. As Jones has been trying to hold off Huffman and Weibel, and Scott Krastik sitting 10th overall in SSM, part of that battle as well. And here's a neat little. I don't want to call it a battle. I don't want to call it a fight, because they are not in the same class right now, but they are both running first-gen Mazda RX-7s. I've been watching here. Actually, they are running in Spec RX-7s. I'm sorry. I was watching Joe Manowski along with, no, they are in two different classes. Joe Manowski in his Spec RX-7, which is a regional-only class run in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, and then Martin Reiter, who is in an IT7. Reiter out of Reidsville, North Carolina. The IT7 cars are essentially first-gen RX-7s built to the ITA specifications in the SARRC Championship, the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship. They've been running the IT7 class as a regional-only class for probably a good 25 years now, and they are from the specifications, they are a higher spec than the Spec RX-7s from the Washington D.C. region, but very tight little battle there. Good to see that going on. Let's jump back over to SSM, Dom, because things are definitely starting to tighten up now here in the battle for third, as John Hotz has just gotten around Scott O'Rourke and moved up into third position. Scott O'Rourke now falls back to fourth with Kevin Kopp, Andy O'Brien also in that battle for the last step on the podium, as the next time our leaders come by, and that looks like likely Mark Liller and his Dodge Neon, we will be getting one to go.
Greg, on this last occasion, looking back to our ITA battle, we did have looks as though Peter Doan, who had been leading at one point, now runs second, but Dan Freeman in his 1.8 liter Miata did have a head of steam coming out of the final corner and was starting to reel in Peter Doan for second place in ITA. So Dan Freeman finding pace here in the late going. We'll see if he is able to close that advantage, close into Peter Doan's advantage any further.
All right, so only a lap remaining here as we continue to watch these battles in the bracket racing. Let's take a look here and see where we stand, as we just had Eric Prepsius in the bright blue number 51 Spec Racer Ford. Interesting, that car is the same, and I think it's Road America blue, if I remember correctly. He owns a Chevy Corvette, and he had the Spec Racer Ford painted the same color. Prepsius just turned his fastest lap of the race at 2:15.49, and that would put him in the B5 bracket, whereas Richard Herman is just turned in a 227.21, which puts him in bracket B6. Nick Shively at a 224.58 would put him also in bracket B6. And then Steve Martin at a 226.57 will put him in bracket B7. So it looks like Herman and Shively both in the same bracket at this point, with Shively leading. With Herman leading Shively. Herman in a Spec Racer Ford second gen, Shively in a Scion FRS.
Greg, a few moments ago, you had alluded to the SSM race beginning to heat up. And now that we are working the final lap, for the final spot on the SSM podium, we had John Hotz in the 63 and then Kevin Kopp in the 66. Put Andy O'Brien in there as well in the 114. All running nose to tail, crossing the stripe. So although it appears as though, barring a mistake, Ryan Maloney and Neil O'Rourke have some breathing room for first and second, the battle for the final spot in SSM is definitely on here on the final lap.
All right, as we continue to look out for our leaders. Our leaders being Mr. Liller, being Mark Liller and Darren Treacle. Liller, who had gotten that great start, using the torque and the power of that forced induction four-cylinder Neon, and had opened up an early lead on the six-cylinder BMW of Darren Treacle. The last time they crossed the stripe, the difference was about 2.5 seconds, about 10 car lengths, and we'll see here if things change, as we should see Liller now, I believe, coming out of Oak Tree here in just a moment. We'll get the word here. I'm still listening to Race Control, where they should be calling him by, and I haven't heard anything. And actually, he is coming down the roller coaster right now. And it is still the 1.9 machine of Mark Liller, that Dodge Neon SRT out of Bowie, Maryland, your leader, as he just turned a very quick run down the roller coaster. And here he is on the front straight, and checkered flag is out, and there he goes, crossing the line. It's Mark Liller, your winner here in STU. And in this group, Darren Treacle will come home in second, your winner in STL. And I don't want to say anything yet because he hasn't crossed the stripe yet. But we're waiting on Chuck Hines in his Mazda MX-5. And we should see him in a few moments. Actually, I believe he was almost a full lap down from our STU winners here. So we'll see him in just a few moments. But we have a number of other drivers that have come across the line. Taking the win in ITA is going to be Joel Gambino, with Dan Freeman in the number 1 Mazda Miata, the white Mazda Miata, coming across the line, beating Peter Doan across the line. Freeman made up a lot of ground on that last lap and beats Peter Doan to the line by 0.18 of a second. So Freeman will finish second, Doan third. David Lanning will come home in fourth. Stephen Clark will round out the top 5 in ITA. In SSM, Ryan Maloney is, we're waiting for actually our SSM leaders to come by. We're going to get back to SSM in just a moment. But Maloney had opened up almost a 17-second advantage when they crossed the stripe the last time by. It really is his race to lose, as he has not had to deal with a lot of slower traffic, whereas the rest of the field has. But let's take a look here. We'll take a look at some of our other classes in the meantime. In IT7, Robert Mitchell will take the win over Martin Ryder. In ITS, Chris Plucker in his Datsun 280Z will take the win here. And then we've got, there's Plucker crossing the line, and he takes the win. Justin Deffenbaugh in his Acura Integra was about 20 seconds in arrears of Plucker's Datsun, and we'll see. I haven't seen that bright blue Outrun Motorsports Integra yet, but he should be coming out of the roller coaster here momentarily. Deffenbaugh having run his fastest lap on lap number 9, but we'll track that in just a moment. And we can tell you that Jay Miller in the number 85 Datsun 280Z will come home third in ITS. In Spec RX-7, Joe Manowski crosses the stripe. He takes the win over Alex Cumming. And in SSM, are we ready to run down the order here? I think we are. Ryan Maloney, he'll take the win by 17 seconds over Neil O'Rourke. John Hotz will come home in third. Kevin Kopp fourth. Andy O'Brien fifth. Scott O'Rourke, who had been sitting third with 2 laps to go, he finishes the race in 6th position. So kind of got the bum rush there at the end. Dave Weibel 7th. Ben Jones 8th. Scott Krasnick will finish 9th. Jamison Huffman will round out the top 10. All right, so Dom, let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3. Our open wheel and prototype drivers: Club Ford, Formula Atlantic and Continental, Formula Enterprises, Enterprises 2. Formula S and Formula ST, Formula V, Formula X, Formula 600, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. If you could please start making your way to the grid. Race group number 3, your race is next. All right, so Dom, let's take a little bit of a break. There's going to be a little bit of oil cleanup here down on the front straight, so we're not going to have that whole 5 minutes before the next race. It's probably going to be at least 10 minutes before we roll off. I'm going to give you for now on our YouTube feed a start time of about 1:45. But before we go and jump to break, I want to again implore you, ask you, plead and beg with you, smash that like button, and if you haven't done so already, subscribe to the DC region and the NC region's YouTube channels, and click on that notification bell so we can tell you all the times we bring up more exciting motorsports action. But let's take that break. We'll come back in just a few moments, but let's make sure that both here at the paddock and on the stream that we tell everybody about Racing for ALS.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
It's always tease.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers Racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PC Club Race, Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsPhotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trads Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
And welcome back here to Virginia International Raceway for the 2023 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge with special guests Spec MX-5 Challenge and Spec Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with not Brian Donati, oh my God, with Dominic Mandiel. Brian Donati this week is he is over at North Carolina Center for Automotive Research, NCCAR, getting in some go-kart races this weekend, and I want to wish him all the luck in the world on what is a very challenging course there. So, Dom, we've got our next group up, and this is going to be our first and only open wheel and prototype group. We've got 23 drivers that that attempted to put in times. We had a couple drivers with transponder issues, and they will be starting, for better or for worse, towards the back of the field. And so let's take a look and see who is starting. as you're going to see now in our top left camera, that bright orange Cayman, actually bright red Cayman, bringing the field down towards turn 1. Starting 23rd, driving the number 19 Tatis USF 22 out of LaGrange, Georgia, it's Connor Roberts. Starting 22nd, driving the number 1 machine in Formula Continental, driving a Van Diemen RF02 from Grosse Pointe, Michigan, it's Nolan Allaire. Starting 21st, driving the number 27 Van Diemen RF84 in Formula Continental, it's David Jackson. Starting 20th, driving the number 62 Formula 600 Invader from Gloucester, Virginia, it's Harrison Southworth. Starting 19th, he's driving a Formula V Protoform from Ellicott City, Maryland, it's Gary Slayer. Starting 18th, he's also driving a Formula V, at this time a Vortec, driving the 17 car. He's from Chattanooga, Tennessee, it's Anthony Henderson. Starting 17th. Driving the number 2 Zinc Z10C Club Ford from Anaconda MT. That would be Montana, I believe. Anaconda, Montana. That's amazing. Ken Maynard, he starts 17th. Starting 16th, he's driving the Prototype 2 Van Diemen in P2. Oh, I just said that. It's the 85 car of Frank Clark. Starting 15th, he's in Prototype 1 driving a Malloy P1 from Liberty, North Carolina. It's John Lindquist. Starting 14th, driving the number 21 Critter CSR1 Prototype 1 car. I did hear a call coming in from the corner workers that there was a four-legged animal running around the track. I don't know if that was Todd Park's Critter, but it may have been. He's from Wichita, Massachusetts. Starting 13th, driving the number 28 Formula Enterprises 2 from Saluda, North Carolina, it's James Brookshire. Also in an FE2 from Herndon, Virginia, it's Justin Huffman. He's driving the number 11 car and starting 12th. Starting 11th, also in Formula Enterprises 2, he's in the number 57 machine. He's from Brentwood, Tennessee, it's David Flint. Then we've got Robert Allaire. He is driving the number 52 Formula Continental. So I didn't even notice, but we do have father and son here racing in Continental. And Nolan, who's starting at the back of the field, had a great races at Road Atlanta when I saw him earlier this year. He is going to be Nolan's going to be starting at the back of the pack. He is your reigning Formula Continental champion. Dad, Robert, is going to start 10th. Starting 9th, driving the number 89 FE2 from Herndon, Virginia. That's Justin Huffman's son. So 2 father-son pairings. Jameson is going to start 9th. Eric Cruz is going to start 8th. He's from Williamsburg, Virginia, also an FE2 in the 86 car. Then we've got Brian Yates driving the number 145 FE2. He's from Kernersville, North Carolina, pardon me. Then we've got Dan Moskowitz. He is driving the number 12 Formula Atlantic Ligier. He's from Hilton Head, South Carolina. Jim Booth, also in an Atlantic, also in a Ligier JSF3 from Charleston, South Carolina, driving the 63 machine. That's Jim Booth. Kelton Jago, he is driving in FE2. He is from Midland, Michigan. And I want to thank Kelton, brought up some Dunkin' coffee and some donuts for us here this morning. This is the second event in a row he's done that. He did it at Summit Point as well. Both he and his wife racing this weekend. His wife we just saw in SSM, and Kelton now out in his Formula Enterprises 2 machine. Starting third in the number 14 Swift DB4 in Formula Atlantic, it's Carl Lennox Barbrew. And your front row, Austin Hill in the number 8 Ligier F3 machine. He will start on the outside of row number 1, and then your pole sitter, driving the number 32 Formula Enterprises 2 machine from Montpelier, Virginia, in a qualifying time of 1:51.824. It's Russ Turner. And there's your field. They are on the front straight, looking to the starter stand, and green flag is now in the air, and we are racing here at Virginia International Raceway as Russ Turner and Austin Hill lead the field down towards turn 1. The Atlantic Ligier of Austin Hill, definitely a little bit more powerful than the FE2 machine, the Mazda-powered machine of Russ Turner. And as they come out of turn 2 and head into NASCAR, it is Austin Hill, your leader, with Russ Turner. Kelton Jago got a great start, got around Jim Booth's Ligier, to move into third position overall, second in Formula Enterprises 2. Again, he's been telling me for the last couple of weeks that car, the motor's kind of soft. We'll have to see. He qualified pretty darn well for a car that has a soft motor.
Thank you, Greg. And our start, I saw both Rob and Nolan Ali are both driving their former Continentals, hanging back from the rest of the pack. I'm not sure if that was a prearranged thing that they had coordinated or what their plan is, or if they just want to have some fun trying to drive through the pack a little bit. But those two were sticking together. Also, Jim Booth, who I believe started on the order of seventh on our grid today, had a very big jump from the start. Of course, that car going to have a lot more power than a number of the cars that were starting a few rows ahead of it.
Yeah, then that whole FE2 field directly ahead, and I think we'll have to look. I think Booth's car, does it still have the old the Mercedes F1 car livery on it? Because he had been running that. The Silver Arrow type livery for a number of years, but interesting that the Allaires are holding back there, maybe for a photo op, but obviously here looking for some test and tune time to get ready for Nolan to hopefully repeat as a national champion. As we've got the field now coming down through the roller coaster for the very first time and out onto the front straight, and let's take a look. Who is our leader? Our leader, it is the number 32 machine of Russ Turner, Austin Hill, currently running in second. Kelton Jago running in third with Carl Lennox Barbrew, Jim Booth, Dan Moskowitz, then David Flint, Eric Cruz, Brian Yates, as they all come across the line. But that is a bit of a surprise to me to see Russ Turner. It's not a surprise because I know what kind of a racer Russ Turner is, but to see that he has opened up, and he opened up probably a good 5 car lengths on that Formula 3 machine coming out of Hog Pen and going down to the front straight here, and it just didn't look like the Ligier was making up any ground at all on that formula on the FE2 entry of Russ Turner.
The records we were talking about during qualifying, Russ Turner, of course, also runs in the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 category, part of the Three Fast Guys and Denny team that run throughout the Southeast. So doing well there. But one thing I saw was a battle as we have one lap in the books, as we do have a car that has come to a stop right about the exit of pit out here, right underneath the start.
Yeah, and I think I'm fairly certain that's Gerald Martin in the Formula 600 Phantom that is off there, and he's got some folks taking a look, but it looks like he is not going to complete a single lap here at Virginia International Raceway. Is our field now, the majority of our field making their way up the very long back straight up Madison Avenue. We should see them start to come into our view, and actually our front-running cars now coming down the roller coaster as we speak, but already this field, Dom, getting very, very stretched out, even in Formula Enterprises 2.
Yep, and as our leaders cross the stripe, Austin Hill in that Formula Atlantic with the Ligier chassis is your overall leader, ahead of Russ Turner, your leader in FE2. From there, Carl Lennox Barbrew in his Swift DB4 Formula Atlantic entry has moved up to third. But one of the battles that is shaping up here, with Charles Turner having the advantage, having amassed that advantage in class, and then Kelton Jago sitting about 3 seconds back. Our battle for the final podium spot in FE2 contains Dan Moskowitz, Eric Cruz, and David Flint all running nose to tail. So that battle for this final podium spot in FE2 has not yet been settled.
Yeah, so very, very tight running there in Formula Enterprises 2. We'll have to continue to watch that. If we take a look at Formula Atlantic, of course, we've got Austin Hill, and he's opened up almost an 8-second advantage now over Carl Lennox Barbrew. Jim Booth, another 2 seconds back from there, and Booth and Moskowitz, as you mentioned, I mean, they are only about a quarter of a car length apart. You don't typically see these cars use the draft, but there you go here. And I'm wondering now. I'm going to take a look here in Formula 600. Yeah, indeed, it was Gerald Martin in the 121 machine that retired, that we saw him sitting, and he's just now going back to the paddock. Harrison Southworth, however, is still out on track driving his Invader, and he's now your de facto leader in Formula 600, being the only driver still on course. As we look here, the 27 machine of David Jackson crossing the line. And Jackson, I believe, as he crosses the stripe, is currently running third in class a couple seconds at the moment off of Allaire, but remember Nolan Allaire. But remember, both Robert and Nolan did start from the tail end of the field.
As we have our former Atlantic cars coming across the stripe, that's second and third in class with Booth and Moskowitz, only about a car length in it at this point. And then looking back to our FE2 runners, Eric Cruz this last time was able to get around the 57 of David Flint. So Cruz moves up to second place, moving Flint back to third. And then we have Brian Yates driving the 145 car, who sits in the fourth spot in FE2.
All right, real quick, let's make a call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4. That's Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. If you can please start heading to the grid. Race group number 4, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. If you can please start heading to the grid.
And Greg, one of the Austin Hill, our current leader, actually made his debut in SCCA, his national championship debut in SCCA in 2021 at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, was double entered in both a Formula X along with Mazda Power, as well as a Pro Mazda Formula Atlantic car. So got started, in, I believe was 14 years of age at that time. So definitely got started in the open wheel cars at a young age and has made his way up to driving this Ligier chassis. So bit of a different package, and but still sticking with the open wheel Atlantics for the time being as he continues to gain more experience.
Hey, Dom, real quick, wanted to bring. We've got a car that looks like he just went off over at Oak Tree, and going to try and get the number on that right now. Looks like he has managed to get back underway. And unfortunately, our corner worker did not get the number. Oh, 1-8 is the number. Maybe he did get the number. Let's take a look here. And you know what, Dom? I don't think we have a 1-8. Maybe it was the 2-8 car that went off. We'll try and piece it together. Yeah.
I was looking at my timing. That's going to be Ross Wolf and the 1-8 car.
All right, there you go, Ross. So we do have a 1-8. Hey, shows what I know. There you go. So Ross Wolf off on at Oak Tree, and he has continued. So I've got in the booth with us right now Rob Wilmoth from Faster Skunk Racing, here to talk about one of our sponsors this weekend, Racing for ALS. Faster Skunk, a big partner with the Racing for ALS charity and program. And Rob, welcome aboard.
Thanks for having me.
Let's try that again now that I've unmuted you.
The mute button gets us all day.
Somebody take away my announcer card.
No, thanks for having me. It's great to be up here at beautiful VIR for a finally dry weekend of racing.
Yes. Yeah. Hey, well, we've been using the hashtag Blame Greg now for many weeks, as this is my 8th event of the year and the first one where it's actually dry. And I actually don't even have to be at the events. I can just be the remote broadcaster and it will still rain. But Rob, one of our sponsors this weekend is Racing for ALS. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what they do, what their mission is?
Absolutely. So the mission's real simple. It's to raise awareness and raise funding to help reach a cure for ALS. It's a terrible disease. A couple of stats that have helped since we started raising. Number one, we're just over $800,000 raised direct to patient, direct to research in 5 years of existence. And since then, when Racing for ALS first started, they only knew 2 different types of ALS, period, end of story. Now they're up to 46 or 47, as well as juvenile ALS. So they know so much more because of the influx of, frankly, money that we've been able to help provide for researchers around the world, really.
Wow, I think everybody from my age, we all think of ALS as just Lou Gehrig's disease, and it was just this one common and horrible affliction. But to find now, as they're continuing to do research and trying to find a cure, that there are 46 or 47 different variants, obviously that's got to make things much more challenging, to come up with, something that can make these, one, to find a cure itself, but also obviously with this degenerative disease to make the lives of those afflicted much easier as they go on, and hopefully reduce some of the factors that play in. But I know that the Lloyds, obviously Scott Lloyd, who's headed this up for quite some time, he's been out on a West Coast tour with Racing for ALS. It had been primarily centered on the Southeast the southeast of the United States. But very interesting, and one of the reasons why we bring you in here and talk to you. I mean, we talk about racing for ALS. Talk about how and the methods that the organization uses in order to increase awareness and also to help with that fundraising effort.
Absolutely. So it's racing. It's any form of motorsports. We don't care if it's HPDE. We don't care if it's go-karts. We've actually got a team member who's in Fuquay Arena right now competing with a radio-controlled car on behalf of the Racing for ALS team. Here today we have several people flying our banner. Blair Deffinaw's B-Spec on a fit. The entire roof is a Racing for ALS logo. A lot of us do time trials. A lot of us just show up at HPDEs and teach people how to drive. I mean, it's literally any form of motorsports. We don't care which. If you can use it as a vessel, let's go racing.
Yeah, that is wonderful, and that's how I became aware and got involved with my work with the SCCA's Time Trials National Tour, and also in working with the North Carolina Region's Time Trials program as well. So very far-reaching. Now, you guys have, and actually, I think I can, if I try to bring it up, it's going to bring up the audio as well. It's going to start playing the ad, which we probably don't want to do right away. But why don't you tell us a little bit about, I know there's an event coming up here rather soon here at VIR, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. So we have Dave's Race 5. Dave's Race is our flagship fundraising event. It's here at beautiful VIR, June 30th, July 1st. So it's a Friday, Saturday. We have 90 drivers going to be on track. It's Dave's Race, but it's an HPDE. So let's be very clear. It's anybody can get on track. We're going to have parade laps, pace laps available, lots of ride-along opportunities in exchange for donations. Last year at the same event, we raised $236,000 in a 2-day event, which is fantastic. And 100% of that goes to research or directly to patients. We don't hold any of that back to run the cars or even really run the program. We have other means and other sponsors that help us with those specific needs. So rest assured, every dollar that gets donated goes straight back out.
That is absolutely amazing. All right, and I may be. We're still working things out. We're working the hectic schedule. I may and hopefully be here for that event. So, Rob, I want to thank you for joining us here this morning. And I know, of course, Faster Skunk Racing must be very happy as one of your racers, Blair Deffinbaugh, has taken his first win of the weekend in B-Spec.
Absolutely. Of course, we're super proud of his performance. This whole season has just kicked off with an absolute bang for that young man. So, we're super happy there. The last shameless plug for Racing for ALS, if you want more information, racingforals.com, at Racing for ALS on Instagram or Facebook. Or if you basically make the noise of a NASCAR, some Racing for ALS person will probably show up. That seems to be how this works.
That seems to draw them out like flies.
It does.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So, Rob Woolman, thank you so much for joining us here today. And we, obviously a great cause. And we'll after this race is over, we'll bring up some more information about Racing for ALS, and we'll bring up the entire schedule for the year so that you can find out more info and hopefully join us on track. And again, help a wonderful cause. Rob, thanks so much for joining us.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
All righty. All right. So, Dom, let's get back to our open wheel race.
Yep. So going back to our race, we have Austin Hill, who continues to lead. Has opened the margin up to about 7.5 seconds. So while we were talking to Rob there, getting some great information about an awesome cause, we are going to start to re-catch ourselves up on where everybody is running on track, because we did have, especially in FE2, some great battles shaping up for that final podium spot, as we do have the leaders now crossing the stripe. Again, as you mentioned, Greg, they're here doing testing and tuning, helping Nolan for later in the season, and also getting ready for the national championship, of course, here later in the year. As we do have our leaders making their way across the stripe, now working the penultimate lap. And again, Austin Hill running in Formula Atlantic, and then Russ Turner running in FE2. Not running for a class battle, but about 3 seconds apart there. So we're going to be looking for our FE2 cars to make their way onto the front straight here.
All right, so as things are starting to wind down here, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddocks. Final call to the grid for race group number 4. That's Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. Please start heading to the grid Race group number 4, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. Please head to the grid. All right, and just got word here that we had 6 different cars go off track up towards the roller coaster, which unfortunately that would have been a great camera view if we actually had a camera up there. But sounds like we've got, and actually not at the top of the roller coaster, actually about halfway down the roller coaster over by turn 15, that sounds like we've got some oil on track. My understanding is that one of our Formula V racers may have put down some oil running down the track. We'll try and get the number on which Formula V that is, whether it was the 17 of Henderson or the 9 of Slayer. But we are currently on our very last lap here as the number 8 machine, Austin Hill, who had taken over the point from Russ Turner, currently your leader on course, currently working his last flying lap, and he is coming out of hog pen right now, Dom. So here he comes. There is that orange and gray and black and blue. How many more colors can he have on that car? Austin Hill taking the win in, oh, no, not taking the win. I'm sorry, starting his last flying lap. Dom is looking at me like I'm on drugs, and I might be. But last lap here, not checkered flag.
Yep. And Austin Hill, busy driver here this weekend, also running in our Spec MX-5 group, so getting some additional track time. And so, Greg, one of the things that we were watching with the FE2 battle, Justin Huffman, who had started down the order just a little bit, has made his way now up into the 4th spot and now make that the 3rd spot.
He just got around Yates, yeah.
He's got around Brian Yates, so moved Justin Huffman up to the final podium spot in FE2, with Eric Cruz currently occupying the 2nd spot. And it looks as though unfortunately the recipient of some not so good luck on this last lap was Kelton Jago, who now moves down to 10th overall.
Yeah, and that puts him 6th in class after having started 2nd in class here in FE2. And thank you, Meathead Mike Collins, who said when I talked about Kelton bringing the coffee and donuts, he says just what you needed, more donuts. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. Oh my. All right, here as we are now working our final lap, and if we take a look at some of the other classes here, again in Formula V, it is Anthony Henderson and Gary Slayer. And I believe it was Gary Slayer who put down, I don't say he put down oil, but he had some issues with the car. He is currently running 3 laps down from Anthony Henderson. And now our leader, this time, when he crosses the start-finish line, he will see the checkered flag. The checkered flag is in the air, and there he goes, crossing the line. Your winner, now I can say it, in Formula Atlantic is Austin Hill, and he also takes the overall win. And just a little bit back from there, let's take a look. As looks like the 28 machine is not going to the 28 machine not going to take the checkered flag here as he comes down the pit lane. But Russ Turner, he crosses the line. He was about, I don't know, 5 car lengths back. But look at this FE2 battle now, side by side, coming down the front straight as we held Kelton Jago and Jamison Huffman side by side. And it looks like Jago is going to beat him to the line. So let's take a look here. We'll break it down by class in FE2. Russ Turner takes the win. Eric Cruz will come home in 2nd. David Flint manages to get back around Justin Huffman. Flint will come home in 3rd. Huffman, the elder, Justin Huffman, will come home in 4th. Brian Yates will finish 5th. Kelton Jago will finish 6th. Jamison Huffman, let's try and get the margin here. He was, we're showing 1.8 seconds at the line. He seemed to be a lot closer than that when they crossed us, but he'll finish 7th in class. Ross Wolf will finish in 8th. And only completes, let's see here. He finishes 1 lap down. James Brookshire, also a lap down, will finish in 9th. If we take a look at Formula Continental, it is Robert Allaire takes the win over Nolan Allaire, with David Jackson coming home in 3rd. And the margin at the line between father and son Allaire is, well, I'm actually looking, and I think it's actually about a full lap. So not all that close at the line, and Jackson, again, will finish 3 laps down. In Formula Atlantic, of course, we have our overall winner. That's Austin Hill. Carl Lennox Barbrew will come home in second. Jim Booth third. Dan Moskowitz finishes 4 laps down in fourth. In Formula 600, it's Harrison Southworth. Our sole racer is Gerald Martin, retired before ever starting a flying lap. Ken Maynard will take the win in Club Ford. In Formula S, Connor Roberts takes the win. And in Prototype 1, it's Todd Parks over John Lindquist. And then finally, Frank Clark will take the win in Prototype 2. All right, so Dom, as I said, we were going to, and I think we may have some more oil cleanup here. But I'm just going to put in that got an approximate start time. We're going to say 2:25, just for giggles here. We may update that on the screen as we get a little bit more information. But let me make a final call to the grid, and then we're gonna play a spot for Racing for ALS, and then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, your race is next. If you haven't done so already, please head to the grid. And so, again, want to thank Rob Wilmoth from Faster Skunk Racing and Racing for ALS coming up here and joining us. And actually, I've just gotten word, 5 minutes on the grid. So we may be back sooner than you thought. But let's let everybody know a little bit more about Racing for ALS.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event. The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers Racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing.
And we're back here at Virginia International Raceway for the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge with special guests, Spec MX-5 Challenge and Spec Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Dominic Mandiel. And Dominic, as we just finished up our sole open wheel group of the day, we've moved back to the tin tops. And this group exclusively is Spec Miata. And they are starting to roll off the starting grid here, or roll off the grid. And let's run down some of the starters here. We're going to give you the top 20 starters here in the field, but we had 37 set qualifying times this morning. Starting 20th, driving the number 8 Mazda Miata from Oakland, New Jersey, it's Mike LaMena. Starting 19th in the 190 car from McLean, Virginia, it's Steve Sturm. Matt Fielding Russell starts 18th. He's from Wake Forest, North Carolina, driving the number 30 car, while starting 17th in the appropriately numbered 17 car. Matter of fact, I've never seen him not start 17th. Paul White, he's from Vienna, Virginia, starting 16th. He drives the number 44 car. He's from Bluffton, South Carolina. It's Bobby Gossett, starting 15th. Driving the 68 Mazda Miata from Weatherby Lake, Missouri, representing the Kansas City region of the SCCA. Driving the 68 car, it's Ethan Ayers. Starting 14th, Zach Ehrlich will start in the number 90 machine 14th. He's from New York, New York, and we've had somebody here today. I think it was Monjoy Manalang has been cheering on Zach every race session so far. And hey, now it's actually Zach's turn to race. So let him hear it. Starting 13th, driving the number 99 machine from Atlanta, Georgia, representing the Atlanta region, it's Mike Cottrell. And I believe that's the bright pink 99 machine. You can't miss that car. All right, starting 12th, driving the number 78 Mazda Miata from Christiansburg, Virginia, it's Ted Cahall. Jason Owenby will start 11th in the 00 car. He's from Winston-Salem. Starting 10th in the 18 car from Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, it's Joseph Tobin, with Mickey Moran starting 9th in the 25 car. He's from Charleston, South Carolina. Sparks Glencoe, Maryland's John Hotz will start 8th in the 63 car, while Antonio Abram will start 7th. He's from Winston, Georgia, driving the 05 car. Noah Harmon will start 6th. He's driving the number 112 Miata out of Orlando, Florida, while we've got Statesville, North Carolina's Eric Gerchak starting 5th. He's in the 21 car. Starting on the outside of row number 2, driving the 29 machine from Atlanta, Georgia, it's Skylar Cottrell, while our reigning national champion in Spec Miata, driving the number 1 machine hailing from Arlington, Virginia, Nick Bruni, will start 3rd. Starting on the outside of row number 1, driving the number 4 Spec Miata from Arlington, Virginia, it's Robbie Hines. And on your pole, starting in the number 61 machine with a qualifying time of 2:16.037, and somebody, I should say, who just absolutely loves the music choices that we're making here on site at VIR, it's Skip Brock Jr. from Birmingham, Alabama. So there you go. That is a good portion of your starting field, and they are now making their way, as you see them there on camera, coming down the back straight going down Madison Avenue. Still very much strung out. They'll start to get formed up as they get up towards the top of the roller coaster at turn 14. But I'll tell you, Dom, it was always my experience from racing here and racing regional races here that the pace car at VIR seemingly goes about 30 miles an hour faster than at any other track in America. That even at 130 horsepower in my Honda CRX, I was usually at race pace trying to keep up, and I was usually in the top 3 rows. So we'll see here as the field now is starting to make their way down the roller coaster, and they are starting to get formed up there as they're down towards turn 15 with the pace car now coming into Hog Pen, and we'll be going Spec Miata racing here in just a few moments. And we'll also be bringing in a special guest. We saw him on track a little bit earlier today, Chase Jones, driver in the Spec MX-5 Challenge. We'll bring him on board here in just a few moments after we take the start. Pace car now, Dom, is on the pit road, and we've got our pole sitter, Skip Brock Jr. He is trying to look as far down the front straight as he can, and it is an early green flag as the yellow and blue number 61 machine gets a great jump, and they are now heading down towards turn number 1, heading on the outside. The light blue number 4 of Robbie Hines, Nick Bruni in the light blue and orange number 1 machine, trying to push him past Skip Brock Jr. Skip Brock had a great run here at Virginia International Raceway a couple weeks ago for the Super Tour, looking to improve upon that, of course, as they now make their way through turn number 3. And it looks like we may have had some cars off at turn 2 over in the dirt there. Of course, they go too far off there with that negative camber on the outside. You could find yourself off in the grass, but I'm getting word now that it is all clear there. All of our drivers have continued, and you'll see them now as they come underneath the bridge and head towards those uphill S's. Maybe I jumped the gun a little bit, but they should be coming through here in just a moment. So, Dom, what did you see on the start?
So on the start, it looks as though Nick Bruni, who's on the inside line along with Skip Rock Jr., they were able to get a really good launch. Rob Hines, as you mentioned, was first on that outside line. And then Skylar Cottrell was also right there driving the 29 car. So the inside line seemed to be the one that had the more momentum, or at least more of the drafting help as they went into the first corner, and then were able to carry that around turn 3 and then into NASCAR Bend.
All right, so you saw there as they started to go through the uphill S's, we've got I don't want to call it a breakaway at this point, because I think as they start to come down the back straight here, and you can see a couple cars taking to the dirt, a little bit of a breakaway actually for the top 8 cars or so from back to, I believe, Mickey Moran. In the number 25 machine. We got the red number 78 in that second group as well, but a little bit of a breakaway. Things as they come up towards the top of the roller coaster, though, using the draft there should close down the rest of the pack. So we mentioned we got Chase Jones here from the Spec MX-5 Challenge. Chase, how you doing?
Really good. I would be a lot happier, but I'm happy to be on with you guys and appreciate you guys having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously you say you could be happier. Finished ninth in the race this morning. Started a little bit further up in the field, but it was a tough battle there up at the front of the pack there, especially as you guys started to come around and catch some of the production car traffic. But is this your first time racing at Virginia International Raceway, or have you been here before?
No, it's it is my first time here, and it's been an experience every time I've been on the track.
Yeah, that's got to be tough when you're new to the track, and I would assume that a lot of the drivers that you have in the class probably very much the same thing. But tell us a little bit what it's like. I know from seeing you at from seeing you at Summit Point Raceway, or not you, but the Spec MX-5 Challenge in general, and I know you weren't there for that round, but seeing them there and having their own group to themselves at Mid-Ohio a couple of weeks ago, it's got to be very different working in this, the SCCA paradigm of mixed class racing.
Yeah, I mean, Mid-Ohio is about the same realm with mixed classes. We just happened to start towards the back with, other classes. But this time we were the first class to roll off, which it did buy us a lot of time, for clean laps until we started catching the back half of the fields with other classes. But, we got a lot of clean laps and definitely didn't have the early breakaways that we previously had at Mid-Ohio. And, that was a learning process as well. We were trying to push each other and get away. And, it seemed like the draft was just that much more efficient amongst everybody. And really, if you nailed a couple corners, you were right back there. Even if you made a mistake or not, just because of how big the draft is. So, yeah, it's definitely like a super speedway racetrack. Provides a lot of good racing, a lot of pack racing, and it's been a lot of fun.
No, Chase, prior to competing in Spec MX-5, where have you come from motorsports-wise? What were you doing prior to running with Spec MX-5 and being involved with this series?
Actually, I started racing karts when I was 4 years old, and I did that all the way up until I was about 16, and then transitioned into some oval stuff like midgets and sprint cars, asphalt and dirt. Did that for about 4 or 5 years, and then ended up getting hurt pretty bad in the sprint car on a big half-mile dirt race with USAC, and pretty much called it quits on the dirt side of things, and was focusing on my karting team, which is MPG Motorsports, which is actually racing in Mooresville, North Carolina right now. But yeah, I didn't have much racing plans for this year, and then towards the end of last year, I started getting a lot more opportunities just driving other people's cars on road courses, which was always my dream to do, just never had the budget. And then I got invited to the MX-5 shootout in November, and myself and Reed Sweeney were the two lucky ones that ended up winning the scholarship. And now we get to go race all year with a great team, Advanced Autosports, and the Mazda family, and having their backing has been great. And they've been great to myself and Reed. We just keep learning and get to go race.
Yeah, and that's it. And that's it. Work on the skills, and and a lot of that. I guess a lot of that pressure of having the fun to ride, obviously, is taken off of your shoulders, and it kind of allows you to focus more on the racing itself. Hey, real quick, I need to make a call. 2 calls. One call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5. That's Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. If you can please start heading to the grid, your race is next. And then Weston Workman, driver of the Spec MX-5 Challenge number 113 car. If you could please see the operating steward on the second floor of the tower. Weston Workman, driver of the number 113 Spec MX-5 Challenge car. Please see the operating steward on the second floor of the tower. All right, so Dom, real quick here, let's take a look at the race which is going on currently, and this is, I think, looking to repeat as a winner here. He took he took the win at Summit Point both on Saturday and Sunday a couple of weeks ago. Robbie Hines, who has a third-place Spec Miata finish at the National Championship runoffs back at Road America in 2020. He's also a former national champion. He led lap number. I guess it was lap number 4. Lap number 3. But his teammate, Nick Bruni, who is the reigning national champion, managed to get around, and he is your new leader. Our pole sitter, Skip Brock Jr., currently running in third. And then we've got Skylar Cottrell, and along with Cottrell, Eric Gerchak, our top 5 drivers, all in one pack. It is then about 10 car lengths back to Antonio Abram, who was just named one of IMSA's candidates for their diverse driver development scholarship as well. So he is definitely looking to, as he's been racing here at Virginia International Raceway and in the South Atlantic for a number of years, obviously looking to put a highlight on his racing skills this weekend as well. So knowing that the race tomorrow is a whole 2 laps longer, do you see any kind of changes in strategy or how you work a race here with a number of drivers that are in, again, cars that are more or less identical to what you're racing, have the same capabilities, and you've got a lot of very aggressive drivers out there as well. How do you approach race number 2?
Like I said earlier, we're constantly learning. But especially for myself, coming into new tracks, I learn every session, especially, in that race. I didn't realize, how close we were going to be. So found that out very quickly. Just from my own past racing experience, I know if you want to have a shot at the win at the end, you've got to at least be in that top 3, especially once you get to traffic. And, traffic is the name of the game. So, for myself, while I was battling for the lead, I was kind of just gauging on it where everybody else was behind me. The mindset going in was, push and get away. Now that you always have to have a plan B, and that was that essentially just turned into all of us racing each other every single lap and every corner, which was really cool, but also very on edge for all of us. I mean, we were leaning on each other every corner and trying to outbrake everyone. So, I've got a better idea and better understanding what tomorrow's race is going to take to get a win, and I think I definitely have a great chance at it, and just have to qualify well. That's a huge important factor. So if I can, qualify in the front two rows, I'll be very pleased going into the race, and then at that moment on, it's just all racecraft.
There you go. All right, so Chase, if people want to find out more about you, more about your race program, is there social media or website or anything that they can go to get more information about you?
Yeah, you can follow me, on my Instagram, and add me on Facebook, which is chase.jones17 on Instagram. And then if you guys want to follow along with my karting team, that's MPG Motorsports on Instagram and all social medias as well. But you can find my, handle, chase.jones17.
All right, very good. That is Chase Jones, looking for a good result tomorrow. And Spec MX-5 Challenge, they are going to be our first race out of the books, or out of the blocks tomorrow. Going to follow directly from qualifying right into their race before lunch tomorrow. So probably, I'd say probably around 11 o'clock, 11:30 tomorrow morning at the latest. So Chase, thanks for coming in, and good luck tomorrow.
I appreciate it, and thanks for having me, guys.
All right, there you go. Chase Jones, everybody, as we get back to our Spec Miata racing here, and we'll get back underway. And here we go, as we've got a standing yellow now over at turn 5. We had a car go off, and I believe it was the 190 car of Steve Sturm. He has now gotten that car back underway. And actually, I take it back, not turn 5, it was over turn 9. So just as they came up through the S's, and I think just out of our view there at the camera on your upper right hand corner, and he basically went off at South Bend and went off for a long ride through the grass. And this is how you turn fast. Normally, how you would turn fast laps of VIR is you just get rid of the exit to South Bend, you get rid of Oak Tree altogether, and you just rejoin on the back straight. But there's a lot of grass there they have to get through first before you do that, Tom. And we're starting to get words about more cars going off. So we're getting a question coming up now from on the chat, Jose Alfe, wanting to know what happened to Eric Gerchak. And unfortunately, I did not get word, Jose, on how he went off, but Eric is currently sitting 14th in the field now in that bright day-glow orange and blue machine. And unfortunately, as we were talking to Chase, I didn't get the call from the corner. I apologize here, as we were just talking about Steve Sturm taking that wild ride, and it appears, though, and you can see it on the camera now, taking the 190 machine, the black machine, back to the paddock. His day's done.
And excuse me. And Greg, we were Rob Hines, our current leader, of course, also runs in the 23 class,
Right.
typically in a 350Z. I know for the runoffs this past year, he was behind the wheel of a 370Z that he uses for the TC America series.
Right, the tech sport car, exactly.
Yep. And so getting some track time in two cars that could be considered touring cars, and also gets a lot of support from Nissan Motorsports as well as Mazda. So doing well here. But at the moment, he has Skip Rock Jr. in between him and his Washington, D.C. region protege there, Nick Bruni, running first and third respectively, with Skylar Cottrell right there in fourth place.
All right, just got word that the 02 machine going off over turn 3. He has managed to continue here, as we are currently working lap number 5. We've got 5 laps remaining, and good race so far here, and nice still that little breakaway at the front, what was a 5-car field, and we had Eric Gerchak fall off, but as they come down the front straight now, it's more of a 3-car breakaway, Brian, as Hines, Brock, and Bruni have left Skylar Cottrell about 6 or 7 car lengths back from that lead. And then we've got another pack right now, and this is Antonio Abram with Joe Tobin and John Hotz a little bit further behind. And, as we were taking a look, again, Jose Olfe wanting, saying, hey, and this was earlier on, he wished that Antonio Abram had a drafting partner that he could use to get up to that front pack. Well, it looks like he's found that drafting partner now. It's just a question, with now 4 laps remaining, whether he found that partner in time, that partner being being Joseph Tobin.
Okay, one of the things we're seeing here with our Spec Miata top 4 is that, and Chase talked about it a little bit too, is when you get these classes that have a very similar rule set and the cars are very alike in how they perform on track, I think the operative thing to do is make sure that you take some time to figure things out and even some time to ride it out before trying to make moves. And the reason why our top 4 have been able to get away is because they've been playing the patience game and been drafting together rather than mixing up every corner and every straightaway. And while, on paper that's a lot of fun and they're having fun going wheel to wheel, from a strategical standpoint, it behooves them much more to run line astern and to try to get away and settle amongst much fewer cars. So, because the fewer cars that get involved, the easier it is for you to move your way up.
And funny, you mentioned as we were just talking to Chase and how he gave and it was true from watching that Spec MX-5 Challenge race, the complete opposite end of the spectrum where those drivers were on edge, basically battling for every single corner. And sometimes you don't want to do that. And that's how you keep a 10-car train or an 11-car train over the course of 10 laps or so, as opposed to getting a breakaway, and that's by working together and not against one another for the entire race. A couple of quick notes here. At the moment, our hard charger, Lauren Bralier. Now, Lauren had qualified originally based on times. We thought she had qualified in the top 15. She had some transponder issues. And they were actually trying to manually time her, but she ended up starting at the back of the pack. She has, at this point, made up 22 positions. She is currently showing as being in 15th, which means, she started tailing Charlie in a 37-car field. I think we mentioned earlier, she did not turn a wheel during the Super Tour here a couple of weeks ago, as they had an issue pop up in testing the day before the event. With a brand new motor, they basically shut her down for the weekend to make sure that they could try to troubleshoot what was wrong with the engine in that car. And she's running real good pace right now. She is running 15th, right behind Eric Gerchak and then Zach Ehrlich. And I'm sure all the folks from the Zach Ehrlich fan club and fan society there are going to be happy to hear that he is currently running 13th. And he is in a nice little train right now. Jason Owenby, who is running 8th, he has got Ted Cahall, Mickey Moran, Ethan Ayers, Mike Cottrell, Zach Ehrlich, Eric Gerchak, Lauren Bralier. Basically, about 15 cars all in a line. Still trying to make up positions, and as we have 3 laps to go, at some point we're going to start seeing them, forget about the whole draft game and actually look like what we saw in race 1.
There comes a time, of course, where you break formation and go to work.
You got to go.
Yep,
exactly. All right, real quick, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 5. That's Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. If you can please start heading to the grid, your race is next. Race Group 5, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid.
And just a quick note here, the fastest lap of the race does belong to Skylar Cottrell at a 2:16.619. We're only talking a few tenths in there, but looking to the front of our field, now that we're working the penultimate lap, Skip Rock Jr. in the 61 car, now to the point. He was being pushed by Rob Hines with Nick Bruni in tow as well. So Brock, who was sitting back there in second place for probably the last 7 or 8 laps, has now decided to to pull out of the draft and make that move to the front.
That's right, and they are coming. You can see those three machines now coming through turn 3 and heading down towards left hook. And it looks like Brock may have had a bit of an issue coming through turns 1 and 2. And I think that we may see Robbie Hines and Nick Bruni having made their way around the number 61 machine. As we had questions, somebody was asking earlier, Jose Alfe was asking about the 21 of Gerchak. Well, Eric Gerchak has just now brought his car down the pit lane, and you can see him bringing it back behind the wall. His day is now done.
Yep, and looking to our front pack, earlier we had 5 cars, Gerchak, of course, part of that. Antonio Abram, who I believe has advanced about 2 spots since the start of the race, who sits in 5th place at the moment. Unfortunately, he was, and I believe someone mentioned in the chat, was left without someone to dance with, without a dancing partner.
Yes.
And so, unfortunately, he wasn't able to join up with that lead pack.
All right, and our lead pack now coming down the back straight. You just saw him come through our camera there on out of Oak Tree, and Robbie Hines is your new leader in the light blue number 4 machine. Then it is Nick Bruni. Then it is the number 61 of Skip Brock Jr., who was our pole sitter. The 4th place car right now, Skylar Cottrell, starting to make up some ground, and he is not very far out of this game right now. He was only about 3 car lengths back from our top 3 as the leaders now start to make their way down the roller coaster. And there they are, all 4 cars in a row, about a half a car length at most between them, as they come through Hog Pen and onto the front straight. When they cross the start-finish line, they'll get that 1 to go board. And now it is Nick Bruni, your leader, with Skip Brock Jr. running in 2nd. Robbie Hines has gone from 1st to 3rd, and then Skylar Cottrell, he is running in 4th as they come down, into turn number 1 for the very last time and come around that horseshoe back towards you there in that camera in your top left corner.
Like this, barring, with the exception of the fact that then it was 2 cars at the national championship. This is somewhat of a similar situation to what we had on the final lap, where Nick Bruni took the lead and then had Charles McTudis as the car pushing on the last lap. Those 2 had made a breakaway, but at this moment, with 2 other cars, Rob Hines and Skylar Cottrell still in contention. Those 2 are going to try to work to catch up, but Junior Brock giving Nick Bruni a very healthy push across the stripe this time by.
All right, as our leaders now make their way through and into the uphill S's, as that group of 4 now all alone, and it again is Bruni and Skip Brock, your front 2 drivers, as they work the last lap as they go into South Bend. Now that sweeping high-speed left-hander. Looks like we've got another car coming down the pit lane. The 54 machine, his race is now done. He's going to retire a lap early. Yeah, Michael Cohen, his race now done. As our leaders now coming into Oak Tree. And Brian, I'm going to say it. I'm sorry, Dom. I see 3 cars. I don't see 4 here as they are coming onto the back straight. And actually, that isn't our lead pack. That's why. I think we already lost. I think they're already coming up to the top of the roller coaster. My bad. There they are. There they are up at the top of the roller coaster. There are the 4 machines, I think. And starting to make their way down the hill.
They're starting to make the descent down the hill, and it looks like Skip Brock Jr. in the lead at the moment. However, we have seen with a lot of our spec classes where you can, if you get a healthy enough run and or just that enough distance back, you can make a run and beat them to the line. But here too come our leaders, and it is going to be Skip Brock Jr., who is going to take the win narrowly over the number 4. Rob Hines at the line, about 91 100ths of a second.
Yeah, 91 hundredths of a second at the line. Nick Bruni will come home in 3rd. Skylar Cottrell, only a half a car length back from Nick Bruni, finishing in 4th. Antonio Abram, he is leading a 3-car train. He is going to come home in 5th. Pardon me, Joe Tobin gets past Antonio Abram at the line. Tobin comes home in 5th. Abram will come home 6th. John Hotz in the number 63 machine will come home in 7th. Then look at this. Lauren Bralier. The last time we checked in with her, she was, in 15th position? She finishes 8th here. So starts off Tail and Charlie, finishes 8th in the number 76 machine. Then Ethan Ayers will finish 9th. Jason Owenby will come home in 10th. Ted Cahall, Mickey Moran, Mike Cottrell, Matt Fielding, Russell, 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th. Bobby Gossett will finish in 15th. Now, we did have a couple of drivers that were not in Spec Miata. We had Rich Ura, who was our sole driver, racing in SMT. Mark Sr., and that isn't like Mark Sr. versus Jr. That's his last name. Mark Sr. takes the win in SMSET, runs his fastest lap on the last lap of the race. And then SMSE, Fred Baker will take the win over Chris Hubert. Dennis Mathias will come home in 3rd. George Paul will come home in 4th. And so, Dom, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5. That's Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 5. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so we're going to take a little break. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that our next race is going to start at about 3 o'clock, but we'll update you on screen here. If that changes, you are listening and watching the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge with special guest Spec MX-5 Challenge and Spec Corvette here from Virginia International Raceway, and we will be right back.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T.
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway for the 2023 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge with special guests, Spec MX-5 Challenge and Spec Corvette. And Dom, we've got just 2 more sprint races to go, and then we've got our Tarheel Cup Endurance Series towards the end of the day. But next up is going to be Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. They're just now leaving the grid. Tell us who our starters are.
So we will have a 24-car starting grid for Group 5. Starting in the 24th spot will be car number 26 from Schenectady, New York, representing the Mohawk-Hudson region, Chris Broussard. Starting 23rd is card number 50 from Frederick, Maryland, and that is Melanie Mackel. Starting 22nd, we'll have car number 2 out of Wayne, Pennsylvania, our lone Gen 2 configuration car, Richard Herman. And 21st, we find card number 5 from Westchester, Pennsylvania. The driver is Mike Koseth. Starting 20th, we'll have card number 51 from Frederick, Maryland. That is Eric Prepsius. In the 19th spot, we have car number 47 from Bessemer City, North Carolina. That is Herman Rochford Jr. In the 18th starting position, we'll have car number 54 from Chapel Hill, North Carolina. That is Michael Brandt. Starting 17th will be car number 13 from Leonardtown, Maryland. And that driver is Andrew Waldorf. The 16th spot on the grid belongs to Mark Fickenshire, who's going to drive car number 81 out of Painesville, Ohio. In the 15th starting spot, we'll have car number 67 out of Tierra Verde, Florida. Driving that is Bill Shields. In the 14th position, we'll have car number 66 from Tiverton, Rhode Island. That's Bill Watts. Lined up 13th, car number 77 from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The driver is Arvid Albanese. Starting 12th, car number 74 from Chesapeake, Virginia, Joe Blanks. And starting 11th will be Steve Nelson, driving car number 27 from Roseland, New Jersey. In the top 10, starting 10th, car 144 from Kernersville, North Carolina, Brian Yates. Starting 9th, we'll have car 21 from Gainesville, Georgia. That's going to be Brian Cates. Starting 9th will be car number 57 from Brentwood, Tennessee, David Flint. And then car number 21, starting 8th from Gainesville, Virginia, will be Brian Cates. Starting 7th, we'll have car number 11 from Staunton, Virginia. The driver is Jisoo Kim. In 6th spot, we'll have car 127 from Port Orange, Florida, Dave Spitzer. Starting 5th, car number 55 out of Boyd's, Maryland, and that is Sam Schechter. Winds up 4th, car number 56 out of Flemington, New Jersey, we have Jason Pintar. And starting in the 3rd spot, it will be car number 6, coming to us from New Haven, Connecticut, Gianclaudio Angelini. And on our front row, starting on the outside pole, will be Morgan Burkhardt, driving car number 39 out of Charlestown, West Virginia. And starting on the pole, car number 23 out of Montpelier, Virginia, with a pole time of 2 minutes 5.160. It is Russ Turner.
There you go. And Russ Turner looking for his second-class win of the weekend. He took that FE2 win just a little while ago in our third race of the day. Of course, Morgan Burkhardt looking for his third race win in a row, not necessarily here in a row. He took a win here for the Super Tour here at VIR in early April, and then just last weekend took home double wins in pretty miserable conditions at pit race. All right, so the lights are out on the pace car, Dom, and we now see, we don't see them yet, but they're going to be coming into our view here in just a few moments in that roller coaster camera down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. And here they come. There we got the pace car now bringing the field down the hill. And so they are, when I saw them last, they were getting formed up pretty darn well. But again, all of these racers in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s, with one exception. We've got our single Gen 2 car. That is Richard Herman in the number 2 machine. And Richard is starting 21st in this 24 car field. Again, big difference in horsepower there between the Gen 3s and the Gen 2 cars. At a track like Virginia International Raceway, there is going to be a couple seconds per lap. But the pace car now is on the pit road. Russ Turner has the field as they are coming down. Morgan Burkhardt to his left. And green flag is now in the air. And Russ Turner, great start for him. He opens up early, about a half a car length on Morgan Burkhardt, and slides right across the front of Burkhardt's machine. So the number 39 machine there dropping just a little bit. We'll have to take a look here as I'm also showing, I saw Russ Turner on the front of the field. I don't see him in our timing and scoring software, but we'll take a look at that in just a moment. As the field makes their way through turns 1 and turn 2. We had, looks like one car had gone off on the outside of turn number 1 and has returned to the track. But let's take a look here, Dom, as the drivers are coming through left hook now. We're going to see them come underneath the bridge here coming out of Snake and heading towards the uphill S's. And see, we've got a 2-car breakaway there. And I thought it was Russ Turner and Morgan Burkhardt, but we'll take a look here. I mean, certainly we had Morgan Burkhardt start on the left-hand side of the left-hand row, and I'm wondering if maybe Gianclaudio Angelini had slotted into where Russ Turner was supposed to be. But we'll see here in just a moment.
And one of the things that we're going to want to look here in at least for the opening laps of Spec Racer Ford is basically who decides to work together. Similar to Spec Miata, these drivers will come in with a plan potentially to work with certain people. I know that Morgan and Brian Cates had planned prior to the weekend to team up to work together, and so we'll see how things transpire as far as who the drafting partners are. And a lot of times that with these spec classes, it ends up being a very reactionary race where you might have a plan, but as things unfold, some things might go out the window because people might start to get more aggressive and dice it up more than you had originally been planning to. But the fact of the matter is that you have to have the discipline to react and be able to plan things that you're going to do in response to what they do.
Yeah, exactly, and not completely freak out when things don't go your way initially here. But coming down the front straight, your leader is indeed Russ Turner, with Gianclaudio Angelini running in second, Morgan Burkhardt running in third. About 3 car lengths separating our leader Turner to Angelini, another 2.5 car lengths back to Morgan Burkhardt. Another driver that Burkhardt may be working with is Sam Schechter in the number 55 machine. I think Schechter, as well as Brian Cates, under the Doggone Racing banner this weekend, along with Morgan Burkhardt. So we'll see if Burkhardt picks up Schechter. David Flint, 5th. Speaking about Brian Cates, he lost a position. He's still sitting. He's actually sitting now back in 9th position. So as we were talking about, having to adjust your plans based on the realities of the situation right now. If Burkhardt was planning on working with Brian Cates, he doesn't have that racer to work with him as our leaders are heading up through the S's now. And you can see, at least initially, Morgan Burkhardt sitting about 8 car lengths back from both Russ Turner and Gianclaudio Angelini. Now, Burkhardt, when he took the win here during the Super Tour, it was in the wet. He did not have the same ultimate pace in the dry, but I don't think he had ever run a dry lap in a Spec Racer Ford at that point. So we'll see. He's still learning. Most of his experience, frankly, in that Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 has been in damp weather. Well, this is a great opportunity to see how well he performs and the car performs in the dry here at VIR.
And what a lot of racers will tell you is that if you're going to a new circuit and haven't necessarily had the opportunity to learn the rain line, it sometimes helps to start from scratch. And if you haven't had experience running the dry line, having to adjust that for the wet, then perhaps you're at more of an advantage. And speaking, Greg, of that Super Tour weekend, Russ Turner and Morgan Burkhardt ended up being part of that lead pack, along with, I believe, Denny Stripling and then Sandy Zatulo also figured into that as well. And so, a lot of the drivers that we saw run there are also here this weekend. And again, trying to get some more track time and get some more data logged for the national championship later on this year.
That's right. All right. So you probably saw a lot of dust in the air coming out of Oak Tree. That was Herman Ratchford in the number 47 machine. He was running 19th when lap 1 completed. My supposition is he's going to be a little bit further back in the field now, but we'll take a look here as the field is starting to fall through. Actually, I'm still showing him in 20th position now, so he has dropped a position. We have a local caution over at 1, and they've just pulled that local caution, so we'll try and get the number of that bus. It was the 2-7 machine that went off down at turn number 1. And that was Steven Nelson, who had completed, after completing lap number 2, had been in 11th position. He's going to find himself a lot further back now as well. All right, real quick, Tom, let's make a call to the grid for our last sprint race of the day before we go endurance racing. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6, our big bore group, American Sedan, ASR, GT1, 2, and 3, GTA, GTX, ITE, ITO, SPO, T1, T2, and Spec Corvette. Please head to the grid. Again, race group number 6, big bore. Please make your way to the grid. And just got word of some 56 on 57 crime here. It sounds like two drivers getting together, and I'm trying to pick out the 56 of Jason Pintar, the 57 of David Flint coming through turn 3. Little nose to tail action. It sounded like there may have been a change in position with Flint in the 57 car getting around Pintar's number 56, but we'll check that out as our leaders coming down the front straight now, Dom, to complete lap number 3.
Yep, and it is Russ Turner who also turns the fast lap of the race thus far at a 2-minute 5:875. Angelini sitting about 4 to 5 car lengths back from there, and then Morgan Burkhardt, who had dropped back to third on the start, beginning to once again reel in Angelini. And with these spec racers, as we've seen with a number of our spec classes and classes that are prepped to a very similar level, is that especially with these, by nature of their bodywork, draft extremely well. So as with other cars, you need to be within half a car length and perhaps even closer in order for the draft to be effective. These cars really do, because they have a large frontal area, they're able to stir up a lot of air. And so if you can position yourself enough behind the car, you can still feel the vortex and the effect of the draft from a considerable
from a big distance back. Yeah. So it's not like you have to be within 4 car lengths or something, or 2 car lengths. You can actually be a little bit further back than that and get some of the effect. And I again suspect that with a long straightaway here, a back straightaway that you've got going up Madison Avenue, and frankly the front straight, which isn't exactly straight, but this front straight also has got a very long run to it that you can use that draft to close things up to the cars directly ahead of you. And that can actually be a very big help on the back straight, where there is a considerable rise going up the hill. To essentially have a car more or less pulling you along up that hill has got to be a big help.
And good. We also had alluded to Brian Cates, who had started in the 8th spot and had dropped back on the start up to 6th at the Summit Point Majors event. Had started well back in the order and made up, I believe, the order of 2+ seconds in the closing 5 laps of that race, and ended up taking the feature race win at that event. So was able to make up a lot of distance, as we do have our overall leader, Russ Turner, who is opening things up over both Angelini and Burkhardt. But now Burkhardt right on the gearbox of Angelini as they made their way across the stripe.
Yeah, he was 0.5 of a second faster than Angelini that last time, I'm sure, using the effects of that draft. So Burkhardt now firmly up in a battle for second position. Now, you were just talking about Brian Cates. He moved up into 6th position, so he has made up a number of positions here in the last couple of laps. And last time we saw him, he was about 6 car lengths back from David Flint, the 57 machine. Now, we talked earlier about the 56 and the 57 having issues. The 56 car of Jason Pintar has fallen back to 11th position, while the 57 machine is currently sitting in 5th overall. So obviously that earlier contact really affected how that battle was playing out. A little bit further back in the field, some great battles going on here. Jisoo Kim currently running in 7th, and he's got Brian Yates, Steve Nelson in very close proximity. And in addition to that, Bill Watts with Pintar, who we just talked about, also William Shields and Joe Blanks in very close proximity. Again, that is the battle right now for 10th position, and with Shields and Blanks just running their fastest laps of the race.
And as we saw with Spec Miata, there's a number of races within the race going on, and you can look anywhere in the pack, and you'll have groups of 2 and 3 cars that are pushing together. Sometimes you always think about, and we tend to gravitate towards following the leaders. But anywhere you run, they're still fighting equally as hard and trying to fight for every position that they can muster before the race concludes.
All right. And, guys, I'm gonna implore guys and gals, I'm going to implore you, if you like what you see here today, please go ahead and smash that thumbs up button. Subscribe to either the Washington, D.C. region or the North Carolina region SCCA's YouTube channels, and click on that notification bell so you can find out every time we go live. I know with the Washington, D.C. region, We're planning to bring you more different types of motorsports events, hopefully some solo and also some rallycross in the near future. So definitely join us so you can find out about all the great motorsports action that these regions will be bringing you. All right, great battle side by side right now. The 56 machine of Jason Pintar and Bill Watts. That is the battle for 10th. With William Shields and Joe Blanks close behind. I think David Spitzer as well, but great fighting there as those drivers head down towards turn number 1.
And on that last lap, Morgan Burkhardt, who we had mentioned a few laps ago, had caught back up to Giancarlo Angelini. Looks to be holding station there for the time being. Could have easily have used the draft to get alongside and try to overtake Angelini as they went into the first turn, perhaps thinking that there is something left in the race, or perhaps just being patient at this point. Morgan, of course, coming from a background of karting where being smart, planning things out is very paramount, as is here with the road racing side, and so probably thinking strategically and also maybe trying to just get a feel for a driver who he might not have a lot of wheel experience with.
That is very true. Well, the one thing that I've seen with Morgan is that he is very methodical. We've still got half this race to go. We've got 5 laps remaining in a 10-lap race, and I've seen Morgan in iRacing where he is very good, and he's come away with a number of series championships. He is employed by the Delta Sport team, which is a pro, in real life, a pro racing team that he's part of their iRacing offshoot, and in real life, much like in the virtual world, just very methodical. He plans out moves far ahead of time. And I think what he is trying to do right now, as they go past the start-finish line, heading down towards turn 1, there you go. I think he's trying to work with Giancarlo to try to close the gap to Russ Turner with 4 laps to go. Don't know if that's going to work for them, but I guess it's worth a try at this point. All right, Dom, real quick, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 6. That's Big Bore, American Sedan, ASR, GT1, 2, and 3, GTA and GTX, ITE and ITO, SPO, Touring 1, Touring 2, and Spec Corvette. Please head to the grid. Race group number 6, Big Bore, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
And good, we saw another great battle crossing the stripe, and that is Brian Cates running in 5th, and then David Flint running in 6th place. And David Flint we saw a little bit earlier on running in the FE2 class, so another driver who's getting seat time across multiple classes here. Jisoo Kim running in the 7th spot, falling a little bit far back from them, and then running in 8th place, moving up 2 spots from his grid position. Brian Yates, also who we saw in FE2 earlier today.
All right, and getting word right now, and we're going to have to see how this plays out. Both, this is over at turn 3 when this last lap started. Giancarlo Angelini and Morgan Burkhardt, the 6 car and the 39 car, both went off at turn 3. The word is that they both spun going around. Probably not any contact. The flaggers there, the corner workers did not see any contact, but we may see a big change here in the lead. Certainly, as we talked that they were trying to work together to catch up to Russ Turner, we may find possibly a new second place runner.
And a lot of times when you're battling side by side with somebody, it's not necessarily that you come in contact. It's more that you're pushing one another hard grade.
All right, and now getting word that there possibly was contact between those 2 cars, between the 6 and the 39, and indeed we have a new second place. We got a new second place runner. That's Morgan Burkhardt with Angelini running in 3rd, and I thought that perhaps they would have fallen back into the clutches of Sam Schechter, but Schechter, who was almost, I think, maybe 12 seconds back from our top 3, he is still sitting in 4th position. So I would say big change there in the battle for second. That also means Burkhardt has lost his drafting partner. It also means that as we were talking about, maybe Burkhardt biding his time and waiting to make a move maybe a little bit later on. It sounds like maybe it was gloves off on this past lap.
Great. This is why we say in racing that it truly is never over until it's over, because Sam Schechter sitting there in a very lonely 4th up until this last lap. can probably now see Giancarlo Angelini up ahead, so he'll be trying to reel in Angelini as we are going to have be working the penultimate lap on the Costa stretch.
Yeah, matter of fact, that is Schechter just now entering the uphill S's. So he is still now about 35, 40 car lengths back from Burkhardt and Angelini, quite a distance back. But we're going to have, it sounds like we've got, we are going to a full course caution as we have a car off, and I'm trying to find where that car is currently, but we've got now a full course caution with 3 laps remaining. And again, trying to get which flag stand based on the static that I'm hearing over the radio. I'm willing to bet that it's about as far away from us as we can be, and we'll try and pick that up. But car's up against Armco right now, and I think it's up towards the top of the S's. Again, as soon as I get some more information, I'll let you know there. But we are under full course caution. The next time Russ Turner crosses the stripe, there will be 2 laps remaining, and the safety car has now picked up our leader, Russ Turner. It has picked up Morgan Burkhardt running in second. It has picked up Giancarlo Angelini. And the question here, Dom, is now with 2 laps remaining, whether or not this race is going to end under full course caution, whether or not we'll have enough time to go back to green flag racing, because Burkhardt, regardless of what may happen in the steward's room after that supposed contact between Angelini and Burkhardt, they are now both right behind Russ Turner.
And a lot of what's going to influence that is that this track being as long as it is plays to their advantage in order to be able to clean up. But at the same time, due to VIR, a lot of times it's very difficult to do hot pulls like we do see at Summit Point. And so therefore, the safest thing to do and the most logical thing to do is to put out a safety car in order for every in order for cleanup to happen in the safest way possible.
Exactly. And so we're checking our cameras to see where this car may be, because again, we're still having some trouble picking up on the radio exactly what station. And there you go, getting word now, Dom, that because they do not think that they're going to be able to get the track cleared before the scheduled end to this race at 10 laps. The safety car, when it brings the field down the front straight, they are going to see the checkered flag, and so that is going to wrap up this Spec Racer Ford race. So let's go and we'll take a look at the final order here. It is going to be Russ Turner, your winner, and I feel a little reticent about running down this order because I've seen, not at Spec Racer Ford, but I've seen in other races where cars don't necessarily make it to the checkered flag. But as it stands here, Russ Turner, driver the number 23, Spec Racer Ford from Montpelier, West Virginia, is your winner on track. Morgan Burkhardt in the number 39 machine will come home second. He's out of Charlestown, West Virginia. Finishing third, Giancarlo Angelini from New Haven, Connecticut, will finish in third. Finishing just off the podium, Sam Schechter in the number 55 machine. He's out of Boyds, Maryland, with Brian Cates, who started 8th, works his way up to 5th. Here, Cates, again, taking home 5th. David Flint, also a strong run for him, starting 9th, finishing in 6th position. Jisoo Kim will finish 7th. Brian Yates will finish in 8th. Dave Spitzer, who started in 6th position, he finishes in 9th. William Shields will finish in 10th. And we'll go a little bit deeper in the field here, as Bill Watts will finish 11th. Joe Blanks 12th. Arvid Albanese, who I think we spoke a little bit earlier about Arvid and the chassis that he is running, one of the original Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 chassis. Arvid finishing 13th, Chris Broussard 14th, Andrew Waldorf 15th, Mark Fickenshire 16th, Steve Nelson will finish 17th, 6th position drop after having started 11th. Herman Ratchford will finish 18th, Michael Brandt 19th, and Eric Prepsius will round out the top 20 here as, again, we have our Still waiting for the safety car to bring the field down here, and they're coming down the roller coaster right now. Again, under the lead of the safety car with Russ Turner out of Montpelier, Virginia, your winner. All right, so Dom, let's take a little break. I'm going to make a final call to the grid for our next group. One of these days, I'm going to actually remember to do that without having to announce it. But final call to the grid for race group number 6. Big Bore, American Sedan, ASR, GT1, 2, and 3, GTA and GTX, ITE and ITO, SPO, Touring 1, Touring 2, and Spec Corvette. This is your final call to the grid. Race group number 6, please head to the grid. All right, so we're looking at, I think, as we're still trying to get this cleanup done, we're just going to say an approximate start time of 3:10. That may change. It may get sped up. I don't know. But in the meantime, let's take that break. We'll be back with you in a few moments here from Virginia International Raceway, where you're watching the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge. We will be right back.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring in area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116.
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway for the 2023 SARRC, the SARRC MARRS Challenge, presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA, with special guests, the Spec MX-5 Challenge as well as Spec Corvette. Wanted to remind everybody here at the facility here at Virginia International Raceway that we are going to have an all-participant social. That is for our drivers, for crew, for family, for all of our volunteers as well. That is going to be at the Gallery building. That is the large building that you see when you come over the bridge on your way to the North Paddock. That is going to start 30 minutes after the track goes cold tonight, so definitely want you to join us. All right, so Dom, let's run down the starting grid for our last sprint race of the day.
Thank you, Greg. So this is going to be Group 6 Big Bore, 22 cars scheduled to start. Scheduled to start 22nd will be car number 72 out of Tompkinsville, Kentucky, in a Chevy Camaro American sedan, Ted Warning. Starting 21st, driving car number 90 from Colts Neck, New Jersey, also driving a Chevy Camaro. This one in touring 2, it's Anthony Valente. Starting 20th, we'll have car number 44 out of Apex, North Carolina, driving a Datsun 280Z. That's John Barlow. Starting 19th will be car number 4, and that's a GTA out of Wilson, North Carolina, a Chevy Impala driven by Henry Long. Starting 18th, we'll have car number 8 from Burga, North Carolina, in a Chevy Monte Carlo SPO, James Smith. Starting 17th, car number 76 from High Point, North Carolina, in another Chevrolet entry, that's John Longacre. Starting 16th, we'll have car number 72. And I believe this driver is on here twice. I'm not sure who that is, but we'll give him credit for both positions. That's going to be Ted Warning once again.
The question is, did he run the same time both times with both identical cars or not?
That's the opposite question. Starting in the 15th spot will be car number 82 from Wayne-Scott, New York, in a Chevrolet, in a Spec Corvette, and that's going to be Frank Delim. Starting in the 14th spot, we'll have car number 153, also in a Spec Corvette, out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Mario Scaramouche. Starting 13th, we'll have car number 26 out of Wayne, New Jersey, another of our Spec Corvette entries, this one driven by Dominic Rizzo. In 12th will be car number 98 out of Rutherford, 14, North Carolina, at the wheel of a Chevy Monte Carlo, Robert Gomer. Starting in the 11th spot will be car number 17 out of Valrico, Florida, in a Spec Corvette, Cecil Stevens. Starting in the 10th spot, we'll have car number 24 out of Branford, Connecticut, driving a Mazda MX-5, Earl Tucker. In the 9th position, we find car number 63, another of our Spec Corvettes, out of Aston, Pennsylvania, and that's Jeffrey Pasquale. Starting 8th, car number 70 out of Deerfield Beach, Florida, Spec Corvette driven by Brian Boyd. We find another Spec Corvette in our 7th position, this one out of Trinity, Florida, driven by Joseph Griffin. In the 6th position, we'll find car number 6 out of Tampa, Florida, and that is Frank Reinhardt. In the 5th starting position, we'll have car number 39 from Middletown, Maryland, and that's Charlie Abel. Graded 4th is car number 73 from Malvern, Pennsylvania, and our pole sitter in Spec Corvette, Dave Sanders. Starting in our 3rd spot, car 15 out of Commerce, Georgia, in a Chevrolet SS, that's Jack Stanford. And our front row will consist of car number 62, driven by Jonathan Wiseman, in a GTX Porsche GT4 Club Sport out of Mountain Lakes, New Jersey. And our pole sitter will be car number 163 from Charleston, South Carolina, driving a Radical SR10. His fast time this morning was 154.271. It is the A Sports Racer of Jim Booth.
Now I have to unmute myself. There we go. All right. So pace car now is on the pit lane. Dom, good timing. The starter is looking over the field as they've just now made their way about halfway down the pit lane. And field looks fairly well formed here. And there you go. Not checkered flag, but the green flag is in the air. I say that, Dom, because I actually here at VIR was shown the checkered flag to start a race once, and I was on the outside of the front row, and I just checked up. You end a race on a checker. You don't start it on a checker. All right, so field now making their way down through turns 1 and 2, and Booth running in that Radical jumps to the early lead there over our next car in line, and again, that was Brian Boyd there in the Spec Corvette with Cecil Stevens, Jeff Pascala, and Dominic Rizzo. We'll see here as they start to race. Now, we had a real good battle in Spec Corvette at Summit Point a couple weeks ago. David Brand had jumped out to a very early lead, and then we had... I'm trying to remember who it was. Probably not David Brand, David Sanders. All of a sudden, I think yellow, and I'm thinking David Brand in the Lotus Exige, the STU Exige. But David Sanders in the 73 bright yellow Spec Corvette with Charlie Abel very close behind, and it was a good battle for both Saturday and Sunday. For a majority of the race, Abel never really able to get within about 7 or 8 car lengths of our eventual leader both days, but still a good fight. A little bit further back in the packs at some good battles as well. So we'll see how this turns out here in this 10-lap big bore race.
Greg, we were talking about him earlier. Charlie Abel also in the participated in the same racing school that I did in 2020 in that very same in that same Corvette chassis. And of course, on the starts for your little mini race, they randomized the starting order, and I think they put Charlie at the back, and he just went right on by with the torque and power
Yes.
of that Corvette because all the Miatas and everything were mixed together. So moving up, and actually on the start here, it looks as though Charlie able to get around Dave Sanders. So move the 39 of Abel up into first place now in Spec Corvette.
All right, I want to welcome Jeanette Stevens to the chat, and as you would suspect, she is cheering on Cecil Stevens, driver of the number 17 Spec Corvette, and also looks like she's got Frank Reinhardt on her mind as well. Reinhardt, another one of our Spec Corvette drivers, currently running in 7th position, 2 spots up on Cecil Stevens at the moment. As you see, the cars now starting to make their way up through the S's, a little bit off the pace right now, and just crossing the stripe. Henry Long in his GTA Monte Carlo, last driver to cross the start-finish line and complete lap number 1. But nice little fight up at the front of the field there, as you mentioned, with in Spec Corvette, Charlie Abel, David Sanders. Joseph Griffin has fallen a little bit off the pace of those top 2, but he's got Reinhardt, he's got Boyd, he's also got Stevens, all in very close proximity, and Jeffrey Pascalo is very close behind as well. So we'll see how things play out for them, but looks like a good battle unfolding, multiple good battles unfolding in Spec Corvette.
And looking to some of our other classes, Jack Stanford, as we mentioned, started 3rd today. He's your leader in GTA. Has several positions and is far up the order from 2nd place in the GTA class at the moment, which is John Longacre, who sits, of course, right now in the top position, driving the number 76 car. And then our lone GTX car is Jonathan Wiseman in that Porsche GT4 Club Sport. As our cars make their way across the stripe, and we'll be looking to see how those Spec Corvettes are doing. And here they come as we speak. And Abel still about a car length and a half over Dave Sanders. Was able to get a great start, motored by Sanders. Now we'll see if Charlie Abel, now that he has the jump and has gotten the lead in the Spec Corvette class. And something else that happens, especially when you're driving cars that are prepped very similarly, is if you drive in the mirrors or if you drive looking out the windshield, because something about racing that's very unique compared to other sports, especially stick and ball sports, is that you're playing offense and defense very much at the same time. And so what Charlie Abel was trying to do is make sure that he is able to pull enough away from David Sanders that Sanders is out of the draft, but also if David Sanders does start to make a charge, that he's able to respond and react accordingly.
Yeah, I mean it's a question of, yes, you have to be reactionary, but you also have to be the aggressor in the situation as well, and essentially you have to be. I think the big thing is that you have to be able to counter program or counteract what your competitor is doing, and have a reaction planned for any one of hundreds or thousands of different opportunities that might pop up. Now, if you want to find out more about Spec Corvette, you can go to speccorvette.com, and specifically the Northeast contingent for Spec Corvette, you can go to northeastspeccorvette.com. And if you want to take a look at the schedule, put a /schedule at the end there. As we mentioned, they started off their season at Summit Point Raceway a couple weeks ago. Next time that they're going to be on track is actually in 2 weeks, May 20th and 21st, for the majors at Pocono. And then we will see them, Dom. Our team will see them at New Jersey Motorsports Park on the Lightning Circuit, May 27th and 28th, for the first event that we do for the South Jersey region at NJMP this year. So we just had a vehicle come down the pit lane, Dom, and it looks like they've called it a session, and I believe that was John Barlow in the number 44 GT3 car. Barlow. And actually, all of a sudden, I don't have a car type for him. But let's see, what was Barlow Do you have him on timing
Yes,
on
so
your sheet?
Barlow was at the wheel of a 280Z. He was
That's right.
the lone GT3 competitor.
That's right.
And so looking to those leaders in Spec Corvette, Charlie Abel holds station at about a car length and a half over Dave Sanders. From there, we have the 25 of Joseph Griffin, who's probably sitting a good, I'd say, 4 or 5 seconds back from our two leaders. And then we have Frank Reinhardt in the 53 car, and then Brian Boyd, who was at the line about, I'd say, 5 car lengths back, sitting in the fifth spot. As we have some of our other cars, Ted Warning, who moved out to Kentucky, but was still considers his region the Washington D.C. region, our home region, of course, and has a lot of track time, of course, at Summit Point as well as here at VIR. So nice to see Ted out here, and another another car that I've been looking at the past few laps has been that our leader Jim Booth in the Radical SR10. Of course, Jim was out here earlier racing in the Formula Atlantic class in that Ligier, making his way over to the Radical. And Greg, something about the Radical, if for people who have been around for some of the Radical Cup racing on Wisco Engineering is very much a part of that. Daniel Torres, who we know from SSM and from our home region, he's very much plays a part in the Radical program, has a lot of time here at VIR.
Yeah, I was just saying their program has been based right here at Virginia International Raceway for the longest time. Real quick, got word from the fine folks in the flag stand at Turn 1 that we had a little Corvette on Corvette mayhem going down into Turn 1. The 63 machine of Jeffrey Pascala got into the rear of Cecil Stevens, the 17 car under braking. The 17 car did go off track. He has continued, however, and we'll look to see how that affects things in the order here as a number of those Spec Corvettes coming across the start-finish line now. It sounds like there was also a car off at Hog Pen, and we're trying to get the car that went off going down there through the roller coaster.
Okay, we did see John Barr pull onto the pit lane. He has rejoined the race, and so John Barr, I believe all cars that took the green flag at least have completed enough laps to be classified at the moment.
All right, and it turns out it was Frank Deline in the number 82 machine that had gone off on down the roller coaster at turn 16 just before the right-hander at Hog Pen. If we take a look here, also we talked about Pascala and Stevens getting together down at turn 1. Pascala has now moved up into ninth position with Stevens dropping back into 10th, so there was a change in position there. As we now have about five laps remaining. Dom, let's make a first call to the grid for our final race of the day. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7, our Tarheel Cup Endurance Series racers. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 7, Tarheel Cup drivers, please head to the grid.
So we actually do have a car that showed a little bit of smoke coming out of Oak Tree there. I'm not sure if that was what that was, if it was a little bit of tire over, maybe something a little bit more mechanical.
Yeah, we'll have to see that as they come down the hill and see if that's the case. I mean, otherwise we're starting to see here, and there is the 39 and the 73 car coming across the stripe, and that is Abel and Sanders. And Sanders is now only half a car length back from Charlie Abel, the yellow number 73. You'll see them coming out of turn 2 right now, side by side. The yellow car of Sanders to the inside, the black car of Abel to the outside, and it looks like David Sanders has now taken the lead in Spec Corvette, getting around Charlie Abel. That will move him also up into 3rd place overall, or probably 4th place overall, as we've got Booth, who just now set fastest lap of anybody in this race at a 153.65, absolutely flying. Jack Stanford, our GTA leader, currently running 2nd overall, and then Jonathan Weissman in the GTX, I believe Porsche Cayman, currently running in 3rd.
Okay, we mentioned earlier that these Spec Corvettes, based on the are eligible for the Touring 2 rule set. And also Phoenix Performance involved with a lot of these Corvettes as well. And for anyone who's followed Phoenix Performance throughout the years, they love a soft-sprung car, one that can rotate very hard, and also that loves to curb hop. And,
go curb hopping, exactly.
Yeah, and so these two drivers definitely having a lot of fun up here through the Commie S's.
Yeah, I was going to say that is a trait of almost any Andrew Aquilante car, I think, is to be able to at least, have a good photo op where the car is usually 3 wheels in the air with all 3 of the wheels in full droop and still about a foot off the ground there. But absolutely, and of course, we've talked about a couple of these cars are converted Phoenix cars that were originally touring car class cars, either T1 or T2, but we're also seeing cars put together that were built specifically for Spec Corvette. And here's that fight again now coming down the start, across the start-finish line. There it is, the yellow number 73 machine, David Sanders, your leader in Spec Corvette, Charlie Abel, now about 4 car lengths back. That last time by, Sanders ran his fastest lap of the race at a 2:04.1, almost 9/10 of a second faster than Charlie Abel. Now, Joseph Griffin is currently running 3rd in class. He just now crosses the stripe in the white number 25 machine. He runs his fastest lap of the race, but Dom, his fastest, almost 3 seconds off of our leader. And just got word that the 98 machine just had a small little moment. That was Robert Gomer, our sole SPO racer, but he has managed to continue.
Yep, and looking at our Spec Corvette racers of the last time by, Dave Sanders was about a second lap quicker than Charlie Abel. However, able to stay within about 2 car lengths back. They have opened things up considerably over the our current 3rd place runner in Spec Corvette, Joseph Griffin, in the 25 car.
All right, everybody, if you like what you see here today, I'm going to ask you one more time, please, 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 go ahead and smash that like button, hit the subscribe button, and click on that notification bell so you can find out all the times when the DC region or the North Carolina region of the SCCA go live on YouTube. And we want to thank you for, of course, joining us here this weekend. And we've got a lot more action coming up tomorrow. We'll talk about that schedule in just a few moments. But for now, it is our big bore race with 3 laps, actually about 2.5 laps remaining now. And your leader currently, it is Jim Booth in his ASR Radical with a fast time of 153.6. He let off just a little bit, trying to get the equipment back underneath him, Dom. Almost actually about 3.5 seconds off of his fastest pace. He ran a 157 flat. But if you take a look at our cameras now, going through turn 1 and actually coming into the NASCAR bend right now, it is that battle for the lead in Spec Corvette. And it is, again, David Sanders, your leader, with Charlie Abel, continuing to fall a bit off the pace, but this time limited the damage to only about 0.2 of a second, as Sanders was in the very high 204s, ran a 204.9. Charlie Abel at a 205.12, so or probably a 205.2. Sorry. So still, he's hanging in there, but he's losing ground to the 73 pretty much each lap now.
And Greg, these as we're working the penultimate lap, this Radical SR10 that Jim Booth is driving, of course, Radicals, the majority of them built overseas in the UK. And so there's a lot of, as well as over here in North America, there is several series dedicated to the Radicals. In fact, F1 Academy driver Abby Pulling uses the Radical as a platform in between doing a lot of her commitments. I know she signed with Alpine, so she's doing a lot of time with Radical in between the open wheel sessions in order to just get more track time and get more feel for the complexities of different vehicles as she's trying to make her way up.
That's excellent. Of course, I don't want to call it the replacement F1 Academy. The FIA run and sponsored series for women drivers, that kind of steps in where the W Series was. They just had their first round I believe, I'm trying to remember what track it was. It wasn't Jerez, but they just had their first round of their season here just a few weeks ago. Abby pulling in both. And look at this here, Dom, with now we'll have one lap to go the next time they go by, but now starting their penultimate lap, our Spec Corvette drivers, David Sanders, Charlie Abel, only about a car length separating both of them as they came into came across the start finish line. And you'll see now as they are coming up into turn number, they're coming out of turn number 3 right now. We'll see them pop into view in a few moments, going down towards the uphill S's, and it was very close. But we'll take a look at that race in just a moment. But Jim Booth comes out of Hog Pen, comes down the front straight, and Jim Booth, he is going to take the overall win. Our sole ASR car. Probably, did I say checkered flag again? Oh my God, he is starting his last lap. So, again, take my announcer card. Jim Booth starting his last lap here at Virginia International Raceway. We did just have the number 4 GTA car of Henry Long. He had come down the pit lane. He had gone back out. He's down the pit lane again. And now if you take a look at that camera at the top left of your screen, looks like his day is now done. He's 3/4 of the way back to the paddock. So, good run for him. The 76 machine pulling offline. That's John Longacre pulling offline to let the GTX, the 62 machine, or probably not the GTX, the GTA entry of Jack Stanford go by. Stanford running second overall. He just now gets the one to go. He's starting his last flying lap as well.
We saw on our turn 8 camera here that it looks as though Dave Sanders is starting to do a little bit of the weave on the back straightaway just in order to break a little bit of the toe, as we do see a car going off on driver's left coming out of Oak Tree, one of our Spec Corvette entries.
Yeah, we'll take a look and see what that which Spec Corvette that was coming out of turn 12, coming out of the Oak Tree turn and back. But looks as though they did lose a little bit of ground, and I believe that might have been Anthony Valente, not Anthony. I think that was actually Anthony Valente in the number 90 machine, which is one of our T2 machines. All right, Jim Booth now at the top of the roller coaster and starting to make his way down the hill and in that prototype car. And he is now all by himself coming onto the front straight. And this time, Dom, I'm going to feel confident to say that the checkered flag is in the air. And there you go. Jim Booth, this time taking the win. All right, and actually, I believe it was the 53 of Frank Reinhardt who had that off over at Oak Tree on the previous lap. Let's take a look and see. We're going to have that battle for the lead in Spec Corvette. They should be coming into our view here in just a moment, and that, of course, they're going to be on their they're going to be fighting for the win in class as the checkered flag is already out. And let's see here, coming onto the front straight. Well, that's the 17 car. The 15 machine now of Jack Stanford. He crosses the stripe. He's going to finish second.
And on the Masson Avenue here, we did see our leaders in Spec Corvette making their way right past. So a little bit further back maybe than we had suspected they would be on track, but they're going to be making their way into the roller coaster in just a few moments here.
All right, let's take a look, and there they are, nose to tail up at the top of the roller coaster, going past some slower traffic, and let's see as they rock down the hill. It is David Sanders. He's the second car of 3 in a group, and he's got Charlie Abel only about 2 feet off of his rear bumper as they are now coming through Hog Pen and onto the front straight. And as they come down the line, the 73 machine, he's able to get past that slower traffic that led them down the roller coaster. And Sanders takes the win in Spec Corvette by about 5 car lengths over Charlie Abel. So let's run down the order here, and we'll try and break things down by class. In American Sedan, Ted Warning was your only driver in the class, much like GT3, where John Barlow in the 44 car. He retired early, only completed, I believe, 7 laps, but he will take the win there. In GTA, Jack Stanford, who finished second overall, he takes the win. John Longacre will finish in second. Henry Long, who retired early, will finish in third. In ITE, Earl Tucker, our sole racer, of course, he then takes the win. In SPO, Robert Gomer, who ran his fastest lap on the last lap, he is your sole runner in SPO. He'll take the win. In Touring 2, Anthony Valente will take the win in the number 90 machine. If we move over now to GTX, Jonathan Weitzman in his Porsche Cayman GT4 will take the win. And then let's move over to Spec Corvette, where David Sanders and Charlie Abel finish first and second, 0.7 of a second separating them. Joseph Griffin will come home in third. Frank Reinhardt will finish fourth, and Brian Boyd will finish fifth in Spec Corvette. And then finally, in ASR, our sole racer in the class, that's Jim Booth, he takes the overall win. All right, so we've got, it's 4:06 on the clock. Let's go make a call to the grid for our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7, our Tarheel Cup Endurance Series. Please start heading over to the grid. This is your final call. Race group number 7, Tarheel Cup drivers, please head to the grid. All right, so it is about 4:07 right now. Is that the time I've got? That's what Mr. TikTok says. Let me go and adjust a little, do a little magic here. We're going to say we'll say about 4:15. Okay, going to put that there. Let's take a quick break, Dom. I'm going to thank some of our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, our last race of the day, the Tarheel Cup Endurance Series. Here from Virginia International Raceway, where you're watching the SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA, and we will be right back.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, the 2023 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. And I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Dominic Mandio. And Dom, we've got one more race here left. But before everybody checks out on us, I just want to go over the schedule coming up tomorrow here. Let me bring that up on screen. And as you can see, tomorrow we're going to start once again at 8:30 in the morning. We're going to have 6 groups of qualifying and then our first race, which is going to be our Spec MX-5 Challenge, as well as our small bore group to lead things off. They are going to be before lunch, and so probably somewhere between 11 and 11:30 start time tomorrow, depending on how the schedule runs. And then we will have an hour lunch, and then we'll have our remaining 5 races after lunch. 6 races tomorrow total. All right, so as we jump back here and go back to our live views, there we go. Let's take a look and see who we have out on track, and we'll discuss a little bit about Tarheel Cup. We've got, the way I look at it, Dom, about 45 minutes to do so. So we've got some time here. All right, we had 37 drivers go out and set times in qualifying. Starting 37th, driving a Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 from Schenectady, New York, representing the Mohawk Hudson region, Chris Broussard. Starting 36th, driving the number 23 F Production Datsun 1600 Roadster from Fayetteville, North Carolina, Al Heatwall, and we'll see. He had some issues with that car a little bit earlier today in the sprint races. Hopefully he can make it out on track. Mike Rossini, driving the number 173 ITA Mazda Miata from Bellows Creek, North Carolina, 35th. Starting 34th in the 83 T4 Chevy Cobalt. That's an interesting chassis to see out on track. He's from Marion, Virginia. Emmett Staley. Starting 33rd, driving the number 87 B-Spec Honda Fit from Silva, North Carolina. Your winner today in the sprint race, Blair Deffenbaugh. Starting 36th, driving the number 6 ITR Porsche 944 S2 from Alexandria, Virginia, John Landrum. Starting 31st in a Spec Racer Ford, not the Gen 3, but the Gen 2 car. We've seen him out here today. It's Richard Herman. Starting 30th in the number 76 ITA Mazda RX-7 from Reidsville, North Carolina, Martin Ryder. Starting 29th, driving the number 52 ITA Mazda Miata from Bristol, Virginia, got Steve Grizel. Victor Bruni's going to start 28th. He's driving the number 92 SSM Mazda Miata. He's from Haymarket, Virginia. Raleigh, North Carolina's Mark Sr. will start 27th. He's in the number 0 car. That is an SMT Mazda Miata. Starting 26th, driving the number 48 F Production Mazda Miata from Bristol, Tennessee. It's Greg Siegert with Dennis Mathias starting 25th. He's driving the number 88 SMSE Mazda Miata from Apex, North Carolina. From Wake Forest, North Carolina, it's Matt Fielding Russell. He starts 24th in the number 30 Spec Miata with another Spec Miata, this time driven by Brad Williams, starting 23rd. That's the 171 car. Starting 22nd in the 06 SMT Mazda Miata from Knoxville, Tennessee, it's Robert Garrison. Mark Liller will start 21st. Mark is driving the number 127 Mazda Miata. He's out of Bowie, Maryland. Starting 20th, driving the number 190 car. That is Steve Sturm. He's from McLean, Virginia. And then starting 19th, Lauren Bralier. She will drive again the 176 car. She's from Clemens, North Carolina. Great race for her in Spec Miata today. I'm sure she's hoping to improve upon that. And seat time is the best thing that you have going, and she's getting a lot of it this weekend. All right, starting 18th, the number 44 Spec Miata from Bluffton, South Carolina. It's Buddy Gossett. Starting 17th, the number 37 GT Light Mazda Miata from Trent Woods, North Carolina, David Blaine. Joseph Tobin starts 16th. He's driving the number 18 Spec Miata. At the top of the roller coaster now are our drivers, and the lights are out on the pace car. Starting 15th in the number 5 Spec Miata from Winston, Georgia, Antonio Abram. Mark Bradley's driving the number 106 E-Production BMW 325. He'll be 14th on the grid. Starting 13th in the number 42 STL Acura Integra from Greensboro, North Carolina, Brian Hooper. Adrian Comstock will start 12th. He's driving the number 15 STL Mazda MX-5. He might win the longest drive award. He's from Beverly Hills, California. All right, next we've got Michael Brandt. He's starting 11th in number 53 T3 BMW 330i, while Connor Roberts will start 10th in the number 46 T3 Mazda MX-5. Starting 9th in the number 74, and actually all of the remaining cars are Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Starting 9th, driving the number 74 machine from Chesapeake, Virginia, it's Joe Blanks. Bill Watts will start 8th. He is from Triverton, Rhode Island, driving the 66 car. We then got the 27 Spec Racer Ford of Steve Nelson. He's out of Brentwood, Tennessee. Then we got Tierra Verde, Florida's William Shields. He starts 5th in the 67 car. Then it's the 77 of Arvid Albanese. He's from Fort Lauderdale, starts 4th. Brian Cates will start 3rd in the 21 machine. He's from Gainesville, Virginia. Then Herman Ratchford Jr. He'll start on the outside of the front row. Actually, he's already started on the outside of the front row in the number 47 car. He's in Bessemer City, North Carolina. And then finally, Gianclaudio Angelini is your pole sitter today. He's driving the number 161 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3.
Thank you for the rundown, Greg. And as you mentioned, the cars have received the green flag, so they are currently working their first hot lap.
Yeah, and they are now, we should start to see them here now coming underneath the bridge. And just like magic there, Dom, there they are heading their way up the hill. Now, as you know, I was saying that, we've got a little bit of time. We don't need to be so concerned getting them on the start here. The Tarheel Cup Endurance Series, we have 2 races within the race right now. We've got a 65-minute enduro race that a number of our drivers, they will be running 60 minutes on track, and they can have a 5-minute pit stop. And actually, they must, for the endurance race, they must have a 5-minute pit stop. They can change drivers if they wish. They can put in fuel if they wish. They can just sit there in the car and do nothing for 5 minutes if they wish. But then we also have a more of a sprint race, a 45-minute race, for another contingent of these Tarheel Cup drivers. They must keep the cars on track the entire 45 minutes. They're not allowed to pit. They can't change drivers. It's just simply a longer sprint race than what we've seen over the course of the entire day today. And we'll once we get to that 45-minute mark and some of the drivers start taking the checkered flag and pitting in, we'll let you know. I've got a rundown here on who those drivers are, and so we'll try to do the Greg mind meld here and try and figure out who's in that shorter group. But I know as you look at our timing and scoring on the side of the screen there on YouTube, there's not going to be any way to discern between the racers that only do the 45 minutes versus the 65.
You know, guys, we were talking about earlier, I think with this enduro, there's a lot of different possibilities and also a lot of different experience levels with a session that's of this duration where because the drivers earlier, and a lot of them, as you mentioned, are running in multiple classes and were on track earlier today. And so what they're having to do is adjust their thinking for a longer session and trying to take care of their cars as best they can. And it also, I think, opens up the opportunity for cars to race other cars in classes that they normally wouldn't. As we see out front with our spec racers, of course, they're going to be sharing the track, but some of the drivers who may have been racing one another earlier, they might get another chance to race those same drivers or drivers that were pretty close to them on track this morning. So a lot of different opportunities to race other cars and race people will come into play as we go through this race.
Yeah, you know, Dom, and as we were talking earlier, and I go back to the conversation that we had earlier with Chase Jones from the Spec MX-5 Challenge Race. Saying, oh well, there wasn't much strategy in a 10-lap race. How's it going to change when your race is only 2 laps longer? When we're looking at a 45-minute race, at a race that is likely going to be another here at VIR, probably another 7 laps or something like that longer, almost twice the length of what some of these drivers were racing here earlier today. You ask the question again: how does your strategy change? I don't know how much it can or will. I've watched a lot of amateur endurance racing over the last couple of years, and for example, in Spec Miata, you run those cars. I've seen them run 12-hour and 24-hour races. Like it's a sprint race from start to end. There's no dialing back the lap times because you want to make the equipment last. In many cases nowadays, especially with the lighter chassis, some of the lighter chassis that we see on track, it's not a challenge to make tires last for 45 minutes. It's not a challenge to make brakes last for 45 minutes. I think the biggest challenge will be for our Spec Racer Ford drivers is making the fuel last 45 minutes, because you're kind of getting to about the limits of what that Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 configuration can actually do on a tank of fuel.
And something that I think about when people who have sprint racing experience and then end up going to run endurance, as a fan of running, I think of it as the difference between somebody who runs for instance, the 1,500 meters and then goes on to run a marathon, because there are plenty of professional runners who do so. And what they do is that they have a plan in place. They have a training plan where they know that they have to work certain muscles for a certain race, and then be looking for the marathon using a different set of muscles and going with a different strategy plan. So as you mentioned, a lot of these cars are, especially the spec racers, being a lighter chassis, they're going to be they can be fairly easy as long as they don't slide the car around too much or have too many spills out there on track. We'll be able to keep those tires underneath them, and so the car will be very compliant throughout the session. A lot of the other cars, even though sometimes the weight's going to increase if you're driving something like a touring car, a lot of the same principles do apply there. But I think as these races go through, and something else they're going to be thankful for is that we do have very nice weather today. So I have also seen races, SCCA races, and races in other organizations that have been enduros where the weather hasn't been so nice, and so being in the cockpit for an hour plus hasn't been the most, I'd say, enjoyable thing that they're doing out there. Even though they're concentrated on the task at hand, but they are going to be enjoying this nice afternoon to run this extra longer session.
All right. Well, 2 drivers who may not enjoy the rest of the afternoon, as we were just talking about, Spec Miata is running sprint races, treating this like a sprint race from beginning to end. Bill Watts, Joe Blanks, getting together at the top of the roller coaster and drawing the ire of some of our stewards. Looks like they're going to be having a nice little conversation when this race is over. Again, that's the 74 and the 66 machine. But as we take a look now with cars on course, I'm going to try here, Dom, as we run down to try and fill you in on whether or not some of these drivers are going to be staying out on course at the time that the that the 45-minute timer expires. Your overall leader right now, Gian Claudio Angelini. We saw him just a little while ago in the Spec Racer Ford race in the number 161 machine, and lo and behold, I don't know because I don't have it listed here. Again, most of our Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers are going to be calling it quits after just 45 minutes, but we'll check there. I don't have a listing for Angelini. Herman Ratchford Jr. Driving the number 47 machine, and I believe he will be bringing his car early, or not early, but at the 45-minute mark. Arvid Albanese driving the number 77 machine. Probably the 71 machine. I think he's in for the long haul. I think he's in for the 65 minutes. Brian Cates in the 21 car. He's 45 and done, it looks like. Then we got David Flint in the 57 car. Looks like he's in it for the 65 minutes, and then William Shields in the 67 car. It looks like 45 minutes. So looks like this is going to make things very interesting, especially towards the front of the field with all these Spec Racer Fords. When drivers, maybe in the heat of a battle, just peel off after 45 minutes. And there are no special markings, as best I can tell, on the cars, whether it be Spec Racer Ford or any of the other classes, so the drivers know whether or not they're racing for 45, whether their competitors are racing for 45 minutes or 65 minutes. The last thing you want to do is get into some pitched battle. You know, if you're only running 45 minutes and you're now fighting lap after lap after lap with a driver that's going to be on course for 20 more minutes than you are, and all the while the guy behind you has made up 10 car lengths, you know, and he is battling for position with you. So, I think it introduces some pretty neat challenges here.
And Greg, to add on to that, something else that would also be very imperative and very helpful here is to have somebody on the radio with you who has a stopwatch and can tell you, because we're doing this by time. You know, some drivers might be thinking about setting up a move because they might be battling wheel to wheel with somebody throughout the race, and then if that time starts to elapse and the time starts to run out, then they have to decide when they're going to try to make that move, and then if they run out of time, then no, that's on them for not seeing how much time was remaining in the session. And so that's why having someone in your ear for this type of event might be very useful for some of these drivers. And as we run at the moment, Herman Ratchford Jr., who currently runs second on track in the 47 car, won a 2-minute 6.734. That's only about, that was about a tenth quicker than our leader, Giancarlo Angelini. But since the drop of the green, those two have been running nose to tail. The same is true of our fourth and fifth place runners, Brian Cates and David Flint, also in Spec Racer Fords. Bill Shields running in sixth place. And then we'll finish off the top 10 for you here. So running seventh is Steven Nelson with Joe Blanks in eighth. Chris Broussard running in the ninth spot, and then Michael Brandt running in 10th, driving car number 53.
All right, so there you go. That is how we currently stand as at the moment. Let me pull up the all-important clock here, because we're not actually all that far into the race currently here. Just now 11 minutes, about 11 and a half minutes into this race. Again, either 45 minutes or 65 minutes. And again, for the drivers that will be staying out past the 65-minute mark, they don't have to wait, or past the 45-minute wait. They don't have to wait until that 45 minutes has completed in order to take their pit stops. If they wanted to take their pit stops now, they are more than welcome to do it, and that may be part of the strategy as well. You know, a lot of it will determine on, much like in real endurance racing, you want to make sure that once you finish your pit stop up, that you come out in maybe a clear portion of the track and not put yourself right into another battle that you end up losing time over the remainder of the race. And certainly with a 5-minute pit stop, it's very hard to plan that out. It's very hard to predict where the rest of the traffic is going to be 5 minutes down the line. So that always puts in a challenge. Now, we say it's a 5-minute pit stop. There is also, as part of this, they figure in the amount of time that it takes for you to get from one end of the pit lane to the other. And so the pit stop technically is 5 minutes and 12 seconds. That 12 seconds is the time that it takes once you come off track to the point where you rejoin traffic at the other end of the pit lane. And we do have a car on the pit lane currently, and I believe that is, well, I was going to say, I thought it was maybe Blair Deffenbaugh. It's definitely not the B-Spec Honda Fit of Deffenbaugh. I'm trying to see which car it may be. It is an open-top car.
And I believe that's Connor Roberts in the 76 car, the MX-5
Cup car, yeah. And they're taking a look here now. I think part of it, they're probably fueling the car up, but they've got somebody underneath that car right now that I'm wondering if Roberts has got some kind of an issue. And it looks to be Dominic at the left rear of the machine where they're taking a look at the tires, but the back end of the car definitely is up on the jacks. So we'll see what's going on there. And it looks like they are changing that left rear tire.
Also, something that we're going to see as this race goes on is at what times these cars really come into their element. I think, for instance, the Spec Racer Ford was very much built to be a sprint race type of car, and so as they go through the race, it's gonna be really important for the drivers to be able to have something for the end. Whereas a lot of these cars that are production based cars, based on real cars, are going to be much more, I think, adapt to driving that kind of driving a longer session.
All right, so Dom, a couple things. The MX-5 Cup car of Roberts just headed back out, and that engine did not sound very healthy. It sounded really off song, but he is going back out. Also, just got word that Brian Cates, who had been up towards the front of the field, and he's currently showing fourth. I think we're going to see him drop through the order, though. And indeed, he is starting to drop down through the order. Had spun the car turn 11, which is the right-hander that leads into the Oak Tree turn. You probably saw it on our cameras right there. He spun center of track, got the car back underway. And that is actually a place where we see a lot of Spec Racer Fords lose control of their cars because as you come out of South Bend, you come down the hill, you've got that compression, you rise back up, and as you make that right-hand turn into turn 11, you've got a tiny little rise. It falls off camber as well as you go into Oak Tree. And in that area right in the middle, as you're transitioning also from using the throttle to get in there because you were going uphill, to setting up for Oak Tree, that the rear end of the car gets very, very light. It gets unloaded, and again, you're off camber. And so Brian Cates puts the rear end of the car around. Looks like we've got another car that has just gone back to the paddock. An orange Spec Racer Ford. We'll get the number on that car in just a moment.
That's going to be the 27 of Steven Nelson.
Nelson, okay. And so it looks like his session is now done as well. And again, we want to thank everybody for joining us here today, here both on the Washington, D.C. region SCCA and North Carolina region SCCA YouTube channels. And of course, everybody listening to us here at Virginia International Raceway as well. Going to bring up that schedule one more time so you can see exactly what we are going to be doing here over the course of the rest of the weekend. Again, we don't have it listed here on the schedule, but for all of our participants, whether you be drivers, whether you be crew or family or friends, whether you be volunteers, 30 minutes after this race is over, we are going to have our Saturday night social at the Gallery building. That's the large building on your left as you come over the bridge into the paddock area, come inside the track. In addition to that, tomorrow we are going to be on air once again at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We're going to have 6 groups of qualifying, and then we will have our feature races. We're going to have the first feature race before lunch, and then the remaining 5 races after lunch, and we'll have that 1-hour lunch. In the meantime, you can see all the groups down there at the bottom. An interesting note, Dom, that I received from the race organizers is that for the majority of our classes, for the majority of our run groups, the starting grid for tomorrow is based on the fastest lap time from the qualifying session today, the race today, or the qualifying session tomorrow morning. That is not the case for our Spec MX-5 Challenge racers. The Spec MX-5 Challenge racers, their grid for tomorrow will be set solely based on the qualifying session tomorrow morning. All right, so let's get back to the action here. And again, if you like what you see, go ahead and smash that like button as we are now about 19 minutes, a little bit less than 19 minutes into this 45-minute sprint-ish race or 65-minute endurance race here for the Tarheel Cup. If we take a look at who we have on track currently, Herman Ratchford Jr. in his Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, he just ran the fastest lap of anybody here on course. He just ran a 2:06.481, and he is your current leader, Gianclaudio Angelini, in his number 161 Spec Racer 4. He is currently running second. He's about 5 car lengths back from Herman Ratchford. And then Arvid Albanese running third. And, I wanted to take a look at, I'm going to take a look here and see what the lap times we had from the Spec Racer Ford race. I'm just trying to get an idea of what kind of pace the drivers up at the front are running. Russ Turner who won the Spec Racer Ford sprint race, ran a 2:05.875, and Ratchford, who just turned in the fastest lap so far of anybody in this race, just turned in a 2:06.481. So about a half a second difference between what Russ Turner ran in the sprint race versus what Ratchford is running now. And I kind of expected the delta to be a little bit larger, but it goes to show that these drivers, they are, they're on it from start to finish, and they're not looking at it like, well, we've got to preserve the equipment, because like I said, most of the consumables that these racers might be worried about, 45 minutes or even 65 minutes is not a tough pull for them. Just got word that the number 2 machine had gone off track and has now recovered. The number 2. Where is the number 2? Dom. Oh yeah, Richard Herman. He's in our Gen 2 Spec Racer Ford. He was running 17th overall, had made up 11 positions. We'll see where he stands after this lap is over. Also just noticed Al Heatwall in that red, white, and blue Datsun 1600 Roadster. He did make the green. He's out there right now actually in a group of 3 cars going into turn 1 and going into the horseshoe.
Another pair we saw across the line just a moment ago. We had Antonio Abram and Lauren Bralier running nose to tail as well. They're right now on track, listed as 13th and 15th respectively. I believe Lauren Bralier may have gone around Joseph Topin for the line this time, but these two we saw earlier on in Spec Miata, and then carrying that over here to our Tarheel Cup event.
And Brian Cates, who we noted had Mr. Toad's wild ride over at turn 11. Looks like he's recovered quite well. He had been as high as, on the outside of the front row. he is now he finds himself back into fifth position. A loss of 3 places, but good recovery so far. Just got word that the 67 car of William Shields spun the car coming down through Hog Pen. He is on the pit lane now and down at the tail end of the pit lane out of our view, but I want to thank our corner workers for letting us know that. There is also a Spec Miata on the pit lane. I can't get the number. He's a little bit too far back for me to see here.
And another thing with these the enduros is it becomes paramount is the amount of concentration that these drivers put lap after lap. With some of the drivers who end up putting it off or being a little bit offline, a lot of times it's due to the fact that lap after lap you're having to consistently do your line. And sometimes if you decide on a particular lap to try something a little different, do something different with your braking or with your turning point, sometimes that can result in you making a mistake because you do get into that rhythm. But then if you modify that even the littlest amount, that rhythm gets broken, and then you're having to adjust, and that can result, of course, in you making a mistake and doing something that you normally wouldn't. Because of that mistake, as Greg coming across the stripe this time, as we're about 23 and a half minutes into this race, Giancarlo Angelini able to get by Herman Ratchford this time, and Ratchford, who was leading probably the last, I'd say, 10 minutes of this race, is now out in front. Angelini is now out in front.
Alrighty, and I think I've been able to pick out the Spec Miata down the pit lane. It's actually the SMSC entry of Dennis Mathias, and I'm showing him as having been in the pits for a considerable amount of time. We just had the 27 entry come back off of the pit lane, and that was Steven Nelson. So he has rejoined the fray. The 66 car as well, that's Bill Watts. He has rejoined the action as well after having spent a little bit of time on the pit lane.
And some of the cars out here, I believe that Corbin Collins is one, and Adrian Comstock is another. As you mentioned, we're going to have qualifying in addition to racing tomorrow morning. So a number of these Spec MX-5, as we heard from earlier from both Chase and Bethany, that Spec MX-5 being very much a development series, track time and seat time is everything for these drivers. So having, despite the fact that Spec MX-5 is primarily a sprint racing format for the weekends that they have, they are able to any kind of additional track time and time they can spend getting to learn the course and also learn their cars is gonna be very valuable to them as they go into their sessions tomorrow.
All right, and Dennis Mathias in that SMSC number 88 car, he has just rejoined the fray. And Dom, I'm looking down the pit lane again, and it looks like Connor Roberts in that Global MX-5 Cup car. He is back, and we'll see if that car goes up on the jack stands or not. He is pulling out of his pit box right now. And you know what? It's not that the engine sounded like it was off. It was the pit lane speed limiter that I could hear basically a built-in miss. So Roberts now heads back out on track, heading down towards turn number 1. That was his second stop on the pit lane. I think also now heading onto the pit lane, the number 30 Spec Miata of Matt Fielding Russell, currently sitting 27th overall. And that one, I think, let me take a look here. That is the number 30 car. And I believe that is a car that is here for the entire 65 minutes. And I see the door open. Looks like they're making a driver change right now. All right, let's check in here. Sound like we might have had another driver we've got a standing yellow over at turn 2 right now. And let's see if we can pick up what car that is. And it looks like the 88 machine, who we had just seen on the pit lane a little while ago, Dennis Mathias, had gone off over on the exit of turn 2, rolled into the grass. He has rejoined, and they are back underway. Oh, actually, let me. I take that back. He's rejoined to the point where he's trying to get the car behind the Armco. So it's sound, and he is now behind the Armco, directly across the turn 3. So we didn't really see it in our camera view because he was a little bit too far to our right on the camera view, but he's put himself right back behind the tire wall by that tree that you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, and it looks like his day now, whether he likes it or not, is now done.
Okay, we do have one of our BMW entries on the pit lane as well. I'm not quite able to see to identify that car from this vantage point.
Looks like one of the BMWs, as best I can tell.
Yep, doesn't look to be quite as urgent as Connor Roberts' maintenance was, but that car is being attended to.
I think that might, judging from a, I believe, because it's one of only 2 BMWs that we have in the field today. Either Michael Brandt in the BMW 330 Ci or Mark Bradley in BMW 325 IS. And I'm going to go out on a limb from looking at the hood that it is most likely the 330 Ci of the 330 Ci of Brandt, and it looks like possibly an E46 machine, not a whereas I think the E-production car is actually an E30 BMW.
And we also had the 30 of Matt Fielding Russell make his way into the pit lane as well. I'm not sure if he pulled it back behind the wall or not, but he did come by here just a few moments ago.
Yeah, I think he may have rejoined. Now, I did also, I'm getting a little more information on the 88 car. When he went off, apparently he had a very long ride. The 88 car went off at turn 1 after having the report was that he lost control on the pavement. The car went off. He went down the hill, smacked the tire wall. Car went airborne, and then he limped the car back behind the tire wall. So it wasn't just like a mechanical issue. It may have been a mechanical issue that led to it, but sounds like it was quite the ride for Dennis Mathias in that number 88 machine. Again, his race now done.
Anyway, this last time by, Herman Ratchford Jr. took over the lead from Giancarlo Angelini. These two going back and forth this entire race, running nose to tail. The last time through, Ratchford ran a 206.884 to Angelini's 207.1, about 3/10 quicker on the last circuit. So I think those two, of course, this being a longer session for them, are playing a little bit of cat and mouse right now, not trying to necessarily be leading, but just being there at the end is what this is going to be all about.
All right, and just watching Connor Roberts, who's been down the pit lane twice, just ran his fastest lap of the race. Ran a 2:12 and change, so it looks like they may have resolved whatever issues that car had. Report now from turn 3 is that Mathias and that in the Miata brakes went. No brakes. But he's more than willing to drive it back to the pit lane after the race is over. But the driver's out of the car. He is now, like us, a spectator here at Virginia International Raceway, where we are currently in the midst of our final race of the afternoon, our Tarheel Cup Endurance Series. It's 2 races within a race. We've got a 45-minute sprint-ish race. No pit stops allowed for the drivers. No tire changes, no driver changes, you name it, for the drivers that are running the 45-minute version of this race. But we have a 65-minute endurance version as well. And for those drivers, they can make pit stops. They can change tires, drivers, add fuel, you name it, whatever they need to get to the checkered flag.
As we have the I believe that's Steve Sturm making his way back out onto the track. He was, I don't believe he was service, just made a quick roll through. So the 190 of Sturm making his way back out.
All right, very good. And Sturm's had a challenging day. He had I think an off in the SM race a little bit earlier today, and good to see him out here. Of course, Steve Sturm, I think he's gathered more notoriety for his motorbike videos than for Spec Miata. Yeah, indeed. I was right. Well, let's see. It's the 53 machine that has just left the pits. Yeah, indeed, that's Michael Brandt in the BMW 330 Ci. He's just finished his what it should be his mandatory pit stop. But yeah, Steve Sturm, absolutely love him on a motocross bike, and he'll be just driving dirt paths, and the bike just falls. He just dumps the bike. The bike falls over. It's hilarious to watch. All right, as we take a look here, crossing the stripe, looks like Victor Bruni's out in his SSM machine, father of Nick Bruni. Nick just stopped up here a few moments ago to say hi. Nick, our reigning national champion in SM. Victor, his father, just got his competition license renewed this past year, so good to see him back out on track, and just Josh Smith as well.
And here comes Connor Roberts down the pit lane once again. Hoping this one is a little bit more planned. I'm not sure if I saw the crew out there trying to service the car or not.
Yeah, I didn't see whether or not, but he is back out on track. The 74 Spec Racer Ford coming down the pit lane as well right now, and that car is rejoining the 74 machine. Who is that?
Yep, 74
Joe Blanks, yeah. And Blanks has now rejoined.
And on this last lap, your leader, Herman Radford Jr., goes purple, sets the race's fastest lap at 2:06.177. Still has Giancarlo Angelini right on his gearbox. He ran a 2:06.420 on this last lap. So still running very closely together. To reset your top 10, Arvid Albanese runs in third. He's at the wheel of a Spec Racer. In fourth, we have Brian Cates also running in a Spec Racer. Then we have Chris Broussard, Bill Shields running in sixth place, and then Corbin Collins in his Mazda MX-5 runs in the seventh spot with Adrian Comstock holding on to eighth place. Ninth place belonged to David Flint in one of the Spec races, and then just like we saw earlier today, Lauren Brailer has made her way into the top 10.
Yeah, so great run for Lauren here in the Tarheel Cup, much like her Spec Miata race earlier today, as she is definitely starting to come to grips with the Spec Miata chassis. I know that they had I think I just saw them put her original Spec Miata up for sale. Obviously not the one she's racing right now, but as she put in a little bit of time, about half the season last year in Spec Miata, but really focused on the Formula V last year. She is exclusively running Spec Miata. She tried for a scholarship seat with the Global MX-5 Cup this year. Unfortunately, did not win the prize, but certainly you can see that she and her father are trying to move her up the ranks. Now, Dom, we are just about 10 minutes away from that the 45-minute sprint-ish race being complete, as we're 35 minutes into this entire session. So 10 minutes for the sprint drivers, and another half hour for our endurance racers.
Great for our top two of Ratchford and Angelini. This time through about a half second separating Ratchford from Angelini. So probably the biggest amount of room that Ratchford's had in the lead thus far. I'm not sure if lap traffic played into that or if things are just settling out a little bit here. But a little bit more separation than we've seen in the past few laps between those two.
All right, Dom. And so as we are getting closer to this 45-minute timed portion of the race, wrapping up, let's take a quick look at the events that we're going to have coming up here on, this is going to be on the Washington, D.C. Region SCCA YouTube channel. And we're going to be, next event is going to be the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, May 27th and 28th on the New Jersey Motorsports Park Lightning Circuit. And then we will be back in June to Summit Point, and then we head back to Jersey, not for a MARRS event, but for the Majors race on the Thunderbolt circuit that is hosted by the South Jersey region of the SCCA. And as you can see there, the rest of the events, with the exception of the Devil in the Dark 12-hour endurance race, that is August 4th and 5th for the entire event. The rest of those races listed out are Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series races. You can find out more about the schedule by going to www.dcrSCCA.org/SCCA-road-racing. So keep that in mind. And Tom, looks like we had another car just finish up their pit stop and head back underway. And I think that was that David Flint, I believe?
It was David Flint, the 57 car. So these cars are going to be following through, and one thing that we're doing our best to keep tabs on is again who's running 45 versus 65 minutes, as well as making sure that someone is making their their mandatory pit stop rather than being serviced. So there's a little bit of investigation work on our part trying to figure it out.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, you'll see that from looking at our timing and scoring. There's no differentiation between the drivers running the 45-minute versus the 65-minute. I've got a list of drivers here, and let's take a look here, and we'll try to run things down. I'm gonna run down the list and tell you where they stand currently. And this is overall. This is not in class. Let's see, driving the number 0 machine, Mark Sr. In an SMT Mazda Miata, currently 16th overall. Richard Herman in his second-gen Spec Racer Ford, he is currently running 13th overall. Then we have, go down the list, Corbin Collins in the Mazda MX-5 Cup car. Or probably not. That's not the MX-5 Cup car. That is the STL machine. Corbin Collins is, where is he? I don't know if he actually came out on track.
He's running 6th right now.
6th. Oh, yep. There you go. I actually have to scroll up a little further. By the way, we just had David Reiter in his Mazda IT7 car just complete his service, and he's heading back out on track. The 173 machine now, let's see if the 173 is heading back out on track. Indeed it is, and that's Mike Rossini. So both Ryder and Rossini heading back out, both of them actually classed in ITA. Rossini Ryder not running IT7, he's running ITA. All right, let's continue to go down this list. As Corbin Collins, as you mentioned, was 6. Brian Cates also running the 45 minutes in his Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, and Cates currently running 3rd overall. Chris Broussard also in a Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He is behind Cates on track, running 4th overall, about a minute 6 back. So almost a third of a lap, actually less, about a half a lap back from Broussard, back from Cates. Then we've got Steven Nelson, also in a Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, the 27 car, and Nelson is, let's see where Nelson is currently. Do I have to scroll up? Do I have to scroll down? All right, I'm going to say it again. I don't see Mr. Nelson at all. Oh, yeah, Nelson was the 27 car. He was in early retirement. Looks like so his day is now done. The 127 car of Liller is going back out on track, it appears, after having some service done. Let's see, who else do we have? Scott O'Rourke in his SSM car, the number 32 machine. is listed as one of our 45-minute drivers. And Dom, do you see O'Rourke? Because I'll say I don't see O'Rourke listed as having turned a wheel. So looks like finally I got one right that he's not there. David Blaine in his GT Light machine. And Blaine is currently running 11th overall. And again, that is in a Mazda Miata. Then Brian Hooper. Hooper did not take the green flag, and Hooper, for the second race weekend in a row that I've seen him, has had some oiling issues, and it looks like that car is certainly done for the day, might be done for the weekend. Bobby Gossett out of Bluffton, South Carolina, in his Spec Miata. And let's see where he is. Where is he? There we go. Bobby Gossett is currently running 13th overall, and maybe it's because Timing and Squirm has him as Body Gossett as opposed to Bobby. So somebody got dyslexic right in the middle of the middle of the name there. All right, let's take a look here. Next would be Greg Siegert out of Bristol, Tennessee, in his F Production Mazda Miata.
Currently 19th on track.
Yep, 19th on track. And then we move over to Steve Grizzle with his ITA not a Honda. I was going to say ITA. I'm so used to saying ITA Honda CRX because that's all I did for years. I'd say that. ITA Mazda Miata, which I guess is probably more common now. That is the number 52 machine.
Running 21st.
21st in overall. Then Bill Watts in the number 66 car. The 66 Spec Racer Ford.
This is 33rd.
33rd. And then William Shields out of Tierra Verde, Florida. Also in a Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. And Shields is running 5th overall. And I just got word that the 77 machine,
Albert
Albany's, just spun the car coming down the roller coaster down at down turn 15. So after he made that transition up at the top of the hill and had to switch back the other way, maybe got out of the throttle a little bit, rear end came away, but he is back underway. But right now, the drivers up at the front of the field are now running their very last lap here for the short races. We've just hit the 45-minute timer here. So the 161 car of Gianclaudio Angelini, I believe, currently is our lead car on track. And we'll track that in just a moment here. The 92 SSM machine coming down the pit lane. And that is Vic Bruni. And he is taking his car back to the paddock.
As we have Brian Casey's running a 3rd overall, making his way across the stripe as we speak. He was earlier on involved in that battle with both Bill Shields and I believe Steve Nelson, who ended up retiring early from this race.
That's right. So we're just waiting now on either not Corbin Collins, on Herman Ratchford or Gianclaudio Angelini, who are shown as our 2 leaders, and they were in very close proximity the last time they went by. As we have another machine coming down the pit lane. This is the Chevy Sonic.
I believe that's going to be Josh Schmidt in the 19 car.
Yeah, the Babyface Fabrication Chevy Sonic, and he's going to stop right in front of us. So we're going to have a pretty good idea when he goes and heads back out on track. All right, as the 2 Spec Racer Fords are now coming down through the roller coaster. And here they come. Gianclaudio Angelini I think second car in line, and the first of our cars whose race is now finished. So it looks like Gianclaudio Angelini going to take the win in that 45-minute Tarheel Cup race. And the other car on track, Ratchford, I believe, will continue on. But again, it is all of our final drivers here, and it'll be easier for us to, I think, pick out those drivers. We'll see them as being off track in just a few moments here. So we'll try and get those times for you. But we've got now another 20 minutes remaining for the 65-minute version of the Tarheel Cup Endurance Series.
I was going to say, Greg, the nice thing about using our timing here is that there is a big blue pit button that says pit next to our car. So helps us out a lot, especially with a number of classes and cars to keep track of here.
Exactly. We'll be able to hopefully nail down, and I'm hoping we will shortly be able to give you a rundown by class as to who is finished and who is still racing on track here. And we'll get that in just a few moments. All right. A couple of them that I think we feel pretty safe in telling you about. Well, Vic Bruni, he was our sole SSM driver out on track. He's taken the car back behind the pit wall. Congratulations, Vic Bruni. You are the Tarheel Cup Endurance Series winner. In SMSE, Dennis Mathias, well, he has been spending the last number of laps watching this race from driver's left heading into turn 3. He's got his car behind the Armco there. His race is now officially done. Let's see, Mark Sr. We talked about Mark, and I believe Mark is running the 45-minute version of the race in the number 0 SMT machine. So his race is now ending. In GT Light, David Blaine. David Blaine's race should now be over. And we'll take a look at F Productions. Angelini makes his way down the pit lane. He will take his car back to impound. Again, the Spec Racer Ford Tarheel Cup winner in the 45-minute race. You can see him now bringing that car back behind the wall.
Great. Now that we have about for the 65-minute drivers, we have just over 15 minutes left for them on track. And for our Spec Miata victory, going out tooth and nail for the past few laps. Actually, for the better part of this session has been Antonio Abram, Lauren Brailier, and then put Joseph Tobin in that battle as well. The top 3 for Spec Miata for this for Enduro, running very close together, nose to tail throughout most of this race.
Now, Brailier and Abram, last year when Lauren Brailier started running in Spec Miata, they were both under the Panic Motorsports tent, so they've had a lot of opportunity to race one another coming into this weekend. We'll see how things play out, as both of those drivers get very young and working to get as much seat time as possible. As you see, a number of our 45-minute racers bringing their cars now back into the paddock as their races are now done. And I keep looking at that number 20 machine that's got and that's Corbin Collins in the MX-5 Challenge car, and that one there, and actually no, it's an STL car, not an MX-5 Challenge car, but I keep seeing the tire marks all the way down the right-hand side of the car, and you just know he's been in some very close racing, maybe a little bit too close of late.
And we have a repeat visitor for this race, Connor Roberts on the pit lane right now.
Oh, he's back, yeah. And let's see, and again, they've got an obvious issue with that car. The crew member is underneath the left rear of the car once again, and I'm wondering if perhaps they're making some toe adjustments, or maybe making some camber trying on the fly to make some camber adjustments. I mean, it seems awfully weird that they would be doing it just to one corner of the car, but obviously they've got something going on there. As we've got more cars coming down the pit lane. And I think we now had the last of our 45-minute drivers coming down the pit lane here. We'll give it a couple more seconds because perhaps some of them did have crew looking at the cars, but I think we've got the majority of our 45-minute racers now heading back behind the wall. Got another car on the pit lane directly ahead of us. At least we did. And it was, nope, he's heading back behind the wall. I think it was the number 47, Spec Miata. So let's take a look here. In B-Spec, Josh Schmidt is, and I think Josh Schmidt just completed his pit stop. Blair Deffenbaugh, I think, only turned a single lap. And it was showing in second. In F production, both Greg Siegert and Al Heatwall completed their race. So give Greg Siegert the win in the 45-minute Tarheel Cup race. David Blaine, as we mentioned in GT Light, his day is done. He takes that win in the 45-minute version of the race. In Spec Miata, and I think at this point, Dom, that I'm fairly certain that we only have, at this point, Antonio Abram and Lauren Braley are on the lead lap in Spec Miata, that everybody else is quite a bit back. Matt Fielding, Russell, Steve Sturm, a number of laps off. So that is definitely the battle. And you brought it up before. I think we're going to want to watch that battle between the silver number 5 machine and Lauren Braillier's 176 car. Actually, they're I think just headed down the front straight right now, and 99 thousandths of a second. So just about 1/10 of a second separating those two drivers at the line.
Yep. And then at this point, even though this has been an enduro, now that we have about 11 minutes left in this race, it's not going to turn into very much a sprint between those two now that they are running nose to tail and can basically go fly off from here.
That's right. All right. So in SMT, Mark Sr.'s day is done. He was a 45-minute runner. In Spec Racer Ford, Richard Herman, our sole Spec Racer Ford, that ran here this afternoon. He was in the 45-minute race. In Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, Gian Claudio Angelini, Brian Cates, Chris Broussard. That was your top 3 in the 45-minute race. And I believe William Shields, Bill Watts, and Steve Nelson also are now done. That leaves Herman Ratchford Jr., David Flint, Arvid Albanese, and Joe Blanks as your remaining drivers in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. In Touring 3, I think Michael Brandt and Connor Roberts still out on track. And we had a driver, had a car off at turn 9, so up at the top of the uphill S's. And I believe, and I'm trying to get the number, I think, for the 47 machine of Herman Ratchford, who had been leading Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 for the 65-minute race. His day is now done. He's got that car back behind the flag stand at turn number 9. So we're likely going to see this next time by David Flint move into the lead in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 for our 65-minute race. And there you go, David Flint now showing as your leader with Arvid Albanese second. Albanese about 3 seconds in arrears, and then Joe Blanks, when he crosses stripe this next time by, he will be elevated to third.
Joe Blanks does cross the line, so as you mentioned, Greg, he is going to be promoted up to 5th place overall. And our timing right now is showing Lauren Brallier having taken the lead, I believe. If they didn't just cross the stripe, they may have done so a few moments ago. So able to get around Antonio Abram, who now gets promoted back to 2nd place overall in Spec Miata.
All right. The problems for the 77 car continue. Arvid Albanese, when I say continue, he had moved up into 2nd in class, but Arvid Albanese, who was only 3 seconds back from David Flint for the lead in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, spins the car, does a 360 down at turn number 1. He has now continued.
We just had the 18 car. I believe was one of our maybe one of our 45 minute cars here. As we're looking to our timing here. But as you're talking about Lauren Bralier and Antonio Abram, as you had said, Greg, had been teammates and had been under the same tent. So I think a lot probably likely have shared a lot of data between them and a lot of different nuances of the various tracks that they've been to. So have a lot of have a good idea of what to expect from one another. But
Right.
at the same time, you always have something in your back pocket to save for the end. So last time by, we'll get the intervals when they come by again. We'll see what both drivers have in store as we close this race out. And according to our timing, David Flint in the 57 car moves up to second place, and we'll let you know based on track, because sometimes our timing as it updates can show cars having pitted. So we'll do our best to let you know based on what we're seeing on track where everybody is positioned.
Yeah, a matter of fact, for those of you as you're watching the stream right now, you'll see a number of entries that are in kind of a peach color. And those are showing drivers that have that are spending a long amount of time in the pits. That they have not that we have not tracked a new lap time for them in an extended period of time. Most of those drivers that you see there towards the front are our Spec Racer Ford drivers that have finished their 45-minute race, and it's just simply that a lot of the other racers haven't been able to unlap themselves. So we may see them start to drop down through the order here as the last couple of minutes wind down, as we now have 6 minutes remaining in this 65-minute timed race. And we've got the 176 car on the pit lane right now. And that is Lauren Bralier. So she may be getting her 5-minute pit stop. Might also add that the MX-5 Cup car is sitting on the pit lane for, I think, the 8th or 9th time. And heading back out on track now is the number 46 car.
Starting to remind me a little bit of Valtteri Bottas at the Azerbaijan Grand Prix.
You can never stop too many times, right? All right, so the 176 car biding its time. Again, all of our drivers who are running the 65-minute version of the Tarheel Cup Endurance Series race do need to take a 5-minute pit stop, plus there is a 12-second transit time. So from one end of the pit lane to the other, 5 minutes and 12 seconds.
We have the 77 of Albany's running second place in Spec Racer 4-3 and overall making his way across the stripe, as is now Joe Blanks, who with Lauren Bralier in the pit lane is going to move up to third overall. So our top 3 spots occupied by Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s as we have just about 5 minutes left in this race.
All right, and I believe we have Antonio Abram on the pit lane as well, Dom. I think much further down the pit lane, I see at least one Spec Miata, or what appears to be a Spec Miata down there. So we'll see what happens when these cars come out. I believe that Abram had brought his car in a lap late. A lap earlier than Lauren Bralier. That Lauren had put him a lap down. So we may see that number 5 machine come back out, and indeed the number 5 machine is out of the pit stall, is heading down the pit lane now. And what we'll probably see when Lauren Bralier comes out, we'll see if they're in close proximity once again. Abram goes on track without any traffic around him. And I suspect that Bralier will probably be heading out in about 2 minutes from now. The question will be here, Dom, assuming she gets out before the checkered flag comes out, is one, she's going to be on cold tires again. They didn't change tires, but she's been sitting there for 5 minutes. It's given time for the temps to go down, for the pressures to drop somewhat. But almost as importantly, Abram's going to have a full head of steam coming down the front straight. Lauren Bralier is not, as they go down into turn number one. And how much of a gap is there between the two cars? And if they come out on the pit lane almost in identical positions, Abram's going to have a good 60 miles an hour on her. So we'll have to see how things play out here as we're getting ready. Looks like her father now has shut the door and picked up the stopwatch, and they are now looking to see exactly when to send her on her way.
And we also, for people who are looking at laps as well as time, we've just passed the quarter century mark for laps completed. So 26 laps for at least for our top three and our drivers on the lead lap: David Flint, Arvid Albanese, and Joe Blanks. And we are we're going to be approaching just under 2 minutes here for our race, as we do have Lauren Bralier rejoining the race, and we're going to see in proximity where she is to Antonio Abram, and if I'm not mistaken, Abram just now making his way past our booth and across the stripe. So as you said, Greg, Abram does have that extra mile per hour on Bralier, so we're going to be seeing here if Abram's able to. What kind of deficit Abram
Well,
is
we'll
able
see,
to make.
because Bralier is already into the horseshoe at turns 1 and 2. And if you take a look now at our cameras there, the top left of your screen, that white car, that is Lauren Bralier. And so she has about, I'd say about 30 car lengths on Antonio Abram here as the clock is winding down. Only 45 seconds remaining. And so our overall leader... it is the 5.7 Spec Racer Ford of David Flynn. He is now working his last lap. And now, here's one of the intricacies of these endurance races. David Flint is not going to see and has not seen a white flag or a one-to-go board. It is all going to be relying on if he's the first person to cross the line. A couple of years ago, we were here, and the leader was working the very last lap, went up and beached the car over at Oak Tree. And the next car, the second place car, was actually a lap down. So the race actually had to go an additional lap longer to let that driver unlap himself so that he could take the win. It was a very, very, very interesting way to finish up a race, that it actually went longer than the time and longer than well, there was no lap limit. But we'll see here. Now let's check in that Spec Miata battle. They should be coming down the roller coaster here in just a moment. And we'll see where Bralier and where Antonio Abram are.
Okay, another battle that we'll want to keep an eye on is the one between second and third place overall in Spec Racer 4-3. That is Arvid Albanese and Joe Blanks. They were only about a car length apart as they made their way through Snake, getting ready to go up, going up the S's. So again, these pit stops, I think Joe Blanks just recently called it, as we do have them coming to the stripe and running nose to tail. I think only about half a car length in it.
Yeah, there you go. Crossing the start-finish line on their last lap. It is Lauren Bralier leading Antonio Abram by all of about 6 inches. Now coming out of Hog Pen for the very last time, David Flint, driver of the number 57 Spec Racer Ford, proving that those Spec Racer Fords can go 65 minutes. He is going to take the win. Let's take a look here. We should have that battle coming up soon enough between Arvid Albanese and Joe Blanks in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Albanese, who had that spin a little bit earlier at turn number 1, and will he be able to hold off Joe Blanks on their last lap? They're coming now down the front straight. The number 77 machine, Arvid Albanese, comes underneath the starter bridge. He will finish second overall and second in Spec Racer Ford. Joe Blanks will finish directly behind him in third. And now our next cars in line in order, it's going to be Lauren Brillier, Antonio Abram. Is Abram able to get by on the last lap? Can Lauren Brillier hold him off? We'll know soon enough as our Spec Miata battlers. Let's see here. I believe they are coming into Oak Tree now.
Yeah, Greg, Antonio Abram, not Antonio, Joseph Tobin is joining them up as well. He's running in the third spot. He's actually pushing Abram down Masson Avenue. So, again, will the draft help them to get by Brawlier, or is it going to be a breaking duel as we go down the hill?
That's right. We just saw that battle come by on the back straight coming out of Oak Tree, and they are going to be coming up to the top of the roller coaster now. And as they crest the top of the hill, let's take a look. They should be under braking going through 13, and there you are at turn 14, making their way down the hill. The white car, that is Lauren Brillier. The silver with red, that is going to be Antonio Abram, who is side by side with Brillier, and Abram makes the pass going through turn 15 with that third place car with Joseph Tobin right behind as they come down the hill and come out of Hog Pen now and onto the front straight. And Antonio Abram, a wonderful move on the last lap going through the roller coaster. He is going to take the win in Spec Miata. Lauren Brillier is going to finish second. Joe Tobin will finish in third. Margin of victory for Antonio Abram, 1900ths of a second, with Joe Tobin 1600ths back from there. Great battle here to finish up the 65-minute race. Matt Fielding Russell will finish fourth in Spec Miata. Steve Sturm will finish in fifth. Mark Liller, our sole Touring Ford driver in the 65-minute race. Josh Schmidt, our sole driver in B-Spec. They finished 9th and 10th respectively. And Martin Ryder will finish in 11th, running in running in ITA. All right, so Dom, that's going to wrap things up for us today. Thank you, of course, for being here today.
Thank you for having me. Again, we're going to have qualifying in the morning just like today. And tomorrow we're going to have our feature races for our 6 sprint groups.
All right, yeah, there you go. And we will be on air tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m., both on the Washington, D.C. region SCCA YouTube channel, as well as the North Carolina region's YouTube channel, and, of course, here at the track. And you can catch us here over the PA or also 89.9 on your FM dial. And again, coming up after this weekend, you can catch us at many different places on the Eastern Seaboard at New Jersey Motorsports Park, whether it be the Lightning or the Thunderbolt circuit. We'll be at Lightning at the end of the month. In June, we'll be at Summit Point, and a lot of events to round out the year. All of those events on the DC Region's YouTube channel. So for Dominic Mandiel, I'm Greg Ginsburg, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning here from Virginia International Raceway at 8:30 a.m. Thank you so much for joining us here today.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information. Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action. feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event. The official track photographer of the North Carolina region of the SCCA is Trad's Photos. Trad covers many of the biggest events here at VIR, at Road Atlanta, Carolina Motorsports Park, NCM, and at AMP. In addition to the SCCA, Trad covers Racing for ALS, the Peach State Porsche Club, PCA Club Racing, J-Zilla Track Days, MVP Track Days, Carolina Mustang Club, and many more. To see Trad's work online, visit tradsphotos.com or on Instagram and Facebook at Trad's Photos. And to have Trad shoot for you, text them at 980-395-1116.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth and their future, with the NCR Scholarship Program providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in the North Carolina and Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your contribution will help us with our goal of telling high school students in the area about the SCCA and helping those students pay for their additional education after high school. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program, head to ncrscca.com/scholarship, and to donate online, ncrscca.com/donate. Or, if you prefer to pay by check, please make the check payable to NCR-SCCA SP and mail it to the address on screen. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's BRET, at rpperformanceracing.com.